Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And everything fired up for the morning here. NFP today. We can get some pips in the bag here early so we can get some good positions. Give me 1 second. Let me get all the stuff set up and we'll get this day rolling. Give me just a minute. All right, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, what's going on, guys? All right, so let's get it rolling here. Give me just a second, trying to get everything situated, ready to go, and we'll hit it for the day. All right, there we go. All right. Start flipping through some charts here. Take a preliminary look on YouTube. Why not? Do a little bit of YouTube this week. We'll see how that goes, and maybe we'll go back to normal stuff. It's so much higher quality on YouTube. I was going back and looking at it. So much better quality stream than Zoom. That here. Alrighty. Got the other monitors getting set up here soon. Need to get a DVI to HDMI converter. Yeah, $1. So we're actually getting what we thought we might get on the dollar. As interesting as that is. Second, and boom. All right. You see my ugly mug this morning. Yes, good morning, guys. Man, I look weird with glasses on. I don't normally wear glasses. It's funny. Yeah, just got these blue blocker glasses, and man, it actually helps. Helps out as I'm staring at a wall of monitors. Pretty obnoxious at 3-4 o'clock in the morning, I'll tell you that. Let's see what we got here. Let's just take a look. We are on the high. We talked about this yesterday toward the end of the day. We're sitting on the high on the dollar. This is exactly what we were watching to see what was going to happen. Were we going to come down all night, or are we going to stay up here? We're expecting some kind of a range up here, some kind of a distribution over time. So we're on the high now. We're looking for the spike. I don't want to buy into the dollar. I think it's going to spike up a little bit. I'm going to have an internal battle about that today on whether or not to actually buy into this pre-NFP for the next 4 hours. So it feels like this is going to go higher. You know, you're going to take like a, you know, risky short on something like Aussie dollar, pound dollar. The pound was very weak. I don't like the entries. I don't want to sell this down here is the problem. I don't want to sell it like pound dollar, like this big lower low down here. It's not something I would ever do. However, the feeling that the dollar is going to go a little bit, may spike up. It's just where it is. Like we're in supply now. It's on a higher high, the highest high back going to the beginning of December, a month basically. No, I'm just not. I don't like doing that kind of stuff. I'm gonna watch this and see what happens. See if we can find something else. Honestly, I don't even want to mess with the dollar. Let me look at this real quick. Strength tool. Yeah, so dollar is obviously the strongest currency. The CAD is rolling out, so dollar CAD may be a thing. Rolling back down. Dollar CAD is going, and it may go some more. It's just not a good entry. Everything stayed up overnight. So what do we do here? Take a look through a little preview on YouTube. What we're going to do, let's take a look at the 1 hours. Let's step back a minute. Let's step back a second. Take a little bit higher time frame thought on what's going on here. Yeah, I mean, we're just stuck in that. You know, basically back here, and this is 4 hour. These are 4 hour levels. I mean, we're in the money. You know, we're in the point where your sellers were correct in the move and have not been stopped out yet. That's important. That's where the money is, right? You know, you think about how markets work, you know, as price comes back up to a recent, you know, a high or a recent area where there was some kind of contract settlement that was happening. There's settlement that needs to happen. People get squared up. People get stopped out. People take new positions, and there's an area of activity. There's a whole bunch of activity there that hasn't been cleared out yet from yesterday's action. So, you know, we're coming up into a big bunch of mess, and it's not a good idea to start buying this on a higher high on the dollar. You know, so I'm waiting. I may wait on the dollar. I was hoping that maybe we would be in some kind of a range, but we're just stuck on the high of it, and it's probably just going to come right back down. And I don't want to be buying this up here, even though it may go more for NFP. We get that spike in NFP, and here's the thing. So here's the manipulation that's coming. I have a feeling we're going to be talking about this later. Here's the manipulation. We already got the data yesterday. Now, if they come out today and they highballed it and it comes out lower than it, you know, because of yesterday's data, and it comes out just wildly different, watch. That kind of crap happens especially with NFP. That relationship between NFP and ADP. Watch the numbers come out wildly different today, and you get this boom straight down on the dollar. You know, and it's instead of, you know, what everybody thinks it's going to be. And that's the thing, is it's priced in for one thing, and we're already up. Recent price action, short term over the last few days, we're already up. I wish it would spike up first and hit like a high of the week or something like that. That'd be cool. I have a feeling that the numbers are going to come out wildly different. See, this dollar's running strong. Starting to leave the opening range right now. I just don't want to, almost don't want to mess with it. Like pound dollar, I feel like it's going to be a short. I almost went, we were just talking about this a minute ago in the group, I almost went through and just took a whole bunch of, you know, shorts, pound dollar, euro dollar, Aussie dollar, Kiwi dollar. And now it's going to go break the low. I don't like the entry. Pound dollar looked the best. Yeah, I mean, see, this looks like a short. I mean, if it keeps closing like this and it goes and retests the bottom of the range, I may take a risky short on that. I just don't like selling stuff that's already down. Like, this is already down for how many hours? It's down 65 pips over 5 hours. Straight down. I don't like selling into that now. That's not good risk management, to sell something after it's already down. And see, here you go. the thing is, this probably not going to last very long. And this is exactly the whole thing. But I wrote this yesterday afternoon. Potential spike high for NFP. And you're going to run this all the way up. This is invalidated now. And we'll be up somewhere near our projected high of the week on the dollar. Man, it's funny because I was just talking about, it's just, I don't like doing that. It's not a good entry. Curious to see where we're going to get to there on, yeah. So tempting. You start preempting NFP and start getting in early and look for the fade. I'm seriously considering playing the fade today on the dollar, which could also be what's the Swiss doing today? We'll get to that. We're going to go through everything. We'll go through all of it today on YouTube. Why not? We're going to run through the list. Man. Yeah, and it's just already moving is the thing, and it stayed up from yesterday. I'm much more interested in playing the fade, the reversal fade, and starting to scale into the dollar at levels on the way up for the almost inevitable wreckage that's going to come today to pull back to retest that low. You know, this is the first level, really. And be looking to do this, like I'm seriously considering, like just taking a spin through and looking at everything. Where's Aussie dollar? There may be some trades here. That's why we're going to look first, given the time that we are right now, the time range we're in. There may be some trades coming. I think the gamble is the dollar going to go more? Like we're at a level right now that's a potential pullback spot for sure. Got a potential high of the day kind of level. Now it's NFP today, so there could be some overextension on the dollar. So what we're going to do here is figure this out and see. You already got a bounce there. See about taking some trades maybe. Probably going to do some trading here in just a second. Take a step back and just take a quick look. Yeah, I mean, things are breaking levels from yesterday, which makes sense. Whatever this is, we're probably heading back up in the top end of that. How does that line up? We'll set up all our charts on the thing. The dollar is going to be the thing to watch today. The dollar, obviously. Dollar in the equities market. Where are we pre-market in stocks? Gold, stocks. Looks like it's going to be risk off gold here for now. That looks like that's going to be a short. Not the best entry, yes, necessarily right now. It's super important to get positioned here right now for what may be coming. That dollar starts to sell off. Gonna break through that low. A movement already. I wish this would break the low. Then we'll talk about it. The equities market. Gosh. Got a lot of room. A lot of room for that to run down today in equities. NASDAQ, S&P, there's a lot of room for that to die. Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning. Yeah, so looking for trades first because it's kind of like a tech commitment. So tempting to position on some of this stuff on the dollar, given this level. I'm going to try to give this a chance to continue up a little bit today and be patient. dollar CAD for a test up there. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put an alert there just so I know when dollar CAD is getting there. Up to the high. When this gets up here, that may be a time to take a look at everything else and potentially position. I should put a alert on the tool itself, but see, today's going to be an interesting day because of where everything is. There's some real opportunity to get some good positions here today. I have a feeling we're going to end up doing all right today. Just want to be patient and not jump the gun on it and try to think ahead, because we're in a prime opportunity for a fade today on NFP, where you think it's going to go one way and the opposite thing happens. It's a perfect opportunity for that because of where the price is, and the data that we got yesterday was much better than expected. And just one of those times. We're already up, and we got the data. The market pushed a day early before NFP, so it's a perfect time to fade everybody that's going to be buying the dollar today. If you want to get out and you want to sell the dollar, you need suckers willing to buy it up here, way up on the high. That's been going up all week, and everybody's going to start buying it because of NFP and the news. And be a perfect time for somebody to just chew into that buy side liquidity and rip it the other way. And that's might be how we're going to play this. This is exactly what we talked about. I'm going to guess that it's going to probably try to go higher. And when it does, I'm going to start positioning on it on the dollar. So anyway, let's take a look here. See what we got. Where are we? I just don't want to miss any trades sitting here going into an hour-long analysis is the thing, when today is going to be the day to get some positions. This would be looking for a break of the low. If I can get my mouse to cooperate, right in there is where we're going to watch. It's already been there, but that's the level. That's why it bounced there in the first place. So we're kind of in between highs and lows there on Aussie dollar. Yeah, there's room for that to come down. If this comes down here, we're going to be buying it, depending on where it is on NFP. We'll come back to that. Euro dollar. Let's see. Swiss franc's kind of flat today. The dollar's strong and everything else is flat. This is exactly what's going on here. Take a look through here in a second. Flip through some actual charts. Second I start looking, I'm going to see a bunch of stuff I'm going to take though. Euro dollar. Yeah, I need to put my that other code. My multi-time frame supply and demand. Euro pound. It's in Discord somewhere. I'm gonna have to get it. I don't know why I took it off my chart. I guess on this testing something else. I think I took it off of. Wait, hold on a second. Up. Things easy. All right. See where we are. All right. Take a look at the 1 hours real quick. All right, so we're coming into. Oh man, delete. Anyway, Yeah, let's go back through and look. Do a quick analysis real quick just to look and see where we are in the market. Bitcoin's coming off the high. Sellers all over the place. We're in a lot of selling up here. Be looking to run this back lower. It's not a good entry. We'll skip that for now. Dollar, same thing. We're in a bunch of selling here. We're going to watch that for a potential high coming up. We're going to trying to pay attention to this dollar. Pound dollar probably would have been a good short. I feel like I probably should have jumped on it because the dollar is going to run up right before NFP, but we're going to get some good trades today. I have a feeling that we're going to end up killing this today. Aussie dollar kind of in a range. It's on the way down. Let it come a little lower. Not really much to say there. Euro dollar. See, these dollar pairs are down, and this is the thing. The dollar is already high. It may be going some more. I'm going to be watching for the low of the day. We're going to be trying to buy the low of the day on euro dollar probably. If this thing will spike down on the stupid news, then we'll be trying to get back in it. You know, if this runs down here for some reason, we'll be trying to get back in it the other way. The other side of that trade is going to be better. Same thing here, just sellers everywhere. We're at these really crazy levels on all this stuff. It's not, there's a lot of stuff that's just not a good level to trade at. We're not in between any levels. We're in it now. So, you know, like this euro yen, it's not a good idea to buy this now. You're buying into the highs and you're buying into sellers previously. So it's not the best thing to do. Yeah, God, yeah, the books are definitely cooked on NFP. We talk about this all the time, and it's just so manipulated. And the fact that we got it yesterday, for one thing, it's normally 2 days apart on Wednesday and Friday. We get the non-farm data. It came out like super hot yesterday, like way hotter than expected. You know, the forecast, the forecast and the estimate alone is just garbage. They do this crap on purpose. They'll lowball it on purpose and then bring it out hot, and then everybody buys it. Oh, it's green light, go. You know, so now we know what it is. We already know that it's a super hot number, and we gained a lot of jobs. There's many more people working right now. And for one thing, that's not what the Fed wants to see as far as cutting rates. You know, that's just going to keep rates high. So we already know it's going to be a hot jobs report. So, you know, how priced in is it? Is it being priced in right now is the question. Is the dollar finishing out its pricing in, and then it's going to get wrecked when they flip this thing green? Or it comes out much different than yesterday's ADP data, which is another possibility. And just, you know what I mean? Everything gets wrecked the other way. This is just a prime setup for a manipulation today. They came out super hot, way hotter than expected. The next day, we're going to get the same data point from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. And if it comes out anything less than yesterday, this dollar is just going to go through the floor. So we want to position on that early. We want to position on that right as quickly as we can. Look at EuroCAD on there. EuroCAD's running up a little bit. Not surprising where it went from. Yeah, a little bit more. Be looking to, yeah, nothing to do there. Be looking to sell the overextension today. It's too late on that. Not going to chase that. Coming up into some density, going to leave that alone. I'm watching this dollar carefully right now. Very tempting to start taking pullbacks because something like pound dollar, you're going to be getting pullbacks. I hate selling stuff like this, but it's probably going lower. And that's the thing. Are we getting any kind of tradable thing here. Yeah, so Euro CAD, whatever. Euro Kiwi, this is just a mess. I'm leaving this alone. It's going to be the dollar show today. Stocks, the dollar, and gold are going to be the hot things today. Pound dollar. Lower. It's probably going lower. You know what I mean? It's just not. I don't like selling stuff like that. Yeah. Other tool is going to be a little more accurate. Yeah, we're going to be looking down here somewhere. It's probably going lower, but it's against the rules to sell below this level, and we're right there. We're right there. So it's not, this is not something I would ever sell on a broken low again. I'm not selling that. I'm not selling a lower low. That's ridiculous. So that's how people get hurt. They start selling lower lows and buying higher highs and stuff like that. That's how you buy the top and sell the bottom. It's about potential, and there's not much potential left here. There's not much meat on the bone before you're going to get some kind of rebalancing here. For the people on the other side that know what I'm talking about. Not a good idea. It's just not a good idea to start selling it now. That's why I kind of missed it. I'm looking at that dollar and I see it's pulling back. It's probably going to bounce and break the high. I'm just not going to mess with it. I'm going to have to watch all of this stuff drop, and then I'm going to be scaling into buys is what it is on like pound dollar and euro dollar. That's probably what's going to happen. Yeah, Hunger Games today. Good morning, guys, by the way. Good morning, YouTube. Come back for a little bit. We're going to try to get a reasonable, intelligent plan together for NFP today. Today's probably going to be a money day. Did great yesterday. Did 0.5%. So that's a good day. 0.5%, ultra low risk, very low risk. It was a fight, and it took hours. But that's how trading is. Trading is a grind. It's not a get rich quick scheme. Everybody thinks it's, girls and Lambos on the first month, and that's just not how it works. It's not. It can be. You can take a lot of risk and do well. I've done it in the past, and then you can also lose it all trying to be stupid. That happens. Told the story many times. I took a $27,000 L in about four hours. Devastating. And I'll never do that again. I will never let that happen to me again. Nope. That's why I trade the way I do now. Pound dollar. More. Needs to come down. So I'm just going to flip through here, basically looking to see where we are. Where are we in the galaxy? Where are we in the grand scheme of things? What am I looking for today? I can probably come off. There's so many things that are in like supply and demand levels right now. Order blocks, whatever you want to call it. The money, buyers and sellers. It's all the same thing. All the same thing. So much stuff that's like in the money right now. I feel like this is crap. Pound Kiwi, Euro Kiwi was the same. It was squeezed into a bunch of nothing. Donks. This looks like this is going to go down again. This kind of thing just looks weak to me. This looks like this is going to do this. And sell off, and then it'll rip back the other way. The dollar's going, man. I don't like selling stuff that's already down, but the dollar is probably going to go stronger, which means things like pound dollar, euro dollar, Aussie dollar, they're all going to go weaker. This is pretty terrible looking here, price action wise. Indices. We're also coming back into lows. It looks like it's just going to go lower, but we're coming down into lows, and it's not It's already down. You know, here's the logic. You're selling something that's on a lower low, you know, lower low, do it that way. I normally circle the lows, you know, but we're running right into some levels that are probably going to stall and hold. Also, we're running back into a previous swing low. So there's not much potential here. The time to sell this was, you know, last night, or the high of the day yesterday, really. You know, that you're going to sell something now that, you know, you're going to start selling this now. And then what if it wicks back up a little for a couple hours and does this kind of crap, you know, and you're going to sit through a drawdown for no reason because you sold something that's already down. This is not high. You know, it's the thing. This is way down already. So then that's the problem, is there's so many things that look like they're going to continue just a little bit more, like just for another couple hours maybe. But it's risky. It's risky. And here's the problem. You have to take a larger lot size with less potential in order to make an equal yield in dollars here. You have less potential left on the move. But before there's some kind of reversal or something, that likely you got less potential, which makes it unfavorable. And you have to take a larger lot size. You have to take more risk in an unfavorable environment. That doesn't sound like something you want to do. It's the opposite of what you want to do. You want to take less risk in a more favorable environment. You know, it's just not there. AUSL, yeah. I think that they are going to go lower. I personally just don't like selling something that's already down like this. You know, the way I see this is I look at the high yesterday and I look at where that spike low just happened. We're down 56 pips, 6 hours straight. We've been down, just down, and we're on the bottom now. Back here on a swing low, we've already missed the move, and this is the thing. It's about potential. To me personally, the way I look at it is I've already missed the move straight down, and every time this pushes lower, you run a bigger risk of this happening. So you're going to start selling something that's already down. You know, you might get, what if it pops up into a range, you know, and that's the problem. You might be selling the bottom and you don't realize it. And that's why I just don't like doing that personally. However, I can see that the US dollar is likely to go higher, and because of NFP, it is likely to go higher. But when this gets up here, I would rather wait for this to pop up here and then start positioning for it to go the other way, because that's what's probably going to happen. I would rather wait. However, I'm very aware. I almost jumped in a bunch of stuff a minute ago, or 30 minutes ago. I'm very aware that euro dollar, pound dollar, Aussie dollar, they're all likely going lower. Now, I'm just not a big fan of the amount of potential that's left, and it's against my rules personally to sell a lower low. I'm not selling a lower low. How you get wrecked. Not doing it, because that's where shorts close. And here's the thing. Everybody who was short down in here. Well, okay, here's the real thing. Everybody who was long in here yesterday, where's their stop? You don't need to see order flow to know that everybody's stops are right there, right? So when they realize, oh man, it's not going up, blink, they're all going to get stopped out under here. So you have a whole 1 metric crap ton of sell side liquidity sitting right there. And if you were short from yesterday, you got this right yesterday and you're down and you want to get out of your position, what do you need? You need suckers willing to sell it at a lower price. Don't become liquidity. Don't be the little fish, be the big fish. Be the lion, not the gazelle. We've had this conversation so many times on the other side. There's a whole bunch of people that have their stops right here. And why do you think this is dipping into that right now? It's tapping that liquidity. There's a whole bunch, there's a big pool of liquidity under here because everybody who was long and got the move right put their stops right under that spike low. You don't need to see the books to know that. It's just market psychology, right? So if you wanted to close shorts, what do you need? You need these people that are going to get stopped out. You need that sell side liquidity in order to buy your position back, because every transaction there's a buyer and a seller, right? This is a zero sum game. There's always a buyer and a seller. And if you want to close shorts, there's probably a lot more shorts up here ready to close. This thing's been down, 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 and it broke the low again. Every time it breaks the low, think about this. Look what happened where everybody got stopped out here. It came and consolidated, accumulated inside of that liquidity down here. Everybody who bought this put their stop below that spike low, did the retail mindset thing, put their stop below that low. Now look, starts accumulating in there. Everybody thinks they got the bottom. Everybody puts their stop below that low right there. Now what happened? It's tapped into that. Now, what do you think is going to happen? And that's the problem. That's why I don't sell lower lows, because if you think about the way that markets actually work, not a good idea, because you're just becoming liquidity for the smart traders who are taking profit in the stops, basically. I mean, I don't know, people who don't believe in stop hunts are either the people doing it to you, or they just don't understand it. So, and that's the thing, is it's not even about there's some conspiracy in the market. It's just how markets work. Like, you want to be a smart trader or a dumb trader? Like, do you want to be dumb money or smart money? You got to make a decision. You have to make a decision. Everybody puts their stops down here, right? You don't need to be a genius to figure that out. Everybody who is long in here, where's their stop? Right there. You know what I mean? Why markets move in consolidations. That's why I don't use diagonal trend lines. I've learned that lesson a long time ago, because that's not how markets work. So, and just off topic, we're waiting on the dollar to find a high today. Really, there's nothing to do but chase the dollar up, and I don't really want to do that. But the problem is, you got all these people that are selling the bottom right here, and somebody's going to accumulate all of this stuff, and it's just going to not really go anywhere. And that's the problem. It's just not a good entry, and that's the point. It's the principle of it. It's not a good entry. So I'm aware that it's probably going to go a little bit lower. I don't like the entry, because, and the exact reason is, I don't want to take an unfavorable position with very little potential left, because that means I have to take a much larger lot size in a dangerous environment. Euro CPI in 15 minutes. Let's see. What's up with that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. See what happens with that. 5. Yeah, so we got 11 minutes. Just off topic, just explaining why I'm not a fan of doing that, really. Without going into the whole thing. We don't have to go into super detail about that. That's what we do on the other side. But just to make the point clear. I'm looking for something. Where are we? Is there anything to take here? I'm actually about to start flipping through on MetaTrader. I'm waiting for the dollar to spike a little bit higher. I'm just assuming that it's going to happen at NFP. How this is probably going to go is, it's probably going to be super boring. And then when NFP hits, there's going to be a bunch of positions that happen right after, once all the spike happens, all the moves start, the market moves, there'll be a whole bunch of things that are probably going to be reversals, and it's probably going to be dollar stuff. Dollar CAD, see, I'm waiting for this. We poked through the hash, that looks good. A little bit higher, going to start scaling into stuff. The question is, how high is the dollar going to go, given how priced in that data point is from yesterday? There's a game theory thing happening here today, because there is only a 1 day span between ADP and NFP. In theory, there's a strategy thing that may be playing out here, and we're going to try to not get finessed by this market today. I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to get fleeced today. And we don't want to be in that group. Everybody's going to be buying this dollar and get wrecked buying the dollar. But I just, it's not a good idea to buy into this right now. It's unfortunate where it is, but it's good as well. I just wish it would hurry up and get there. I wish this would hurry up and do what I need it to do and get up there. Already on a higher high now. Like euro dollar is already on a lower low. You may be able to scalp it. You may be able to catch a scalp and something like that. It's hard for me to make myself do that. It's just like I'm so conditioned to not do that it's hard for me to do it. So maybe we'll go through and try to find something else. We'll look at look at strength in a second. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, the flip side is though, it's that stuff's probably going to go down. Like euro dollar, Aussie dollar, pound dollar, they probably are going lower. And that's what I was just saying a minute ago. It's tempting to just take some, just take a couple pieces on it. Because at some point it's probably going to be lower. I just don't like the entry. And when you're doing that stuff low risk, you can do that. It's just like stuff like this. Like that's just not something I'm interested in selling. Is it going to break the low? Probably. But when it does, there's going to be shorts that close. When it gets right there, market's going to rebalance and it's probably going to pop back up. Probably pop back up into some kind of a range or something. And maybe it goes again later when NFP hits. But this is dangerous right here. I hope it does. I just missed the entry. The entry was way earlier. It's just not a good thing. I'm trying to watch this dollar over here. It's frustrating because you kind of miss the move and it's dangerous, and it's probably going to go lower, but it's not. The entry's not there. The train is already moving, which is fine because the train is going to move a lot bigger the other way. Oil may be a thing here today. That's a good candle on oil, actually. If that would close and pull back, I'm going to be in that. It's a higher low. If this closes strong, which it's going to here in about 5.5 minutes, if that'll pull back, I'll probably look to get back into there. We were in it yesterday. That was a good part of the profit from yesterday. It's like it broke the low again overnight, which is interesting. Yeah, if that'll pull back, there may be a trade there. Gold looks terrible. It was been a short since earlier in the week. It's not a long. But if the dollar goes higher today, it's probably gonna, as the dollar pokes higher, which it is, this is probably just gonna continually roll down. But when it gets down there, we'll probably make some decisions. That may be a better chance than trying to sell something like pound dollar or something. It's just the dollar is going to spike up. And this is exactly what I want, actually, because this is going to set up some really good positions later. I may take one if it'll break that high temporarily just to try it, but not from here. Once the dollar pokes up a little bit more, I already know what I'm looking for. It's just not there. We're not there yet. Euro dollar, it would be the most reliable. We'll just shoot for something lower. I'm assuming this is going to blow out on NFP. There's going to be a really good entry here on euro dollar. Just super risky to take it now. Take a step back. Let's flip through and look. See what we got. I can see what's going on, and it's just like it's time to wait, really. Here's what we'll do. Okay. All right. First thing we're going to do is take a sip of our coffee. decent day yesterday for the amount of risk adjusted. We had a stellar day yesterday. Did a 0.5%. I think the largest lot size it took was 2 micro lots. Did 0.5%. That was pretty good. We just stacked it up though, distributed it. Yeah, so let's see what we got here. Flip back to the beginning. Take a look. Swiss. Untold, that's a custom thing. That's a custom tool that I built. You're not going to find that anywhere. It's not going to be on TradingView because it's a completely custom thing. It dynamically splits your daily and weekly candle up and looks at some very important algorithmic levels as far as market moving algorithms are concerned. We'll look at the markets from a programmer's perspective, like, you know, how is liquidity distributed? What are important levels throughout your daily and weekly range? I don't do things like everybody else does. I look at the markets from the perspective of, a trading bot, basically. I think like an algorithm because that's what I do. I've been a programmer for 22 years, develop software, trading software. So I think like that. And I'd watch important levels that are going to be important for where bots are going to make decisions. And that's pretty much the way I look at it. So it's not something you're going to see anywhere really. So it wouldn't make sense. Not really going to explain it publicly because that's the edge. That is the edge. And there are some very important things that happen in the market that people just aren't aware of. There are levels that people aren't aware of because it has nothing to do with candles. Nothing. You can just put on a line chart or turn the candles off and it'll still make the same trades. It has nothing to do with candles. There are some good price action things. I've talked about this in the past. There are price action things that happen, like certain types of candle patterns that can give you good information. But for the most part, the entries that I'm taking most of the time have really nothing to do with candles at all, or level zones or wick zones or any of that. I do look at supply and demand just to get an idea on where the money is, because that's just how markets work. Where's the money? But there are also some things that happen that have nothing to do with that. And that's a large part of the strategy. Honestly, the people on the other side they completely know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's just, it's not something you're going to see. Aussie CAD. Yeah, let's just flip through. And some other stuff, you may have seen other places, but not that. Aussie CAD, and that's all provided to the other side. That's all in Discord. Aussie CAD. We'll let it pull back. Wait on that. It could be boring. A lot of times the market will be like super boring when we have NFP and stuff like that. There goes the dollar rejecting already. That's why I didn't want to sell it. We'll come back and look at that in a second, but just as an aside, the dollar just rejected short of the hash mark, which is G13 classified, what that is. And if that comes back inside of the opening range, we may start positioning for an early reversal. So there may be some trades coming here. Trying to watch the dollar. The dollar is important to watch right now. Pre-NFP. Aussie Swiss, kind of nothing's right in the middle of its range. Basically, that range tool, it's a measurement tool. It's not like Fibonacci or anything like that. It has nothing to do with that. It dynamically calculates a range for your effective trading range statistically for the daily and weekly candle. and sets up a standardized trading plan for you every day. I already know what levels I'm watching at 3 a.m. London. As soon as London opens, I already know exactly what I'm looking for the day. I already know exactly what levels I'm watching, and I wait for those levels to hit and make decisions. Very different type of strategy. It's not something that, it's not what everybody else is doing. That's why I don't fit in with everybody else. Aussie yen. That looks like that's going to be a short price action wise. The yen was also crazy. We're at the top of the range too. Aussie yen may be a short again. I'm tempted to just start playing with stuff. Let me make sure my risk is set. Be late. I don't want to sell that. It is kind of at the top of the range though. After that big stupid run on the yen this week, that's a possibility. We can make some money here. yeah, that's funny. Funny, burned. Yeah, yeah. Too many side quests and trading. Yeah, playing the Pips of Duty Scalp Warfare. Oh man, this is great. By the way, I love it. Great. It's so much easier and faster to get in and out of positions. Just close it. You want to close all your trades, whatever. You want to close all, bang. You want to move all stops to break even, bang. You want to close 10% of my position and just roll over the radial menu and instantly it's done. If I want to close another 75% after that, just instantly it's done. This is the best risk manager on the market already. Not even close to done. Blows magic keys out of the water. Makes it look like a scam for $170. Got an $8 keypad from AliExpress selling for $170. If you look on AliExpress, you see the exact one. It's like $7 or $8. And this is a mobile app and a Windows app, but you can do it on your phone. Aussie dollar. Yeah, so again, the dollar's starting to turn around. I think this is going to end up going lower. I don't like selling this. I'm thinking about just playing with it. I don't have much to lose. I think this is going to end up going lower. I just normally wouldn't sell something like this. Maybe we'll get some ridiculous run for NFP and blow it out. I know the second I start taking this, it's just going to go the other way. I'm going to try to at least wait until the dollar bounces off the top of the range. Man, I see the dollar's pulling back right now, and there's a possibility that it bounces off the top of the opening range for the people on the other side. I'm going to try to be patient for that, and when it does, there's a chance that this runs out of the range. Maybe I'll just play with it. I'll take the stops if it runs. I'm assuming that this is all going to run back up later, and I'm going to guess that maybe they go lower. I sat here and preached for 20 minutes about why you shouldn't do this, but it probably is going to go lower. CAD yen, that's an easy call. I'm just going to take a couple things here. CAD yen, I want to be short anyway. Make sure my risk is, whatever. I'm not risking a lot on these. Minimum lot size on stuff like this. This is not something that I even want to take when it's already down. But CAD yen is just ridiculous high, and it just squared up below the center. The equilibrium for the day, we're on the bearish side algorithmically. I'll take that short. Low risk, very low risk. Euro pound is probably going to go a little bit higher, but it'll be a short later. That's euro yen, same thing. I mean, it's a short. Just going to stack up a little bit of something, see if I can hit a target before NFP. On the yen stuff, how weak the yen was earlier in the week, that I'm cool with. I'm still looking to short all that stuff. Euro yen, pound yen, Aussie yen, all that stuff is probably still going to be a short. Euro Kiwis, too messy. Euro dollar. See, here's the thing. That dollar is pulling back to the top of the range. Oil, yeah, I saw that, man. Let me look at that. We're going to get right there in just a second. I saw that. I was waiting for it to pull back. It's not a bad spot. I think that's going to end up being a good play. I was going to say, because that made a higher low, I could see that. If that'll pull back, I'm going to probably mess with that a little bit. There's probably, because of where it is, we're down at, what would statistically be the low of the week. There's, do you want to buy it or sell it down there? It's looking good. If you want to chase something, that might be the one to chase. I was hoping this was going to pull back a little bit. Got a little bit of a pullback, but not much. It's honestly, it's a decent long. We're on the other side, that equilibrium there, on the way up. I would rather be long than short. I think the question is, what is the dollar doing here? Try to pay attention to that. Euro dollar. Normally I would be looking at this and say immediately, without even thinking about it, there's zero hesitation. It's a long. Zero. I just don't want to buy it on that big green candle that just formed. Because then when it pulls back, if the dollar bounces at the top of the range and goes back up, then going to be in a bad position. I almost want to do the opposite and sell it. It's just not something that is really a good idea because of what's likely to happen later. I have a feeling I'm going to take a bunch of, if I'm going to start chasing this stuff and it's all going to get stopped out. But at the same time, if the dollar pumps on NFP, that will be a short. And why not put some micro lots on it? Just do something. I would rather be short on the chance that the dollar goes higher. I'm risking that the US dollar is going to go higher before NFP. But I actually want to be in it the other way. But it's time to take some trades. Pound CAD. I think that's going to be a good long later. I don't like that flat consolidation like that, but I think that's going to end up being a good long. Gonna have to pay attention to the dollar here. If it closes back inside the range, I have to hedge and go the other way. Not going to put on a ton of risk here. Pound yen was a good short off the top of the range earlier. Wait and see if that pulls back. That may be a trade later. Again, we're at the mercy of NFP. See pound dollar. See that big green candle that came off of that level? Look at this. This is why I was just talking about that. I didn't want to short that. We were just talking about pound dollar and the lack of potential. There's not much potential left on that. It went to the pip off of that. We was waiting on that to happen. This is an algorithmic rebalancing point. It's something that people aren't aware of. And I did not want to be short there. There's a possibility that was the low of the day on pound dollar, and at least for now, and that's why it's just not a good entry short there. That's why I don't want to mess with that, because it was already down, especially when we just talked about the liquidity below the low. That's why you don't I'm not going to get into this. because people get triggered about this. But if you're saying sells below this level and you're setting a buy stop here, you're just a fish in a pool of sharks. You say buys below this level and sells above this level, you're doing the opposite of what you should be doing. You're selling something that's already down, and you're just becoming liquidity for people to close their shorts and run this back up. In theory, and that's the thing. You don't want to do that. And also, we were too close to the level, too close to that point. I'm not going to get into it right now. That's strategy stuff, but it's just, and this is the problem. See that big green candle coming off of it. Normally I would be buying this. I would take a buy here and take the risk that that's going to run back up, because it probably is. But I'm going to guess that the market is going to push the dollar higher before NFP. I'm going to guess that and do something that I wouldn't normally do, just low risk playing around. But I'm really waiting for a certain thing to happen. I'm waiting for some levels to get hit. And then there's going to be a market wide, going to take a whole bunch of stuff. Going to be looking at the stock market, going to be looking at gold, going to be looking at everything against the dollar. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's going to happen. And I'm just kind of messing around until then. But seriously messing around. I'm going to try to make some money here. But also keeping the risk low, because I'm very aware of what's happening here with the dollar. iPhone, yes, it will be coming for iPhone. There's already an Android version in Discord. The only problem with iPhone is the Apple Store is like super strict on what they allow. Not what they allow, but it has to be like a finished product. Like I can't just put like the development version. Like I give all the development versions while as it's being built. I give that out to the group. The problem with you can't really install iOS software without it being on the App Store. It's difficult to sideload apps. With Android, you just install it. You just put it on. It's so easy to install for Android. That install an app that's outside of the market. So basically, I need to get it finished before I put it on the App Store. But when it gets done, it will absolutely be built for iPhone. This would be really good on an iPhone or an iPad. Like I was running it on my Android box on the TV, on a 65-inch TV, from downstairs. I can control my MetaTrader over the network from downstairs, and when you see what's coming, you'll understand. But yeah, it doesn't even have to be on the computer that you're running. Yeah, like you can run it from a phone, like from an Android. I have a little box that plugs into the TV. It's got like 2 gigs of RAM, a little ARM processor, and you just it's got HDMI. You plug it into the TV, and like you can watch movies and stuff on it. But you can run this on that and sit there with a controller and run it from an Android, a $20 Android box. A dedicated like $20 Android box, and it does a lot more stuff. So, and connect your controller to it. They've got Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. It's a good setup. Right now I'm just running it on my PC, but when I first started developing this a couple weeks ago, I'm only 2 weeks into development. I think this is the third week. I'm only like 2 weeks into development here, so believe me, there's more coming. Dollar yen. That looks like that's going to be a short. I'm going to wait for the dollar to get to the high today. Dollar yen is probably going to be a short later. Kind of already is. I'm just nervous about the dollar going higher. I'm trying to be patient. This is interesting on oil. I'm not even going to think about this. I'm just going to take one. I'm going to move my stop right there. We're looking way, way up on this. Make sure my risk is set low. Enter the trade. Next. Long. Not even thinking about that. I'll just wait and see if it goes up. We're above the equilibrium for the day. I'm good with that. This low risk, I'll take one entry there, and if it goes and breaks the low, then whatever, let me flip that. This is probably going to be a short on gold. I'm going to guess short on this again. Just low risk for now until we can figure out what's going on. Don't even need to think about it. I'll set a stop, and if it gets stopped out, whatever. Silver, probably the same, but it's down quite a bit. I think gold's got more to go. I think this is rolling over, and I'm going to take the rejection here on the center level today. People in the group know exactly why. All right, equilibrium for the day from our opening range after the daily close, after the rebalancing, and that's can be a very accurate entry. Just gotta know why. Next, stonks. Watching the dollar. The dynamic between the dollar and the equities market right now is sketchy because of what's going on here. I'm waiting to see if the dollar is going to come down or if equities are going to pump pre-market. Like, let me go out a couple time frames. Go out to the 1 hour. This has been in a range right here. You know, like we'll say, whatever. You know, the majority of the density has been in this range. We're near the bottom of it, technically. You know, we're kind of near the bottom of that range, so we don't want to be heavily short, but I'm watching this dollar if this is going to bounce or not. Waiting to see if this starts to it's a higher high, but I'm going to wait and see if it starts closing back inside the range. This may go a little bit more to the downside. This makes Magic Keys look like a scam. This blows Magic Keys out. It's not even the same thing. Like it's not even in the same category. Yeah, this is. I'm not going to get into the whole story. I've been doing this since like way before Magic Keys was even a thing. Look on my Instagram. All I'm going to say is look on my Instagram from 2019, before Magic Keys was even a thing. I was building exactly that, and I'm not going to get into the story because another time. That's a story for another day. But yeah, no, it's a risk manager. Risk managers have been around, but not like this. I mean, I'm using the PlayStation 5 controller. It doesn't exist, and it calculates your positions for you. You can say I want to risk a quarter of 1% per trade, and instantly changes it, and we'll put it back to 1/100th of a percent or $5 per trade, and then it calculates your position size for you. It's just it's a risk manager in that aspect, but it's got like quick risk. Like you can close all your trades. You can move all stops to break even instantly. You can close 20% of your net position. It'll calculate all of your open exposure for that instrument, for that chart that you're on. Even if you have multiple positions, it'll calculate your open exposure and close like 25% of it. If you want to close whatever, I want to close I want to close 50%. You just do it. It's done. I'm not going to do it right now, but I mean, I guess I don't have anything open. So you would do that, and it would close 50% of your position, your net position. So yeah, like in that sense, yeah. But it also supports like, major console game pads. That was actually tough to get working correctly. So yeah, pretty sweet, sick. It's awesome. And there's so much more coming. So much more than that. It's way more than that. This is just part of it. You can also configure the bot with it. That's going to be worked out hopefully in the next week. Got a very comprehensive trading bot with like 19 different strategies, and it's not like anything else that's out there. And it's all rolled into one thing. I'm not going to sit here and advertise right a second while the market's moving, but yeah, that's what it is. It's a lot of stuff, and there's something else coming that's game changer, man. Game changer. Something that doesn't exist, that needs to exist. Got to turn the trading world upside down. I'll tell you that. of people are going to be mad when they see what I'm making. They're going to be mad that they didn't do it. Come on, oil. Let's go. I'm about to make trading fun again. Put it that way. Dollar might bounce here. Yeah, so it would make sense that the dollar is going to bounce off the top of the range, even though it's high. I'm going to gamble that it's going to go a little bit higher. I'm going to gamble that the dollar is going to go a little bit higher. I'm not going to start entering heavily on it. What I want is for the dollar to spike up for NFP, and then I'm going to be selling the dollar because of where it is. Everybody's going to try to buy into the top and probably get wrecked. The question is, what do we do until then? Hey, welcome. Yeah, kind of coming back for a little bit on YouTube, but for the people who haven't been here, I've been doing this for a long time. I've been streaming trading since like 2006, late 2016, right in, beginning of 2017 on this account. But yeah, I've been doing this for a while. I kind of took some time off to focus on development and just building cool things is what I've been doing. Yep, there goes your bounce on the dollar. Hold on, let me flip over here for the other side real quick. The dollar is bouncing off the top of the range and we're going to run up. Good game. Made sense. Euro yen looks like money. We're getting a confirmation right now. The dollar is going to go higher and it's already high. So that's good. I love that when something just runs way out to an extreme. I'm going to catch the mean reversion on the other side. But yeah, it's exactly like that. It calculates your risk for you. You can do it does already in 2 weeks of development. It already does more than Magic Keys does. But that's, it's not a competition with that really. It's not really the same thing. It's also the most powerful trading bot that there is basically available. I don't know of any that are better. I think it's 19 different strategies that it trades and some pretty interesting like hedging algorithms and stuff that doesn't exist really in that form. It's like capital management level trading bot. It's meant to trade a distributed risk model with multiple strategies, multiple accounts. And there's some interesting stuff coming on that too that I haven't gotten to yet. But yeah, no, I'm a programmer. I'm a career programmer and cybersecurity analyst. So I'm in the tech side of trading. Gonna make some really cool stuff here. It's happening right now, actually. Aussie CAD. I think the big question is, how far is the dollar going to go today? Man, it's so crazy. I hate selling stuff down like that. I have a good feeling that the dollar is going to be stronger. And as the dollar gets stronger, that's like euro dollar, Aussie dollar, especially euro dollar, pound dollar, they'll go down a little bit. Instagram, I think it's Black Box Trader with some underscores. I don't remember exactly. I think it's at Black Box Trader, but with underscores. Yeah, I don't really post a lot of stuff on. I've just been so busy lately. I haven't really posted much stuff, but I do put. I've been posting stuff lately though, about some of this kind of stuff. Go through too much of this, but it's not black box stocks. That's actually what I need to change that. because there's another thing that's like my name. I picked that, but it has nothing to do with it. It's because a black box algorithm is a thing. Here it is. It'll show up on here. Here's my ugly mug. But yeah, bunch of bot stuff. Yeah, you get back to, God, I think it's 2019. Here's one right there. Back from 2019, building a USB keypad to automatically take trades. Back way before Magic Keys, I was talking about building look at it. It's all dated. Building a USB keypad to take instantly open and close trades, close half of your trade out, move stops to break even. I even posted the code back from 2019. And then someone asked me if I would do it for them, and I said no because I was doing it for me. And then they went and hired somebody and raced me to market. I'm not going to get into that whole story. Literally stole my idea, and I can prove it. And I got the emails. So I'm just going to do my own thing. True story. So anyway, about this market, CAD Swiss, that is probably going to be a short. Dollars going, whatever happened to oil. Almost everything is in profit, except everything's in profit. Every trade is in profit. Oil is going back and forth. I figured that. It's just low risk. I'm not really taking any big risks here because of where it is. I'll get a couple bucks out of it and close out. We'll keep flipping through. We're going to get some money today, though. Today is going to be a thing. I have a feeling. I want the dollar to go higher. And we'll get some good trades in. Euro yen, like if we go out to, yeah, Euro yen is probably coming down to, yeah, I'm not huge on social media. I don't really, I've never really been focused on marketing and stuff like that. Euro dollar is going to break the low, which makes sense. So it's a weird feeling for me to sell something that low. I'm like, no, I have like a hard time doing it. I hate doing that, but I am watching the dollar and I have a good idea on where that's going to go. And I know that there's probably a little more room. It's just not a good idea to do it high risk. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. They're in a different country anyway. There's nothing I can do about it. The market is cutthroat. This is a cutthroat industry. I'll put it that way. Cutthroat industry. The only thing you can do is just be better. Always been better. Always. I'm not a marketer. I'm a doer, not a marketer. Dollar yen. Oil. Man, I hate buying stuff that's already up like that, but oil is very likely going to end up higher. I think oil is going to be a good trade as the year goes on. NASDAQ. This stuff looks like it's tempting to try to take that short outside of the range like that, rejecting. NASDAQ, hold on a second, let me go over here real quick. It's not going to matter anyway. Everybody sees what I'm building. Oh man. It's gonna be crazy. Everybody wants it. Dollar yen. Very tempting on dollar yen. I would a little bit more, and that's going to be a short. There's going to be a really good short there once that pops this high right here. the previous high. Once it gets above that, what I could do is just set a pending order. Man, I'll set a pending order for the hash. Let me do this. I'll try to set it a little early. Put a target somewhere lower. I'm not worried about the target because I'll probably close the basket anyway. Let me just do that. I'll execute that. I'm going to set another pending order just higher at the projected high of the day. Same thing. And see if those will get hit as the day goes on. There's a possibility that I may hit target before that anyway, but just in case it happens and I miss it, I'll just set some pending orders there. That's what this is great for, just flipping through, like just set pending orders. I'm just, right now, it's not like some super strategy thing. I'm just looking at supply and demand levels just to make it easy, just so I can see it. And, so yeah, it's useful. It's actually like super easy, especially if you're a scalper. Oh my gosh. Like you can instantly get in and out of trades before you can even look down at a keypad and see what button you want to push. Before you can even type in your lot size, you could just do, roll over and do it. It's done. Say, look, I want to risk, 0.1% on this trade. You just do it that fast. I've changed the amount of risk per trade just like that before I could even explain it to you. Say I want to risk $5 a trade. I just do this. Done. It's already done. It's like muscle memory. Everybody knows how to play video games. It's muscle memory. Before you can even look down and open the settings on the EA and change your configuration to say, okay, I want to risk, X amount of percent or X amount of dollars, you just do it and it's done. Or you can put in a custom percent. You want to risk 39% of your trade, of your account, you just type it in the box, 39%, done, just like that. Instantly, as you type it, it's already there. If you look in the bottom left, obviously we're not going to do that, but if you wanted to, you can. I should put that back to low so I don't accidentally risk 39% of my account. But yeah, it's quick risk. Also quick partial closes. You have a preset partial closes that you can preset yourself. Say I want to close 50% of my position. You get a scalp going. I want to close 50% and then move stops to break even. You could be done that fast before I could even explain it to you. You could close 50% and move your stops to break even. Like that. Done. I'm just not going to do it on here yet. I'm not going to okay that, but yeah, you absolutely can do that. It's a very useful trading tool. Changes the game. And obviously you can close all positions and stuff like that. And it's going to integrate with the bot too. There's so many other things this is going to do. This is just the risk management part. Whatever. I'm going to get into it too much. But yeah, it's a very good thing. Makes it easy and fun. But this isn't even the cool part that's coming. It's just a very good risk manager. And it makes it really cool. If you already have a controller, or they're cheap too, you can get them for like $10. You can get a PlayStation controller or something like that. I saw them like Walmart and Amazon.com. There are PlayStation controllers for like $13. And you have a better risk manager. Pound dollar. Looks like that might break the low. And plus it's just fun. I mean, who doesn't want fire and explosions and lasers when they take trades? I do. Yeah, euro dollar. I don't really want to be short dollar here. I'm paying very close attention to it. I mean, I don't want to be long dollar, but I know that it's probably going to go up. I'm paying very close attention. Just flipping through, looking to see if there's anything that can be done right now. Euro yen is probably going to come down. I may end up taking multiple positions. Normally what I would be doing is waiting right now. It's just boring to do that. So I'm just going to play around with a little bit of low risk. Euro CAD was a good trade earlier. Just kind of missed it. If it'll pull back and make a higher low, that may be a thing. We were short up here last week. We were short way up at the top. And that would still be going. Just closed out as a basket. CAD yen's getting some good closes. Closing below the... I wonder if this is going to reject right here. I'm watching this NASDAQ. If it's going to reject the bottom of the range and then roll back and break the low. It's just already down is the problem. You're betting that it's going to go another round to the downside. Tempting to try it. I'm watching this one. 1 second, guys. Oil's pulling back a little bit, which is fine. Attention to this dollar. This is kind of where everything's going to cue off the dollar right now. It also may be boring because of people wait and they don't make decisions until NFP comes out. So it can be really boring, honestly. Add Swiss as a short. Whatever. Again, something I wouldn't normally do is sell that while that's down, but it's probably going to go lower. Aussie Kiwi is a no. Looking at 1 hour, let's look at the 4 hours. See what's up with that. I'm trading manually right now. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with the chat. I mean, the automated system works now. It's been a while working on that. I do use the bot. Yeah, I've been working on this the last couple of weeks, but yeah, no, it's definitely there. I passed the majority of my challenge with my funded trading challenge with the bot. It did like 8% of the 10%, and I did the last 2% manually. But yeah, if you keep your risk low and allow yourself time, yes, it's fine. It's meant to be passive income. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's a low risk strategy. You know, I'm talking about like keeping your drawdown under like 5%. If you want to take a little more risk, you can get some really good numbers out of it. There's somebody, I'm not going to dox anybody, but somebody in the group that was running it higher risk, and they did 61% in a month with like a 20% drawdown. I think it was like a 23% drawdown, which is a lot for me, but they did like a 61% gain in a month. So I think Fabi's had some good numbers out of it too. I'm talking about somebody else, but I think he had some really good, letting it breathe a little bit and actually take risk. I run it low risk. We're talking about like I think I've got the MyFX book somewhere. It did 12% with, let me find that. I can't remember what it was exactly. One of the tests. Hold on 1 second. No, not that. Hold on 1 second. Let me find this. Not it. It's one, but not the one I want. Hold on a second. I'm curious myself. I forget what the number was for the Hugo's Way test. I was testing basically the default strategy. 12% gain. I think it was 41 days. It was a 12% gain with a 3.79% max drawdown. That's all-star numbers for an algorithmic system to have a 3% drawdown and do 12% in just over a month. It's all verified right there. That was a test, a bot test earlier, in the year. From June to August. But I think it was like 40. So I think it was 41 days total. But yeah, I did 12.25% with a 3.79% max drawdown. I challenge you to find something that can do that. I challenge you. Find a bot that can do that. They can do a 12% gain with a 3% drawdown, less than 4% drawdown. I challenge you to find it. That's even possible to do that. And again, the market conditions matter, but I challenge you to find one that can do that. The whole point is low risk. It's not a high risk. It's not going to, it's not a high risk thing. The whole point of it is to be low risk. That's kind of the thing. Look at the options. I need to rebuild this file so I can have a back button. I put the option in and just haven't done it yet. Wheels. The dollar is screwing around on the top. Sorry guys, hold on a second. But yeah, you can set up your controller and all this stuff. Chart commands, you can assign button like a keybind, assign your buttons on your controller, just like it's like a video game. It's actually built in a video game engine. But anyway. Be able to configure the bot. That's coming. Go to trade manager. Oh yeah, I gotta put the new version on there. I was testing something, looking at statistical data, and it gets an array. It goes too far back. Start this back up again, and we'll get back to trading. Restart. I have to restart my stupid trader. Maybe not. I was testing something yesterday. Yeah. When we were going back looking at statistical data, like tell me how many times this year the 10 a.m. candle was the low of the day. It's that function. That function's got an error in it. It's not supposed to be in there. It's just testing. Hold on, let me open my MetaTrader again. We'll get back to trading. People in the group know what I'm talking about. Anywho, get back to this.
15 minutes.
Yeah, it's kind of waiting. The dollar's holding outside the range. Dollar is holding. Back to this. Yeah, it doesn't like that function searching back through data on the daily candle. Going back too far is what it is. It's trying to look back at too many days worth of data. Yeah, and you can do numbers like that, Daniel. If you you can do crazy numbers like that if you want to let it breathe a little bit. It is more than capable of doing that. It automatically scales the lot size as your account grows, and you can do some really, really good numbers if you're willing to let it go. Gotten like stupid numbers out of it, like ridiculous. You know, like taking a $500 account to like 200,000 in a year. But if you, that's not realistic, you know, it's taking way too much risk to do that. You know, you can get those kind of numbers out of it if you want to. It is absolutely possible to do that. There's someone who's running a high risk strategy on a live account and has done some good numbers. You know, like I think it was a 61% gain in a month, but it took like a 20 something percent drawdown, which is too much for me personally. I try to stay within risk parameters for a prop firm. So I'm not interested in it if it's going to be more than like a 2-3% drawdown. Like that's a lot already. Hold on a second. Back over here. I trade low risk. I want to let it go and, you know, passive income. I'm not worried about, you know, making Lambos today, but you can run it high risk. Absolutely. It has, you know, all of that capability. It's, you know, I'm going to get into it. I think there's some videos about it on my YouTube, but it's changed a lot since then. There's a lot has been added to it. Maybe we'll go through some of that in a little bit. I mean, well, yeah, I'm not going to mess with that right now. We'll go through it in a little bit. But yeah, no, it's definitely a thing. Should have already started running it again this week. I've just been so worried about messing with this lately. Testing this that I've kind of forgot about it this week. But I should be running it today. That's what I should be doing. I might do that. That's what we're going to do in a minute. I'm going to set up the bot and we'll run that. Why not? There's no reason not to. I'm just looking for manual trades too. I'm going to wait until the dollar gets on a crazy high and then I'm going to turn it on and let it trade the mean reversion for NFP. I think there's a video, there might be a video on YouTube trading CPI with it. And it was killing it. But right now we're going to try to make some money. Trying to see what to do here. It's slow. The market's dead. You know, just you can look across and see that everything's just stuck in these little tight ranges. I'm just taking a little risk on the dollar, trying to figure out what to do with it. But everything it's just slow. I figured it was going to be that way. It's NFP. Everybody waits. Euro CAD move. That's the biggest move in the market really is probably that. Euro pound is possibly a short. That's looking like that might be a short here soon. Very tempting. Matter of fact, I might just, it's one of those things where, I mean, you don't have a lot to lose. Just, why not? Whatever. Look at it later. It's at a level that I'm definitely willing to sell. We're getting rejections at the hash on Euro Pound, guys. For the people on the other side. Watching that dollar really right now is that's the only thing to do right now, is to watch the dollar and maybe equities pre-market to see, is there going to be a position that we could take now, really is the question. Is there something to do right this second before everything happens? The real money is made after everything happens. After the data comes out, everything runs up to these stupid levels and down to stupid levels, and then you take the reversal. That is the way to do it. Oil is coming back down, whatever. I'll wait for that later. Gold. Yeah. Shenanigans. Gold's going to be a short probably though. I'd rather catch it from the top of the range. I'll wait on that. It's just not right this second. There's a whole bunch of stuff that is probably going to happen that's just not a good entry right now. That's pretty much where we are in the market. You know, like it's tempting to sell, you know, like the S&P, NASDAQ. and just guess that it's going to die later. At least a little bit. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, maybe that'll die. It's tempting. Sitting here watching this, looking at this reject. It's tempting to try that. Whatever. Risk $3 to make 30. I'm not super concerned about that. Just going to take a rejection short on it's rejecting the bottom of the range on the NASDAQ. Normally I would take a basket of the 3 major indices. Just going to take NAS right now, see what happens. Because it's not really the best entry. There's a whole bunch of that right now. Stuff that's just not a good entry, but probably going to be a thing later. I have a feeling that later on today is going to be like a shooting gallery of opportunity. There's going to be so much going on. It's just not right this second. See pound dollar holding that. Pound dollar is holding that level like a champ. It's so tempting to... Whatever. I'll take the stop. I'm going to take a... I'll wait. I really want to try that. Normally I would look at this dollar index and be like, it's a short. However, I know that NFP is coming. I would be looking at the pound dollar like this, and it's an immediate yes on a long, but the entry's not exactly there, and I have a feeling that something weird's going to happen with the dollar. I'm trying to be patient. This is one of those times where I want to take some trades, but I'm gonna try to be patient. Scalp here on this pound Swiss. Scalp to break the low. If it breaks that low, cool. If not, I don't care. I'll wait. The smart thing to do is to wait right now, to be honest, guys. Just looking at where everything is, stuff is just... Price action is not good right now. Zero-Wassi might be okay for a short. It's rejecting a lot and trying to stay inside of the range. If that closes like that in 5 minutes, that's probably going to be a short. Yesterday was a much easier day, like positioning wise. It took a little while, but positioning, it was easy to make the decisions. The dollar was just crazy, so I had to scale into the dollar. But today we might have to wait. Got a higher high on dollar Swiss there. That's going to be a short. Once the dollar hits the high, there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff to do. Dollar CAD, I'm waiting for this to go higher. There's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that happens. Set a pending order up here, way up on the extreme. If it pops up there, that kind of thing. There's going to be a bunch of stuff later, is what it looks like. Just stupid right now. I'm not willing to take a bunch of risk right now. Pound yen scalp short off the range. Go back to the range low. Take the center short. See if that rejects. If it pops back above that center level, then it's invalidated anyway. See about pound yen. Any of the yen things, all the yen stuff is high because the yen was so weak. When will the bot be available for C Trader? That's a good question, Script. That may be coming, actually. That's something I've already thought about. I thought about that a while back. That may be something, though, here in the near future. I'm probably going to and here's why. I'm probably going to rewrite the whole thing. I'm going to port it to C Sharp from MQL, from MetaTrader programming language, which is basically C++. It's the programming language for MetaTrader is basically C++ with some custom function calls. And I'm going to probably swap it over, port it over to C Sharp, and then it will, because of that, it'll be cross-platform. It'll be for anything, and it won't have to run in MetaTrader, and you'll be able to run it in, easily port it over to CTrader. CTrader is CTrader because it's C Sharp, the programming language. They actually named it after the programming language. So, you know, that's going to be a thing. Eventually, that's probably coming. I've been thinking about that for a while, actually, a couple years, about switching over. All this stuff with MetaTrader too, with it getting taken off the App Store and all that, like, because of apparently the CEO was helping Russian oligarchs move money and stuff like that of MetaQuotes that makes MetaTrader. It's kind of a drama. They took it off the App Store for a little while. I think it's back, but you know, that kind of stuff is scary. I know a lot of big brokers got rid of MetaTrader for a little bit. I don't know if it's back, like Forex.com. They got rid of it. Anyway, that's a thing. Just for cross-platform compatibility, I'm going to probably redo the whole thing. It doesn't need to be completely redone, but you know, it'd be like, you know, it'll take a couple weeks probably to make sure that it all works and just kind of port it over. You know, a lot of the development is figuring out what you want to do, and most of it's done. There we go. Come on. NASDAQ's going to go down. Come on, dollar. Let's pump that up. Let's pump those numbers up. A little bit more on the dollar. I think we got the overall direction right. For oil's in a consolidation. Again, being very cautious right now. But when things develop, when it comes time to position on things, I'm going to do it. This is going to be one of those things where you want to pay attention today. You want to pay attention because all of a sudden, a whole bunch of stuff is going to develop into an entry. And there'll be a whole bunch of stuff to do. And there'll be a very small window maybe of time where you can actually get a good position before that, before NFP. And then after, once that hits, that's what's up. Come on, GJ, come back down. TradingView, no, the bot won't work on TradingView because it's so much more TradingView doesn't have the capability to do what it does. It's not, TradingView isn't as powerful as, it's not even close to as powerful as MetaTrader is as far as algorithmic development. MetaTrader is actually not bad for developing trading bots. It's a very powerful platform. TradingView, you can develop strategies though. But yeah, there's so many platforms now that support MetaTrader, like even Bybit, one of the big crypto exchanges. Bybit has a MetaTrader platform. You can run the bot on crypto. Most brokers offer crypto CFDs now, but I think with Bybit, you can actually trade spot crypto with MetaTrader, which is an interesting thing. Come on. Keep it, GJ, come down. This looks like it's going to run down and end up down here at the bottom of this range. See that dollar though? See the dollar going? Not a good long, but it's probably going to go higher. Yeah, Bybit. I love Bybit, actually. I've always liked Bybit since they came out for crypto stuff. Spread's great. 50-cent spreads. It used to be. It probably still is. But they actually have a MetaTrader offering. So I'm sure they offer all of their products that they have, especially the derivatives like perp swaps and like perpetual swap futures for crypto. I'm sure that would be a perfect thing because it's just a CFD, contract for difference. I'm sure they offer it on there. I looked at it before because there's some other people that were interested in that and trading crypto with the bot. I looked at it. I just haven't really tested it yet, but that's something that could be implemented. Come on, dollar CAD, we're getting there. A little bit higher. I'm looking to start selling at or above this white line right here. Once we get up into there, we exceed what would statistically be the high of the day. Going to start selling into to the dollar, scaling into it. Fully aware though that it could go higher for NFP. I think the dollar is going to get wrecked, to be honest, today. I think it's going to spike up and then get smashed because it's already up. About potential, which direction has the most potential? And right now, the most potential is to the downside short term. Even though we're going to get some probably bullish news for the dollar. I think the question today is going to be, are the numbers going to come out wildly different between ADP and the Bureau of Labor and Statistics? It's going to be the same data point, but from two different sources. Now, what is the difference going to be? Is the big question. I know which way I'm going to play it. I'm just waiting for it to get to a level. I sit and wait for levels and make decisions. Pound dollars just stopped dead on that level. Stopped dead. That's why I didn't want to sell that right there. Really want to be short at all on like euro dollar and pound dollar and Aussie dollar. Taking a little couple piddly positions, just waiting for something interesting to happen. Pound Swiss, see that looks like that's going to be a long. All of a sudden, short term. It's not into that. Not enough distance. Euro Aussie, that's confirming right now. Time's left, 10 minutes. See, normally I would just take this short and look for this to run lower. Quite a bit lower. Actually, we'll shoot for the hash on that. And if it goes and breaks the high, then whatever. Whatever. Take the stop. So I don't even have to babysit it. It's not an efficient entry. Just wait. Euro yen, same thing. All these yen pairs. It looks like the euro is going to roll over. They all look like they're going bearish. Euro dollar, I don't really want to be in that. I'm going to move my stop to break even on that. Just like that. Done. Before I can even tell you about it. It'll get taken out. I don't want to be short from the bottom. We'll go through and do some more analysis in a minute. Just flipping through, looking to see what to do. There's nothing really to do until NFP happens. This kind of thing, if it closes inside the range, I'll wait for it to pull back a little bit and then take an entry. Just going to be a boring day, guys. Sorry. Call your state representative and complain. Tell them to pump it. File a complaint. Demand more volatility. All these dollar pairs are just, as we get closer and closer and closer to NFP, the feeling everybody's buying the top on the dollar today. It feels that way. Buckhorn's dying. Jesus. Not good. I took a trade on Bitcoin yesterday. Nothing now. I'm not going to sell it now. It was a short off the top of the range, though. Not right now. Kind of messing around, to be honest. Doing the opposite of what I would normally do. Just waiting for the dollar. I'm going to wait for the dollar to put in a high, and then I'm going to take a whole bunch of positions and watch magic happen later on in the day, but it'll be later on. It'll be after NFP. I'm not going to take a whole bunch of risks screwing around until then, unless there's a good scalp or something that makes sense. I just don't expect a lot of movement, to be honest. It would make sense that things are going to be slow. The dollar's pushing again. Go. Sell the hash mark. Sure, my risk is low. Whatever. Basically just selling that level for a pullback. See if it pulls back, but there's nothing really to do. But to just take little pieces on stuff and just see what happens. Some will be right and some will be wrong. There goes your $1. Dollar's trying to push. When it gets to its projected high of the day, we'll start scaling in for reversals on like euro dollar, pound dollar, the other way, but not until then. Not until it goes lower. Lower. Lower, but it's not a good entry short. And that's the quandary here. Probably, stuff like pound dollar, it's probably going to go a little bit lower, but it's not a good entry to take it right now. You're selling something that's already down on a lower low. It's been down for days. You're going to sell it on the lowest low in days at a very important level. Algorithmically is not a good idea. Going into NFP, it's just not good risk management, even though it's probably going to go lower. I'm not here to gamble on it, really. I'll gamble after the data hits. Dollar CAD's going to be a short too, probably later today, whenever it gets to where it's going. It's getting up there now. God, my voice is wrecked. Oil's screwing around. Yeah. Crap. It's all crap. But we're going to keep flipping through and waiting. There we go, Euro Aussie. Come on, baby. We can get this into green. And how many times we can make $5? Why don't we do that instead? Play around and test the closes, break evens and stuff. Doing some testing this week is kind of what I'm doing. But still trying to make something. That looks better on Euro Aussie. See, like if I wanted to move my stops to break even, I could do this. Just like that, it's done. Don't even have to think about it. Don't even have to look down at a keypad to figure out what button I need to push. I just do it. Infinitely better. Times infinity. Don't even have to look at it. Same thing here. Euro pound, when we stops to break even, done. It's already done. Don't even need to look at it. Risk free. Ooh, Euro CAD, big spike there. What's that about? Run that back to the top of the range, maybe. Want to see how that candle closes. If that closes like that, that may be a thing. Come back to that. Euro Swiss stops to BE. Whatever. Next. Same there on Euro Yen, whatever. Not going to risk any of it. There goes Euro Aussie. I think oil is the menace right now. Oil is the thing that's holding me down. Yeah. Fine. They're not blowing anything up here. Just really ultra low risk until the market starts to move. Once things start to move, take a little more risk and probably also hit some targets too. Things will start to go. Look what happened yesterday. It's positioning, going out positioning on everything, and then all of a sudden, once everything went, it was up $125. Like it was nothing, just with micro lots. Because we were running big pips, just hundreds of pips. Hundreds of pips yesterday. Big pips on small lot sizes. Come on, NASDAQ, come on down. Bitcoin ate dirt. Not a short anymore, though. It's easier than Elden Ring. That's funny. Probably is. It's hilarious. Yeah, this is a game I like to play right here. Love this game. Pips of Duty. Kiwi, that may be a short term, like scalp long. Pound Swiss, I think, looked the same. Tempting. I don't know. It's tempting. I just don't want to jump into a bunch of stuff right now. Because we're going to get volatility and things will spike both ways. And you could still be right in the move and get taken out. You could still be right in the direction and get taken out because of the volatility. It's just a messy time to be making decisions. Everything's going to get stopped at break even there, which is fine. Here's what I'll do. I'll close this. Whatever. Take the profit. Close this. Take the profit. Whatever, this too. Just like that. Done. This one. Done. Because it's in the green. Just for the lulls. Take this short for the lulls. What else? Oil's a mess. No, wait, what? No, CAD yen. That one's fine, actually. No, that's a short. Stops to BE on that. I'll let that go. CAD Swiss, same. Stops to break even, whatever. Probably made a couple dollars. Yeah, $1.16. Woo! Made me that dollar. Man. Playing around testing, but realistically, there will be some real trades coming here. I mean, these are real trades, but they're just small. Profit is profit. That dollar compounded will be $50 later. Aussie CAD, that actually looks interesting. It's breaking out of the range. Not a big breakout trader kind of guy, but I like what I see there. I'm going to take that and let it go. I take that long. Normally would wait for that to pull back just a little bit more to the top of the range right there. And actually I'll put a pending order there too. If it pulls back to there, put a pending order. So I'll get in twice. I'm willing to try that. Aussie CAD. That'll go. Not going to get wrecked, but not a big trade. Price action on it. Aussie dollar. Yeah, it's garbage. I don't want to be in that short, really. That's running. CAD Swiss looks good. Got a runner there. The biggest problem. Oil still. Oil and gold. Euro dollar's going. Take a look at euro dollar. What's going on there? Okay, yeah. Starting to go a little bit. Dollar is strong. Makes sense. Let it go. Let it fall. Yes, we're basically waiting for NFP, guys. I know it's boring, but that I can't control. I think we say all the time in the group, you can control the quality of your decisions. You can control your risk management, but you cannot control the volatility of the market. You cannot make it move. Say it all the time, at least once a week. We can control the quality of our decisions, and we can control our risk management. But we cannot control the volatility in the market. We can't control the market itself. We can only make good decisions and manage our risk. We can't make it move. We can't make it move in a direction. Dollar yen thing. Whatever. Look at it later. Take the stop if it doesn't go. Oil is a pain in the butt. When it gets back a little bit lower, I'll probably try that again. And gold's going up at the same time the dollar is holding up, which is weird. Nasdaq's a maybe. Bitcoin's a no. You guys would just keep flipping through. Figured it was going to be this way. Just waiting, basically, doing something, playing around until something happens. Dollar CAD is going to be a short soon. Soon. £80 dollar holding. Just holding that level. I don't trust it though. Not a long yet. BJ is probably fine for a short. Wait on that. All the yen stuff from earlier in the week, CAD yen, Aussie yen, pound yen, they're all still high. Euro dollar's looking better here. Come back down. It's just not, it's not really a good entry, to be honest. There's a whole bunch of that. Whole bunch of stuff that's just not a good entry. Range Euro QE. That's still coming down. Euro Aussie. Might have should have held that, but whatever. Yeah, all those trades are still good. Euro pound, man, that might have been the high of the day. Whatever. Probably could have got more profit out of that. Even that little position. That one too. Look at the big red candle after I closed it. Euro Swiss. Had it all right. All of that. All that whole Euro short basket. Euro Aussie, Euro yen, Euro pound, and Euro Swiss all went. Funny. CAD still in. Stops to break even on that. I'll let it go. I'll let that one go just in case. Add in whatever. That's going CAD Swiss. It's funny, every one of those trades was right. Except that one, Aussie dollar. All the euro and the CAD stuff. The dollar is just holding, really. I want to see it spike up. I don't want to be short there on Aussie dollar. I'm assuming that was a short because it was a dollar trade. What I should do is hedge that. Oh, wait. Normally I would just lock that in place and fix it later, which is what I might do. I'll do that. I'll lock it in place. I'm going to basically take in a buy and a sell on it. I'll just lock it in place and wait. Hedge it. Wait for it to move to a level and fix it later. Because the dollar is not pumping. It's not going down, but it's not going up either. Aussie CAD, that was a long, yeah. The other one didn't get tagged in. If that goes, that could be good. The other entry didn't get hit, but here's what I may do. I'm going to delete that pending order there. Yeah, it never got hit. But the one's in. I'll just let that go. I was going to say if that pulled back, I would take another one on it, but don't want to do anything crazy. CAD Swiss running hard. Big red candle. Really high in structure. We're on a higher high. Way up here on a higher high. Leaving the range basically. Catching it leaving the opening range is probably coming all the way down here. At least right there first. That's going to be a good trade. I'll let that ride. Yens on the way down. Should have left that euro stuff though. Look at that. That would have been a good one. We're short in the wicks. Short in the wick right here. Should have just left it. Funny. Dollar. Still nothing's happening on the dollar. Pound yen still okay. Hasn't come down yet. So yeah, boring so far, guys. Nothing we can do about that. Messing with it though. Dollar Swiss, that's another one. If that'll pull back, probably get back in that short. Dollar yen starting to look good. Oil is the one that's not going. It's the only reason I'm negative is because of oil. Really. But we'll figure that out later. I'll wait for it to get to a better level and fix it. Yeah, gold's gonna run up and do something stupid. NASDAQ still has a chance of breaking the low and going down. I'll leave that on. Yeah, so just give it a minute and watch. Stuff on that could go. Try to get some low risk pips out of it. I'm not taking big trades right now, knowing what's coming. I know what's about to happen here, and it's going to be shenanigans. Straight up Rod Farva shenanigans. That's exactly what's about to happen here. But I'm not trying to get wrecked messing with it. Had a good day yesterday. I'm not trying to go backwards. give it a second. Take a look at some charts maybe. Come back, flip through. Exactly what we were looking for on the dollar. Dollar looks really weird right now. People don't know which way to take it. Basically waiting for the death. Yeah, what's up, Tim? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out here is what's going on with the dollar. I'm hoping that's what happens is that we get a big spike up and then slam back down. That's what I'm looking for. I'd like a spike up in the dollar and get some really good entries on like euro dollar, pound dollar, everything against the dollar. And then when the dollar slams back down, stocks too, probably going to get a good long later. Like if the stock market drops, probably going to be looking to buy into it on NFP. If this thing dies out, going to be looking to buy the lower low down here. If it goes lower than this low, going to be looking to buy it today. I'm going to call it now. There's probably going to be a big manipulation that happens here today. A whole big mess, which is really just trading. Some people call it manipulation. Some people call it trading. Smart traders versus not smart traders. Depends on how you look at it. But there's, if you're trading large positions, you have to do certain things in order to get filled. The way it works. It's the way of the world. Yeah, it's like blaming a lion for eating a gazelle. Are you going to blame the lion for eating a gazelle? Or do you understand that that's just the natural order of things? If you can choose, at least we have a choice whether or not to be a lion or a gazelle. If you can choose which one do you want to be, which one do you want to be? You want to be a little fish or a shark? You want to be the lion or the gazelle? You have a choice in trading. You got to make that choice. Do you want to do what everybody else is doing? Or do you want to do what the smart money is doing? No, you got to make that choice. Euro yen. Am I in euro yen? I need to be. Am I in that? Euro yen should have held. That's going to be a good entry right there. Top of the week. Not a good entry, but a good position. It's a great position because of where it is. And I almost want to just take it. What's up with Euro yen real quick? Cat Swiss is flying. That's a good trade. Quick. Yeah, I shouldn't have closed that. I want to be in that short. Whatever, if it breaks the high, I'll get back in it. Euro yen is at a very good position for like not really a swing, but a day trade, but it's probably going to be going down for a couple days. I want to make sure that I have a position short on it, so I don't miss it. Don't want to miss it. Euro Kiwi at the top of the range in supply. That's probably a reasonable short too. About to position on a bunch of stuff and just wait. I know that it's not efficient entries, but either gonna miss it or not. Kiwi. Bad. Got him later. know where they are. They're probably going to end up lower. Pound dollar, I'm waiting for a break of the low. We're just sitting on that level right now, and I'm not going to buy it here because of what the dollar's likely to do. But if this will drop down a little bit lower, somewhere near where the projected low would be, I would be looking to buy this pound dollar today. I'm trying to sell the high of the day on the dollar. I'm going to take a basket against the dollar, but not until it gets to where it's going. I think we got it right so far. Just slow going, man. We're going to have a stronger dollar. We're going to have a weak equities market, pre-market. The dollar CAD, like, let this get to where it's trying to get to. Start positioning on all that. There's going to be some good positions coming, like really soon, actually. Over this next hour is probably when it's all going to happen. There'll be some good positions that we'll start positioning. We'll start the pre-NFP positioning really quickly here soon. And then wait for whatever's going to happen. Sit through whatever shenanigans it's going to be, low risk. And then after that's over, probably going to be hitting target. EuroCAD. EuroCAD. I like where EuroCAD is. The reason why I just want to have a little piece on it. And if it goes higher, I'm going to take another one. But I'm willing to try it here for a reason. A little small piece. I'm risking $3. Nothing, but it could be beneficial later if this pulls back a little bit. There's a possibility that this rejects here and pulls back. And I'm just going to take that risk. I don't expect everything to be right. It doesn't have to be. That's the great thing about distributed risk. You don't have to be right on every trade. Doesn't matter. Trading the whole market move, and eventually once everything moves, as long as you're right more than you're wrong, as long as your decision making was a little bit better than the bad decisions. Good decisions, you make more good decisions than bad decisions, then you're going to end up in the green. You manage the ones that are wrong, and you let the ones that are right go. Just low stress. Come on, euro dollar, let's go down. That dollar pump. Give me 1 second here. Your euro yen, yeah, I want to make sure to be short on that. That is a no-brainer. Euro yen, guys. Where euro yen is right now. Anything, just any break of the high, anything higher than this, you're just selling into. We're looking to sell the high of the day every day until that comes back down. It's time on that. I want to make sure I have one in, and if it breaks the high, every level I'm going to be hitting this short. Right there, I'd be watching for the next time. The next position I would be willing to take. Or you could just be patient and wait for that. Nothing wrong with that. Anyway, come on, dollar. I want to see this dollar make it all the way up here. Somewhere up into here, and I'm going to start getting in on that action. The dollar spikes up, we'll close euro dollar shorts, pound dollar shorts, Aussie dollar shorts, and start taking that stuff the other way. Stock market shorts, short the NASDAQ, still just hasn't dumped yet. It's probably going to break the low one more time. And then once everything lines up, I'm going to position on everything. I'm not going to put all my risk on one place on the chart. Play the whole market by understanding what the whole market is doing. That is the play. Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. Give me just a second. Be right back. All right. Need to put my other headphones back on. Just big and bulky. Sound good, but they're big and bulky. All right, come on, dollar. Dollar's pushing the high. Let's go. I got that part right. Better. I'm looking for the dollar to go higher. Honestly, I'm not buying it. I'm definitely not buying it here. But we're gonna wait for the right thing to happen. Honestly, tempting right here. Let's take a look at a higher time frame real quick. Already know what I'm looking for. At or above this level only. Not selling the dollar until we're at or above that level. I already know where I'm watching. See how crazy this thing gets today. Let it break the high. Gap kind of issue right here. It's all right there at the weekly high. All makes sense. It all makes sense. I'm just gonna wait. It has nothing to do with it. It's funny how it all lines up. Here's that level. Yeah. Of course. It all lines up. Everything says the same thing and it's all unrelated. Tells you something. I'm going to start scaling it up here. And we're watching for the spike high to be up here for NFP. And when the dollar gets up to that, I'm going to start scaling into the other side of the trade. I hope this thing runs all the way up. I hope it doesn't start early and dump early. That would be crappy. And sometimes that happens. It'll run almost all the way and then 2 minutes before NFP, it'll just start gone. Everybody starts front running it. So I'm gonna wait for that, which means that Aussie dollar is probably gonna go lower, Euro dollar is gonna go lower. Same thing we've been talking about since 4 o'clock this morning. Just not the best entries. Euro dollar's looking good. Euro dollar and Aussie dollar are good. NASDAQ short's good. Oil is the only problem. Oil, man. It's going to run with risk to the downside, but it's going to be a long later. So I'm fine with it. Almost everything is in profit, but oil really. Oil and Aussie CAD. Gold's even coming back pretty close. Yeah, so waiting for the dollar to get a little bit stronger. It's the only thing that makes sense. Exactly what we talked about at the end of the day. Spike high for NFP. And then positioning. Everything is good. Be ready. Be ready. It's going to be a target rich environment here in just a little bit. Probably right before NFP starts. Aussie dollars running down. I'm going to let that fall. I don't know how far it's going to go, but probably a little bit. Euro dollar, same thing. It's going to let them fall. Euro CAD still looks good. I think I'm still in that. Let me look. Sure. Yeah. Pound dollar, same thing. It's not a good entry short, but when the dollar gets to where it's going to go, we'll position on this. This is just not, you don't want to start selling this. It is just held. It stopped dead and held this hash since, earlier, 2 hours ago. This bit more there. On Dossie, off the low. Good game. Not an entry yet. On Kiwi, same thing. But Would have had to take it earlier. NASDAQ, I'm short NAS. From the bottom of the range right up in here. Makes sense for that to come down as the dollar gets stronger. Waiting on that. Good game. Let it fall. Dollar CAD waiting on this. A little bit higher. Maybe even more than that. This may go a little more. When the dollar spikes, this may go more than that. But this would be the first place I would be watching. Pins on the CAD. We got CAD too. The Canadian dollar at the same time. We need to watch the CAD stuff. Especially dollar CAD. Could be interesting. Got the alert waiting for that. Actually delete that. I don't need that alert there. Yeah, so it's going to be waiting for positioning. Gonna get it today though. Yeah. Well, yeah, if oil is going up, CAD would be strong. There's a positive correlation between oil and the Canadian dollar, but yeah, depends on what's going on most of the time. Yeah, if whichever direction oil is moving, the CAD will move too, because yeah, there's the Canadian dollar is priced in barrels of oil. They have a petrodollar. It's kind of like the US dollar, but a little bit different. Yeah, oil heavily affects the CAD. This is a mess. This price action doesn't look good anymore. Did for a minute. Again, I'll just be trying to buy the low of that. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I'm trying to buy the low of the day. I'm going to wait. I'm not going to sell it here. It's just as likely to bounce right where it is right now. Stupid. Back. A little bit more on the dollar. See, the dollar's at one of those points right now where it's really tempting to start scaling into a short. This is normally where I would start it, just so I don't miss it. I'll take one here, low risk, just in case it rejects right there, because this is a level that's likely to happen. There's likely to be some kind of a rejection. And if it wasn't NFP today, I would probably start scaling into it here. I'm going to try to be patient and wait for the high of the day and the high of the week. That's probably going to happen today. I'm sure it's probably going to go more. We may get how much time's left? 2 hours almost. We may get a temporary pullback here, and then something like that for NFP, and then down for the rest of the next week. It's exactly what I'm looking to happen. And that's how I'm going to play it until it's been invalidated, and it hasn't been invalidated yet. So I'm going to let that play out. Come on, dollar. Euro dollar and Aussie dollar are going pretty nicely. Two shorts on Aussie dollar. Yeah, that means these are going to be running down low. Pretty good idea to take profit there, but yeah, it stops at break even. Everything's protected, I think. Flip back through. Hold on one second. Let's take a look. See what we got. Get back up. Beginning. Oil's going down, which is fine. Aussie yen was a short. Or Aussie CAD is whatever. Was short on that. I think I closed it. Aussie Swiss, same thing. That looks like that's going to be a short still on Aussie yen. Closed it, and I should have left it open. Not going to take it now. I'll wait for it to bounce. It'll be a short later. Aussie dollar. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move my stops to break even. Done and done. So that's protected. As this comes down right into here, that's probably going to bounce. I'm not going to, normally I would probably take profit right there. Position size. Yeah. Normally I would take profit, some profit right there, like close half or something. When it gets down there, maybe we'll do that. But I'm assuming that's going to go a little bit more because the dollar's pushing. We just got the direction of the dollar right. It's just a low risk trade right now because it's a little bit crazy. The dollar's already high, so I don't want to buy it when it's already high, but at least with any kind of risk, I'm not going to take a big risk on it. So Aussie dollar, I just wanted to make sure that was protected. What was the other euro dollar? Pretty sure I already moved my stop on that. Euro yen will be fine. Fine. Yeah, euro dollar. Yeah, let it fall a little bit more. And again, when the dollar reaches what's likely going to be the high, we'll close euro dollar and Aussie dollar. Right now, it's just whatever, a couple dollars. But when this market starts moving later, there'll be more to do. So that's fine. I expect some of them to get stopped out. Pound dollar is close. Bit yet. More on the dollar. Just want to look and see if there's anything that I'm missing here. Kiwi dollar is maybe where it is. It's tempting. Dollar's in such a weird spot right now. On a higher high right on the hash like that in supply. It needs to go a little bit more. And it's going to be time to scale into the dollar. We're going to make some money today. I feel pretty confident about that. Going to make an easy gain, we'll say. It's going to be an easy gain. I'm not going to take a bunch of risk on this, but I know exactly what I'm going to do. And I have a feeling that it's going to be the right thing to do. The way that everything's playing out is exactly what it looked like yesterday afternoon. So that's good. Dollar CAD, same thing. I'm going to be waiting up here for it. Actually going to set a pending order right there. I'll put a stop or a target way down lower. I'll just take the pending order on that. I'll actually probably set another pending order higher, but right now that's fine where that is. It's going to sell the top of a range. It's a big range and I'm going to sell the top of it. Whoops. Correct. I got to take that function out of there. It's going back looking at all the candles from, it's looking back 200 candles to try to find which hour was the most likely, statistically the most likely to be the low of the day. See it spitting it out right here. The hour most likely low of the day in 2022 was at the 7th hour Eastern Standard Time was 7 a.m., which is interesting. I've been running statistics on stuff. I look at weird data points like that. Go back and look through, writing functions to go back and look through all the data and tell me what was statistically the most likely hour to be the low of the day or the high of the day. Those types of things, and you get really interesting information. You learn where to focus your capital on. Just looking at things like that can be really helpful. But that's what that is right there. I need to take that function out because it slows things down. I was just testing it. I have it in the trade manager and it's not really supposed to be in there. It will be eventually, but it was just testing it. So it's going to slow things down a little bit. That's what that is. That's why I was tripping out. Actually, I already took it out. I just haven't rebuilt that file yet. Kiwi dollar, could have taken that. Yeah, what we're doing? Oh yeah, dollar CAD. I'll let that get to where it's going to go. It's tempting to take it now, but I'm going to wait until we get up into these wicks up here. Right when we get up at the top of that, we will have exceeded by a lot the statistical high of the day. Will be at the extreme end of the daily candle in the money. And I have a feeling that we're going to get there with the dollar where it's going. I'm not going to buy into it now, but when it gets there, it's going to be just an easy call at the top of a range. This is a big range high going back to November. Welcome. Yeah. So it's going to be a big range high up there. I'm going to wait. Basically just going to set a pending order and wait, low risk, and stack it up. You just do the same thing. Do things differently. We'll stack it up and end up getting a decent gain with almost no risk at all to your account by doing things the right way the first time. Just kind of playing around in the meantime because it's boring. These news events are always boring like this. Got some pending orders still. I think that's from yesterday. Maybe I did that today. Let me get the stop out of the way. I'm not worried about that stop right now. I actually want, sell. I want those sells to hit actually. Put some other ones in a little bit. Yeah, I'm just kind of messing around today. Waiting. Because there's nothing to do. Come on, oil. Bounce. Third burglar. Get that out of the way. That manually. The rest of the positions. Let's see. Gold. I think gold's going to end up being a short for now. I'm worried that gold's going to slam actually back to the upside when the dollar does what it's going to do. So I'm assuming that short is, I was hoping that was going to run now. It's just not going anywhere. And then when the dollar gets to the high and turns around, gold will probably go back up. So we'll figure that out when it gets there. I'm assuming that's going to get stopped out, but the other one, when the dollar gets there, welcome. Forgot about that. Come on, dollar. Just let the dollar go up. Basically waiting for the dollar to go up to get where it's going to go and start scaling into stuff. Gonna get it. I have a feeling that we're gonna end up with a decent gain today, but it's gonna be waiting for the dollar. Everybody's gonna buy the dollar when it's already blown out. It happens every time. Dollar's already blown out high. It's already statistically at the high of the daily candle, and everybody's gonna buy it way late when it's right at the high because of NFP. They'll buy the data release and get wrecked. It's probably what's going to happen, and it'll get slammed the other way. Not going, which is fine. Yeah, whatever. I'll let it get stopped out. That may not be a I'll sell it again when it gets to the high of the day. I was hoping that was going to go down, but maybe not. Whatever. Don't care about that. Euro dollar is good. A little bit more. Dollar is poking through the hash right now. It'll probably reject a little bit here, but go higher later. It'll run right up into NFP is exactly what's going to happen. This is going to be a weird one today. I'll be looking to close all that, like euro dollar short, Aussie dollar short when the dollar gets on the high. Just to go over that again. Right now, just kind of piddling around, waiting for something. See, pound dollar just cannot get past that level. It just doesn't want to do it. That's why I didn't want to sell it. Because the pound is a little stronger. Yeah, the pound is holding. Everything's flat. The dollar's strong and everything's flat, basically. The whole market, the currencies as an index, these are custom indices of the 8 major currencies. And they've all been flat. There's really no gain or loss as an index on the major currencies. And the dollar is just kind of holding strong and mildly gaining. The CAD's down a little bit, but the dollar is actually way stronger than the rest of the field. The rest of the market is just kind of clustered together sideways. Then you got the dollar way up here. It's whatever, not ideal. Something got stopped out. What was that? Aussie CAD, whatever. Wait for this stuff to actually start moving before we take real positions, but probably take a little more lot size. Once the dollar gets to where it's going to go, there's going to be a bunch of stuff. Everything's going to start hitting. There'll be longs on like euro dollar, pound dollar, Aussie dollar, Kiwi dollar, a basket against the dollar, longs and equities, probably gold, shorts on dollar CAD. There's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that all happens all at one time. Dollar CAD's already high. I'm going to let it more. Dollar yen, same thing. Start scaling into shorts when it happens. Gold, let that come back down. Actually, let me watch this for a minute. Do a degen thing and go into a 1 minute chart. We'll do 5 minute. When this gets back below that entry right there, I'm just gonna, I want to protect that because I actually don't want to be short gold. Right now it's coming down because the dollar's strong, but when that goes back down below this entry, I'm just going to move the stop to break even and let it take itself out or just close it. I really don't want to be short on that, to be honest. When the dollar turns around and goes the other way later, gold's going to probably go up, and I don't want to be short, you know, when the dollar's going to probably catch a big green candle. Come on, man. And it's going to fight that center level too. It's going to want to hold that. Stop to break even. Should close a partial. Come on down. As soon as it goes below the spread, there it goes. Oh, you biatch. Yeah, it slammed back up. It slammed back up like that. Somebody had the same idea. It's funny. Hilarious. Damn it. It was there like maybe a second. It's the problem with taking these levels sometimes. It's where the activity is. Dollar a little bit more. Well, never mind. Here's what I'll do. I'll just drag my profit target to let it take itself out. Just put it right past entry. If it goes back below there, it'll just take itself out. And if not, I'll manage it. Didn't stay down long enough because it's trying to hold that center level is the problem. Equilibrium for the day. That's where your balance of shorts and longs are currently. And it's not going to want to go below that really. There you go. NASDAQ's looking good. I'm going to move stops to break even on this. Do that. No reason to take a chance on that. just whack. How many live trades do I offer? I mean, it's not a signal service, but I teach what I do. Teach how I manage accounts, and we trade together. Really, there's some good traders in there too. There's some really. One thing about our group is there's some real money managers in there, because we don't do things like everybody else does. There are people who manage millions of dollars, millions. But yeah, I mean, we just trade live. We're kind of doing it today, but we're not going through everything. Like, we're not going through all of the strategy and all that. Just kind of messing around trading live. But yeah, I mean, we trade all day. Trade London, New York, and on into equities. Close. As currency starts to die out throughout the day, we focus on the equities market, U.S. equities, and start to focus on stock market indices. Where the money is, where the volume is. Come on, dollar. But yeah, I mean, it's not like I give out signals. Take this with this stop loss and this target. Like, I'm not a signal service, but I develop software for us, custom software for us to trade and make things easy. Very powerful trading bot. The trading bot alone is like, people have no idea like what I'm offering for the amount of money. Other mentors hate me because of what I give away. They hate me, honestly. I've actually had drama with other people before because they want to charge $250 to teach supply and demand, and offer like capital management level trading bot and custom software and like a real strategy. But I don't care. I want the people to be there, but I don't even market. I don't advertise. Very little advertisement at all. You rarely hear me talk about it. Come on, dollar. A little bit more on the dollar. We're looking better here. Dollar CAD's getting juicy. Not worried about making a bunch of money off of people. This is the thing. That's why I intentionally make it extremely affordable. It's a steal. It's intentionally. I want to make it accessible to everyone. Not everybody can spend $250 a month. Then you shouldn't be locked out of, progressing as a trader because you can't afford to learn or have the tools available. That's what it's about. Come on, dollar. No, I've just been doing it long enough. I don't need to make my money from other people. Dollar CAD, super interesting. Got to have some skin in the game, though. Not going to give it away for free. Nothing valuable is going to be free. It doesn't have to be break your bank, but it's not going to be free. Dollar, yeah, let's see. Stuff's starting to happen. The dollar's getting close to the point where it's time to start looking at it. See, look at this euro dollar. This is really getting there. It's getting close. I wonder if it's going to push all the way through, though, because of where the dollar is. Yeah, it's a weird one with the gold. Yeah, gold is not dropping as hard with the dollar going up. It's not a lot of risk off. This is a dollar move. It's not really... See, what happens a lot of times is when people sell things like gold, sell things like stocks and gold specifically, that flow goes back into the dollar and that's why the dollar gets strong. Sometimes it gets strong because of the euro, U.S. equities, and gold and things like that. Oil, other risk assets. Right now, this is a dollar-based move, and it's not necessarily stocks and gold that's causing the dollar up. People are buying the dollar because of what's about to happen. But yeah, gold itself isn't coming down. I was kind of betting on that too. I was just, so maybe gold's going to come down a little bit as the dollar goes up. But the thing is, the dollar's about to go down, and I think smart traders kind of understand that. The dollar is about to get probably wrecked today, and everybody thinks it's going to go up. And I think some people are probably positioning on gold early. That's the thing that makes the most sense. I think gold is probably going to end up lower, but I think it may spike up first. There's a good possibility. As that dollar, I'm guessing that the dollar is going to come down. I think it's going to go up first, but then come down much harder because of where it is. It's about where it is. My personal take on it until that changes. Until that's been invalidated, yeah, I actually want to get out of my short on gold. Even though the price action looks ridiculous. It looks horrible, honestly, price action wise. I think it's going to end up going lower, but I think we might spike up first on today's price action. It's going to be volatile. Markets a lot of times will go both ways. A lot of times on these big news events like this. It'll knock everybody out and then run a trend. KiwiCAD. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Why not? We'll take a look at KiwiCAD. A little quick analysis. Yeah, what's up, O'Brien? Dollar CAD. Yeah, where it is. Yeah. Yeah. We'll take a look at that. I want to take a look at that too. I'm waiting on dollar CAD myself because of where that is. Whoops. There's some big levels hitting right now, man. There's some big things, like potentially. You look at where the dollar is and where a lot of this stuff is. There's probably going to be some good trades coming that may last for a few days. We're talking about this yesterday afternoon, but may run into next week on some of these entries that we're going to get today. A little bit more. Need a little bit more. Left in ZDCAD. Let's take a look. Yeah. So range right now. Just looking at price action. Just price action right now. Very clearly just a range consolidation. We're right in the middle of it. Immediately I look at this and it's a no trade for me. Depending on your strategy, depends on where you want to go, how far you're willing to take this, and whether you're trading like a very low time frame, like a 5-minute chart. You may see a trade. You may see something with, it looks like it's going to go down to me personally, just looking at it. But just structurally, looking at it different ways, like on the macro and short term, it's right in the middle of a range. It's not necessarily a good entry. This looks like it's trying to come down a little bit. What I would do today on it, it's in the middle of a range. It depends on what your strategy is, really. If you're looking at low time frames or not, like there's a whole zone of mess right here that's going to be hard for it to push back up through. This kind of thing, normally when you go into a flat consolidation and we're stepping down already, my guess is that this is going to end up breaking the low. I wouldn't buy it yet, but it depends on your time frame. What time frame are you looking for? This looks like it's going to go lower to me. Just immediately looking at it, I would be looking for the bottom of the range. I wouldn't. You may be able to range trade this now. Able to buy the bottom of the range. Anything in there, you may catch a bounce on a low time frame, but right now you're really just locked into something like this. just looking at it this way, you're really just locked in a range right now, and we're kind of right in the middle of it. And sometimes it's not the best idea to trade from the middle of a range, because it's about disproportionate risk versus reward. You have an equal opportunity to get stopped out both ways. This is the way I describe it. If you're trading from right in the middle of a range, especially one that's dense price action like that, you always want to put yourself in a position where you have a disproportionate risk versus reward, where there's more reward than risk. And right now, trading from kind of the middle of it, you have an equal risk versus reward. It's just as likely to run to the bottom of the range as bounce and run back to the top of the range. We'll just say that looking at it that way, because this is a pretty well-defined range. And even though structurally it's probably going to go a little bit lower, it's already down quite a bit. And that's the thing, is it depends on your really depends on your strategy and your time frame to hold. Are you trying to swing this for a couple days? Or are you trying to scalp it on a 1 minute chart? And that's kind of the question. As far as this particular pair, sorry, I'm watching that dollar. It's getting close. It's right in the middle, it's smack in the middle of a range, and there's room to get wrecked both ways. I would be careful with this, particularly right now, just because it's in the middle of a range. Short term, I could see this going both directions. Right now, it's trying to hold. This is really squeezed in. It's really squeezed down in on itself. So you're trying to hold that and this, and you're just, one of these two things is gonna crack. We're just condensing down. It's a range contraction where you have progressively reduced volatility squeezed in, and it's gonna crack one way or the other. And it's hard to make a decision because it's right in the middle of the range. Just immediately, that would be the first thing I would see, is it's right in the middle of a range. That being said, I think there's a pretty high likelihood that it ends up higher over the next little bit. Sometimes these things will screw around, it'll crack the low, and then it'll start to run back up like that and retest the high. Maybe it makes a lower high, maybe something like that. We're probably going to be in a big range, but I don't know. Without even looking at higher time frames, my guess would be that it's going to end up a little bit lower at some point. Yeah, I mean, this block right here, that's going to be something right there. This area right here, I would pay very close attention to on the way down. As that drops into that, then you may be looking for a long. You see a lot of rejections right there. What I would do is wait. I would wait for this to make it down just a little bit lower, and maybe watch the CAD too. We got some CAD news coming in. So if this spiked low, might not be a bad risk. If for some reason this ran down, you may get a hold here and then some kind of a move back up into this. This is exactly what I would be looking for. That's what I would plan for right there, is that move. If it broke the low, I would rather be long on a broken low. Whoops, what did I just do? Basically, it's kind of in a weird spot to take an entry. It's not a good entry right now. If I had to guess, I would actually be looking to take it short, but as soon as it broke that low, I'd probably be looking for a bounce there. We're likely in a macro range there, but this is, again, higher time frame stuff. Looking at a daily, trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, the daily chart, it just doesn't look good. My guess, structure wise, is that we're going to break that low and run back into that. That's what I would do on it. I might wait. And there's a bunch of stuff that probably looks like that, that's just going to be screwing around in and out. And if you're on a lower time frame, you may see something different. But you're still in a range, and that's the point. Yeah. Dollar. Almost. Don't miss this dollar, man. Doesn't get short stroke it and it goes early. We're above the hash. People on the other side are, we know what we're waiting for. Somewhere up in here. If the dollar makes it up in here, going to start positioning for the other direction. People that don't know what's coming, they just see bullish candles and they're going to say, oh, it's bullish, buy it. And what they don't realize is they're about to run face first into a brick wall. And both structurally and algorithmically. And the confluence of those two things is why I'm going to be looking to position the other way, but from higher. I'm not going to start scaling in until it goes higher. I think probably what's going to happen here, we got about another hour, is this is going to mess around like this. We're going to get NFP and then burp for down until probably Monday or Tuesday. And we'll see what happens. Be very careful with this. You want to be very careful today. Honestly, over the long term, I think the dollar is going to go higher. We're not talking, over the next few weeks, I think we're probably going to get some higher prices in the dollar. But I think where we are right now might not be the best time to buy it. Probably not the best time to be buying way up here. I'm waiting for the spike high. Maybe let it crack that high right there. Somewhere up here. It'll be somewhere around the weekly projection for the people on the other side with the range tool. If we crack that spike high right there, 105.85-ish, that's where the fun's going to start. That's probably about what I'd be looking at. Somewhere in this zone, and I'll start front running it. Once we get anywhere near there, it's just funny because just above that high, right there, just above it is where the what would again statistically be your high of the weekly candle. It's not a coincidence. So, honestly, I'm not doing anything until we run up into here somewhere. Oops. On the dollar, I'm telling you, there's going to be opportunity here. It's going to be sketchy at first, but then it's all going to play out. I have a good feeling about this one today. So yeah, just going to be waiting for that. Sure, we'll take a look at why not? We'll take a look at Aussie Swiss. Don't trade that one too much, but whoops. This can be low volatility. Yeah, it's a very low volatility pair. Right now, it's a very wide range. I wouldn't be selling it. Structurally, what's going on with it? Structure wise, I mean, it's low, broken low. Like I could, for a swing trade, I could see this ending up higher. Price action wise, immediately what I see is a high of a cycle. Immediately, I don't even have to think about it. I see the high of a cycle. I see a range that hasn't fully developed here with a spike high. The most likely scenario is that this range is going to form and drop a little bit lower and go into a second level range like that. Just immediately I see the cycle happening. The top of what's probably going to be some kind of a pullback. It's probably just going to pull back a little bit, and but maybe possibly try for a higher low somewhere lower. And again, these are 4-hour candles. We're talking about structure, but I could see some lower prices here. Immediately, just looking at the 4-hour, you got to be very careful with this kind of thing. It's hard to see it until you see it, and we won't go over specific strategy stuff, but in how to see the structure and how to see the market cycle playing out. You just see it after a while. It's like the Matrix, that line in the Matrix where he's like, after a while, all I see is blonde, redhead, brunette. Looking at the code, and after a while, it's you just see something different. But you can see it on lower time frames too. You'll see it on all time frames, but I see a very clear range right there, coming off of a spike high Be very careful with that. And we're going to watch lower, probably right here is going to be the point where your longs were correct and have not been stopped out yet. That's extremely important. I would be looking for a second leg down and then maybe some kind of a bounce. I could honestly could see some kind of like macro range playing out like this as that goes. And as that pulls back like that, maybe it holds. But structurally, it doesn't look bad, like zoomed out. But again, you know, lower time frames today, same situation. You know, if you think about this like a range, it's right in the middle of it. And again, that whole disproportionate risk versus reward problem. Imagine you split your range like this. You're right in the middle. So if you go long, it could just as equally go high as low and get stopped out both ways. You try to trade from the bottom of the range or from the top of the range and something like that, but not from the middle. You wait for it to go lower or higher to make a decision. And once you start to see the markets that way, you will never see it the same way again. And we don't, you know, again, not specific strategy stuff, but it's a big hint. We're right in the middle of a range. So I wouldn't make a decision on that, really. And this pair can also be very low volatility, but you can offset that with a, you know, higher lot size. It doesn't run as many pips statistically within its daily range or weekly range, but you can take a little bit larger lot size and still get a good move. If the setup is there, you're good to go. You know, I look at this and I see the cycle. Whoops. You can see the inflection point here. If I could draw a straight line, you know, previous range low situation on into a potentially another range. See the level where it split. You know, it's hard to get over that. Then it beat it, and now that may become the low, but I bet it's going to go a little bit lower. Dollar, one more push on the dollar. So yeah, weird one there. You know, it's just a weird place to try to trade from. But again, if you're trading lower time frames, you know, that you may see something different. You know, right here, I would be immediately watching that. Probably try to sell that for a lower high, assuming that we're going to make a lower high, looking at the macro structure, knowing that we're probably going to end up lower at some point. It may, you know, be later today or tomorrow even. As this got a little higher, see where we are. Yeah, sell the center. It's right there. Be looking to anything in here, probably be looking for it to potentially reject this density right here. There's a big dense area of price action. There's a lot of contract settlement that happened in here. If you think about how the markets work and what happened on the books there was a lot of positions coming on and off the books, like a lot of people going long and short in this really dense area, packed price action. There's going to be some people that aren't going to want to get out of their positions. There's going to be people taking new positions. So as this comes up into here, it may stall and pull back down. So what I would probably do is wait for this, honestly, to come up, and the aggressive play would be to sell it. That would be the aggressive move, would be to sell that right there. That's just sell the density. But we again got news coming, and you know, the Swiss can be affected by stock market movement because of the low rates, because of the carry trade. The Swiss franc is one of those vehicles for the carry trade. I probably wouldn't do anything on it, honestly. I would look at this and be like, I'll wait. Either let it get back to the top of a range or down here and then buy it. Something like that. If for some reason this made it back to the back up here, I would definitely short it. But I might try it first here in that density. How far out are we on the news? 8:30. So we got CAD and dollar stuff coming. Is it possible that the dollar and gold both drop? Sure, absolutely. It's less common, but there is a relatively strong inverse correlation between the US dollar and gold, but it is absolutely possible for them to both move in the same direction, especially when the euro is moving in a direction. The euro heavily affects the dollar index. It's another thing people are just don't understand about the weighting of the dollar index. The euro has the heaviest effect on the dollar, almost the heaviest of anything other than the US equities market. Because of the weighting of the dollar index is weighted 57% in euros. So it has a huge weighting. It has a huge influence on the movement of the dollar. So whichever way the euro is going, the dollar's probably going the opposite direction in general. Now, today's going to be a little different until this news hits, but yeah, it's definitely possible that they both go different directions. But not for long, probably. And this is why I don't, or did I don't want to be, okay. I don't want to be short gold right now. I have a feeling gold's going to spike up, even though it looks like crap. Price action looks terrible, but because of what the dollar is probably going to do, I think it's going to, later today, it's going to end up higher. I'm going to wait and see what the dollar does first. Dollar CAD's getting juicy, boy. Getting there. Same thing. A little bit more. Let it come to you. Let the dollar go. Let it do its thing. Somewhere up into here. Gonna be looking for the red hammer of truth up here somewhere. Put the red hammer of truth on the board today. So that's what we're looking for. Hopefully it makes it. And we may start front running it as we get into here. Yeah. Waiting. Euro dollar, good game there. Level. I don't know if I'm short euro dollar or not. Yeah. All protected though, so whatever, I'll let it go. Ready, man. I'm ready to get some good positions. This is going to be one of those days where Euro Kiwi, that's a short. I don't even need to think about it. Hold on a second. It's going to be one of those days where we take a bunch of positions and wait, and then a couple hours later, it's all going to hit big. It's probably going to be that kind of day. Was that Euro Kiwi? Euro Kiwi. All right, so I'm already short. All right, I was just gonna say, I was making sure if I'm not short on Euro Kiwi, I need to be. All right, whatever. Never mind. Still waiting. Gold, man. Just a mess for now. Dollar is gonna go one more time. Got that right today. Just didn't want to trade it. Could have taken it. We did actually. I did trade it. Took the dollar long off the retest of the top of the range by going short euro dollar and short Aussie dollar. So it did take it, just low risk. And we already know what we're watching. We already know. Just no reason to mess with it until it gets there. Come on, Aussie dollar. We're short Aussie dollar from right in here. Looking for that to a little bit lower. Figure it out once it gets down there. Try to watch the dollar. Where is the dollar? Dollar CAD's another one to pay attention to because of the you're gonna get CAD news too. Gonna wait and just see if it'll blow it out. If it does some big overextension, I'll scale into it. It's Friday also, so just be aware of that. Actually, I need to be careful with that myself. It's Friday. Thought about that. I have to be flat on Friday on this account. I'm glad I thought about that. So maybe I may have to wait and not take a lot of positions. Stopped out a couple of dollars. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to be careful. I need to keep that in mind because I've got to be flat on Friday. You have to have all your trades closed with this prop firm on Friday for this account. For other types of accounts you don't, but for this one I have to be flat on Friday. So I need to be aware of that, which is fine. Just need to keep that in mind. And it means I need to take less risk today. Just in case I have to try to get myself out of something, I need to leave myself enough time because you have to be flat by the market close. CAD wrecked. That's going to go down too and break the low. It was a good run up, but this looks like this is going to be a short into next week. If you can hold over the weekend, there's going to be some good positions that happen today. Man. There's going to be some good trades. Waiting. NASDAQ short was good. Short out of the bottom of the range this morning. I think that's still in the green. I don't think that got stopped out. Oh no, yeah. Not on there anymore, never mind. Was short. It may have got stopped out at break even when that spiked back up. Dow, see, this looks like it's gonna run down. Might be trying to buy the low of the day today after the dollar spikes. Let the dollar do something stupid first, and then it'll be time. Gold, got out of that. Okay, break even stop on gold, so no loss, no big deal. Checking to see where I'm at. Actually, I have to pay attention today because it's Friday. I didn't think about that. On a master account, you got to be flat on Friday, which is fine. It's fair. That is fair. Dollar CAD. And again, if you're interested in getting funded, check the description. Just trust me on that. Not going to sit here. It's not a commercial. Just if you're interested in getting funded and if you're undercapitalized, check the description. The way you want to do it. Trust me. It's the way you want to do it. Best in the industry. Period. Honest opinion. Not going to sit here and talk about it. And there's a 10% discount for our group. We have our own discount in the description. EuroCAD. Come on. Kiwi is probably going to go. Come on, pound dollar. I want to see this break the low. Going to be some good entries. I hope we get an immediate retracement after the spike. I'm still betting on that we're going to get a big spike. Ooh, pound CAD might be a shark fin kind of here. Still betting we're going to get a big spike on the dollar. So be ready. Ready for NFP. We're going to get this today. I already know exactly what's going to happen. Called it yesterday. Look at the video from yesterday. I mean, this still here from yesterday. Potential spike high for NFP. Once this runs up, all the dummies are going to buy the top. And somebody with more money than we have is going to step in and say, we appreciate you for your liquidity. Thank you for your participation in the markets. However, we are now going to take this the other way. We appreciate your liquidity. Thank you for participating. That's exactly what's going to happen here. But let it run first. I think the question is, how far past the weekly is it going to get blown out? Where are we looking? That would be too far to run back up through that gap. There's a gap here on the 4 hour. You know, that will need to fill out. But that's above the weekly high. It's way up there. It is a thing. Eventually that'll fill out, but that's going to be a lot for that to happen today. I mean, we're easy call. Unless it does 2 weeks worth of movement in the next couple hours. Like, pretty much got a good idea on what's going to happen here. A range. Yeah, that's, man. I don't think we're going to make it all the way up there, but if it does, selling into it, I don't think it's going to make it that far. It's already up. You got to understand, like, we're already way up on the dollar. About to get bullish dollar news on the high. That's a dangerous scenario when you're bullish on the high or bearish on the low. It's dangerous. It's a perfect time for a fade. Perfect. It's a perfect setup. It's a perfect time for a fade, where you think something's going to happen and the opposite happens. Pound yen. Yeah, I think it's going to end up being a short and a long. It's going to be both. It's a range right now. It's kind of no trade right now. Same scenario. I wouldn't even be looking at it, to be honest. It's not something I would even be messing with, really. There's so many other things that are a better choice right now, just in general, but that's a personal opinion. Right now, personally, it's right in the middle of a bunch of density. You can see the inflection point right here. If you just look across the market right here, lows, highs here, another high. It's just kind of this inflection point. It's just right there. And it's also kind of in the middle, right in the middle of a range. I don't know, man. I don't know what I would do there. Probably nothing. We're right locked in, just keeping it real for a second. We're right locked in between sellers and buyers. Right in between sellers and buyers. If you wanted to look at it this way, just simple supply and demand, no magic strategy here, just price action. We're likely going to be in a range. Now the market might start moving here. The volume may kick in. Money may move from one thing to another. The yen too. Money may go from the dollar to the yen here soon. But if that happens, this may go down too. So depending on what happens with the equities market. The equities market would be the thing that you would want to pay attention to here with the yen. If you're trading pound yen, you have to understand what's going on with the stock market. You need to know what direction the stock market is likely to go. Because of the yen and the carry trade, and understanding the carry trade and rotation, and why the yen is heavily affected by this U.S. equities market. So it's just a thing that people aren't aware of. The yen is heavily affected by the U.S. equities market because at the big boy level, the carry trade that happens, and the yen with the weird rate situation that they have. It's a perfect vehicle for a carry trade. So money sloshes back and forth between U.S. equities and the yen. Institutionally, use the air quotes, at an institutional level. Everybody overuses that word. People throw that around like it's funny sometimes. But understanding the yen and why the yen moves inversely to the U.S. equities market is important to understand. So if stocks are going down, it means the yen's going to go up. So if the yen goes up, pound yen's going to go down. And it doesn't mean that pound yen runs with the stock market, but it means that the yen runs inversely to the U.S. equities market a lot of times. That's a big hint. A lot of people aren't aware of that. The US dollar, the yen specifically, and sometimes the Swiss franc, because of the negative rates, the low to negative rates. You're borrowing money in very large amounts of money, billions of dollars, at a very low or negative interest rate or a constant rate like the yen. And you're going to buy something that pays out a higher percentage, a higher yield, like stocks, gold, other currencies that have a higher rate. So you borrow money at a very low rate. You buy something that pays a higher rate. You sell the thing, profit from it, give the money back. The flow goes back into the yen. You pay back your loans in yen. The $50 billion that you borrow, that Citibank, or UBS or whatever, take $50 billion in yen, buy stocks, sell the stocks, flow goes back to the yen. And there's a yin and yang that happened with the yen, different yen, pun there, I guess, in an unintentional pun. But, that's a thing. Welcome. So that's a thing, and understanding that can really help you trade pound yen if you trade GJ or euro yen, but the yen in general, and understanding that balance between, and a lot of times you'll see pound yen move in line with the stock market because of that. It's because of the yen, especially on lower time frames, but not necessarily pound yen, specifically the pound. It's the yen that's affected. So it depends on whether the pound is strong or weak too. And understanding that relative volatility is extremely important. That's one of the things we do on the other side. That's one of the big things that's important to understand, what not to trade. What do I not risk my capital on? When do I risk my capital on this thing, and when is it not a good idea to risk my capital on this thing? And pound yen is it's not the best choice all the time. I have a hard time understanding why people choose to only trade GJ. I think it's just because other people do it. It just becomes true. It's not really the best choice, to be honest, because of the dynamic between the pound and the yen, and we don't need to get into all that right now. But obviously there are good times to trade it. Depends on the movement of the pound. Sometimes euro yen may be the better choice. It's like dollar yen is not a good choice at all, but sometimes it breaks correlation. The dollar and the yen can be very heavily positively correlated, and it can be a super choppy mess, and then just have a moon candle when they break correlation all of a sudden. It can be really feast or famine like that with dollar yen. That's why I don't really trade it, because the dollar and the yen travel the same direction at the same rate for the same reason so often that it's just not something I'm going to risk my capital on. I'd rather trade something different. That's easier to figure out a directional bias. Really, it's hard to explain why, but without getting into the whole thing. Just an aside there. But yeah, You need to, just off topic, you need to understand what the stock market's doing to understand what GJ's doing. That it is what it is. And they can really help you understand when you can filter out bad decisions by grasping the concept of the relationship of the yen to the US equities market. But just off topic, right now it's in a range. I'd only be focused on dollar stuff right now. Dollar, gold, and stocks right this second for NFP. And look at where we are in structure. Look at where stocks are. We're way down on a broken low. Where's the opportunity? We talk about disproportionate risk versus reward. Where's your better opportunity here? If you imagine that you're in a range consolidation on a macro like this, on the NASDAQ stock market, in the NASDAQ, where is your better opportunity? Do you want to be short down here? Or would you rather be scaling in long down here? And that's the question. That is the question. Given that we're already down, would you rather buy the bottom of a range or sell the bottom of a range? And everybody can make their own decision on that. I know what I'm going to do, but hopefully NFP will push us far enough that we can get a good entry. The idea. Would you rather buy the bottom of a range or sell the bottom of a range? That is the question that needs to be answered. If for some reason that breaks that low right there, it'll be even better. Yeah. Yeah, I want to see stocks break that low. That's why it stopped there before. Imagine you have a range like that. Think of it that way. What is the most likely outcome moving on into next week? And again, it depends on your strategy. Whether if you're trading a 1 minute chart, none of this is going to matter. But if you're trying to establish a directional bias on what might happen for the rest of the day or for the rest of the week or whatever, you might want to look at things like this. Where are we in the universe, and what's the most likely thing that's going to happen? So we're going to watch this and position on it. I had to fire up the other account. Take some over the weekend holds. A little bit more on the dollar. It's the only thing to watch right now. Moving on into this, what is it, 8:30? We got CAD in the dollar at the same time. Yeah, we're gonna get ready for that. It's the only thing to do, guys. Wait for the dollar to do its shenanigans and try to catch a day trade off of it and hope that we can close out in profit before the end of the day. It's Friday. Be careful with your risk on Friday. Don't risk too much, Friday. You don't want to do anything stupid on a Friday, because if you get caught holding and, if you have to hold something and wait, there could be news over the weekend. Who knows? Some crazy thing could happen in Ukraine or whatever. The Saudis could make some weird decision on oil over the weekend, and, the market gaps way out of line on Monday, and you're in a bad position. You don't really want to get caught holding anything high risk over the weekend. I mean, that's pretty much common sense, but, so we want to be careful with NFP because it comes on Friday. And if you get in the wrong direction, you can get caught in an unfavorable position and kind of being forced to hold over the weekend. We don't really want to do that. The markets are nothing right now. The whole thing is just sideways. It's not, we're in a choppy market. And I'm sure some people got some scalps today, just little stuff, lower time frames. What I'm looking for is lower risk, farther distance. and it's not the market condition for that right this second. Come on, CAD yen. Got a good short up there. This is way high. This was a crazy one this week, earlier in the week. This thing did a full weekly candle in one day, less than a day. There's a 3% move on a currency pair. That is absolutely bonkers. But yeah, this did a full week's worth of movement statistically in one day, and just kind of, it's struggling, but we're on the high. This is going to be probably going to be a good short next week. I'm looking to, every time this thing goes higher, it's going to be selling into it. It's probably going to be a good short next week because of what happened there earlier in the week with the yen, how weak that yen was. Come on, dollar. Yeah, a few more minutes. We're going to be here ready to position on this stuff. We're going to fire when the time is right. Know what level we're going to start scaling into. This is kind of how this stuff goes. It's a whole bunch of waiting and nothing happens. It's a hurry up and wait scenario. And then all of a sudden, it's going to be pandemonium, just going to not be able to get to it fast enough. And that's where software helps. Honestly, could probably run the bot as soon as this spikes, could turn the bot on for a mean reversion strategy. And easy. Yeah, that's great, Wall. Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome, dude. Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You can get some really good results out of it, if you're willing to let it breathe a little bit. There's going to be days like this where you get a crazy run, like yesterday in the dollar, where the dollar just kept going and kept going and kept going, and it'll take a whole bunch of positions and you got to wait for it to retrace. But when it comes back, it'll knock all those profits out for the mean reversion strategies, at least. There are trending strategies and range strategies and hedging strategies. Delta neutral grid hedging strategy that's on my Instagram, that's in there. I think there's 19 different things that it does. Completely different strategies. Whoops. I knew that was coming. I hear the dogs coming. Hold on, give me just a minute. Let me run the dogs out for 2 seconds. Let me let them out the back door, and we'll be back and ready to see what's going on. Watch the volume on this 8 a.m. open. Give me just a second, and I'll be right back, and we'll be ready to trade this NFP here. Going to wait for the right entries is what we're going to do. Not going to set any crazy buy stops or sell stops. I'm going to wait for the market to move and then make decisions. Give me just a second. I'll be right back. It'll take me a few seconds. All right, guys, I'm back. Get that done before all the action happens here. Aussie Swiss. What did I look real quick? Probably nothing. It looks like it's going to pull back a little bit. I think we were just talking about that actually. It looks like it's in a range. I think it's going to go lower. Other side, be watching down here on Aussie Swiss. When it breaks that swing low right there, might try a bounce. But it's Friday. I think it's going to end up going a little bit lower. I would probably buy the low of the day today for a bounce, some kind of a bounce within a day trade. Yeah. Exactly what I would do. I would wait for it to go lower. We were actually just talking about that. I think it might have been Aussie Swiss, but yeah, it looks like it's in a range. It looks the same structure. Looks like it's going to be a range like that. My guess is it's going to crack the low and then bounce a little bit. Not a good entry short here, but I would rather be short than long on Aussie Swiss, if that makes sense. We'll watch that. It would make more sense short. It's just you would be chasing it to break the low, and as soon as it broke that low, I'd be looking to probably take profit. Gotta get my other monitor set up too. Got a 10th monitor to set up. I haven't gotten set up yet. I've moved all my stuff the other wall for a change of scenery. Where we are here happened and what's going on. Let's flip through again on the charts or on the thingamabobber. All right, so what do we have here? Let's go back up to the beginning. Nothing bad's happened. I mean, obviously Euro dollar and Aussie dollar are getting close. I'm going to take profit on those in just a minute. Here we go on the dollar. Got this 8 a.m. candle coming through. Typically when the volume starts. Well, that was a good trade. Aussie dollar, CAD Swiss. Short, good short. Dollar as soon as gonna be time to maybe I'll let it go because it's protected, whatever. Maybe I'll let those go. Let's go back up to the beginning. We'll just go through all of them and just look and see what's there. See if there's any positions that need to be taken. Man, I look weird with these glasses. So funny. Like blue light blocker glasses because I stare at all these monitors. It actually helps. My eyes were like fuzzing out for a while and stuff too. Like at the end of the day, my eyes would just be, oh my God, it's horrible. Sitting there looking at code all day, reading and like squinting. It's like, man, it's actually been much better since I started wearing these things. They look weird, but I mean, I guess not weird, but it's just weird me wearing glasses. I look, doesn't even look like me. It's funny. Shave too. Look like a mountain man. It's winter. It's actually cold outside. Like what the heck? It's freezing today. It was hot yesterday and it's cold outside today. It's like 40 something degrees. Like in Florida, it's probably like high 40s in Tampa, and it's like it's been hot here actually, but not today. It's cold today. Yes, Aussie Swiss, whatever there. Nothing Aussie yen. I think Aussie yen's going to be a short. I want to try to sell the high of the day if it'll break the high today. If we can go up here and it break somewhere up in here and puts in a higher high, Going to be looking to short that to come back. But not until it breaks the high. Close, man. This dollar. We're getting into that sketchy level. We need to pay attention to that and these donks. See it. The S&P 500. All right, so Aussie Kiwi was a good short. Had it short yesterday. Closed out. Aussie dollar, I'm just going to let this drop because the dollar may go a little bit more, which would probably push this lower somewhere down into, down into here, somewhere a little bit lower. And when that happens, close out. There's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that happens here in a minute. It's going to be pandemonium. I hope the dollar spikes up first and doesn't just die a big nasty red candle from here and miss it all, which is possible. But it's Friday, so, and I won't be upset if I miss it. The one thing you can do is you can pre-position on it. You can take positions now before all the crazy stuff happens, but you might have to sit through some stuff. You might have to sit through a mess. That's whatever. Not even super worried about it today because it's Friday. Cat Swiss, that ran nicely short there, but it's got plenty more to go. I'll see if that hits. Swiss yen, CAD yen, short on that. I want to be short again. If it breaks the high, I'll sell it. Euro CAD's not really going anywhere. It's nothing yet. Wait for it to go higher. It's going a little bit more. Good game. Whatever. It's not a short yet. CAD yen is probably going to be a short. I think that's going to be great for next week. It looks like our break-even stop got hit on that, which is fine. Didn't dump yet. I'll wait. Later. Euro Swiss. It held that. I was in that from the top this morning and just closed it right before it dumped. Euro pound, same thing. Was in it short from the top and closed it. Euro yen, same thing. I'm gonna wait for that to break the high, and I've got a pending. No, I've got one. Got one short on there. I'll wait for that to go up higher, and I'll take another one. I'll try to catch the high of the day on that. Euro Aussie, yeah, none of that went. See, that did. Euro Kiwi's gone. Move stops to break even on that. I'm done. I'll just let that go, and if it for some reason spikes back up, then whatever. Sketchy. Euro dollar. We'll see what happens on that. I want to be long on this. I don't know if this is the right entry or not yet because of what's about to happen. And if for some reason the dollar spikes up first, it may just get wrecked and go straight down. I think the dollar is going to end up lower is the whole play. Now the question is it going to spike up first? If it does, we may get better entries on stuff like euro dollar and pound dollar and Aussie dollar. It's going to be a basket against the dollar of stocks. Maybe gold. Gold's not really in a good spot, but some of the stock market indices are. NASDAQ and S&P and Dow, they're all down, and buying something when it's low is the right thing to do. It's likely to go higher and it's down. That's a good scenario. It'll be long. Pound dollar, same thing. It's down. It's, that would have been a good entry right there. I'm going to wait and see if it goes lower. If I miss it today, it's fine. But we're going to to try to catch it. We're going to at least figure out what's going on. And I'm sure there'll be something after the news happens. Just after. We got another 18 minutes. Kiwi dollar. This is already starting to go like... Take this stuff now. Like, this is already starting to go. I want to be long on that. Everything against the dollar. Short dollar CAD. Pending order didn't quite hit yet. I've got a pending up there. Hasn't hit yet, but it probably will. Dollar Swiss, same thing. I'll wait for it to spike the high. If the dollar spikes, there's going to be a bunch of stuff. Said it 100 times today. Be a bunch of stuff that happens. Dollar yen, same thing. Got some pending orders up there ready to get hit. How high is the dollar going to go? Don't know if it's going to go up and stay up or if it's going to go up and get wrecked. I'm going to bet on wrecked, but it may take a while. It may be a couple hours. It, may spike and run and then push and push and push and push and then start to struggle. And then we're going to be looking for the high on the dollar. We may want to take those dollar yen positions off. We're going to get it today though. Not going to take a lot of risk on this account because it's Friday. Know that I have to be flat. Sell limit, sell limit. Only the higher one. I was looking for that to get hit earlier and it didn't. It's possible that's the high. I'll be willing to take one. Here, I'm going to move that. If the dollar runs way up. Whatever. Better chance that it goes up. Dollar's going to start early. We were wondering if that was going to happen. I think dollar's going to go down. I think the question is it going to go up first? I feel like I should be positioning already on this stuff and just taking some in case, like Kiwi dollar, whatever. That, again, not really recommended, but I want to make sure I have at least something on in case it goes down first. I'm going to try to split my risk. That last candle on the dollar wasn't great. And I'm already in. Come on, oil, come back up. Gold. Probably going to be a long. Even though it looks like crap right now. Stock market indices, same thing. Not taking it long yet. I'm going to wait for them to spike down. Nothing's changed. As the dollar picks back up, may take a bet. Euro dollar doing. Yeah, I'm going to wait. Just going to wait. And if it runs early, then at least we'll have a direction. Yeah. Euro Kiwi, that's good. Port's protected. Yeah, so everything's going to start getting crazy here over the next few minutes. It's going to be ready for it. It's going to be fun. What's the best advice for newer traders? All right. There's an easy answer for this, but it's a long conversation. We talk about this a lot. If I could go back, what would I do differently? We'll start there. If I could go back to the beginning when I first started trading, years ago, so almost 7 years ago, what would I do differently? I would not spend so much time looking at, all these crazy indicators. What's the best combination of MACD and the moving averages and all that? Maybe there's some good lessons there, but I think the lesson is that there's a better way to do it. I think that is the lesson, and you have to learn that for yourself, but not really about indicators. But if I could go back, I would not spend so much time paying attention to all of that stuff that doesn't matter. And I would focus only on understanding what price is doing, what is actually happening in the market. That's one thing. I would focus. I wouldn't spend all my time on trying to find the best combination of, Fibonacci and moving averages and all this, whatever, MACD and this abstract indicator. I wouldn't even mess with all that. Trend lines, I would skip that, man. Skip that. That was the mistake that I made, as I was trying to figure out, why are these trend lines doing that? Why does it line up sometimes and not always? Why does it break? And, the answer has nothing to do with trend lines. That's the point that I'm making. If I could make a decision differently, what advice would I give? Not financial advice, but as far as life advice, I would say don't focus on all of that crap. Don't focus on that. Focus on the price and understanding what's actually happening. Other than that, the real answer, the best advice that I could give, do not over leverage. Every problem in trading, everyone, and this is impossible to argue against, every problem in trading always comes down to taking too much risk. If you're ever stressed about a trade, why are you stressed about it? It's because you got too big of a position size on. You're like, oh my God, I don't know if this goes 10 pips, I'm going to lose $200 or whatever, X amount of dollars. That's subjective. But what's the biggest problem in trading? It's when you're got too much risk on. If you're pleading, we make the joke all the time in the group, if you're begging the market to do something, if you're pleading with the market, please go, then you probably got too much risk on. And this comes back to the fundamental problem in trading, that if you can solve this problem, you will have much less stress in trading. No stress is the biggest problem. And the thing that I would advise is to just don't try to throw a touchdown pass every play. Don't try to hit a home run every time, because you end up taking too much risk and you get yourself in trouble by taking too much risk. And that's the thing. The advice that I would give would be, don't take too much risk. Don't over leverage. Don't over leverage, and just take your time. Take your time and let things play out. Trade risk for distance. S&P's dumping. We need to pay attention here. That is exactly what I would say. Don't over leverage. That's really the only answer. Every problem in trading can be boiled down to one thing. Any problem, or any time a trade didn't go well, or you were, you took a big loss or something, the only reason you took a big loss is because you were over leveraged to begin with. If you trade low risk and you're not worried about getting rich today, if you're not trying to get Lambos and Miami houses and girls today, then you're probably going to be fine. And that is the answer. That is the answer. I would take less risk. Low risk, especially for newer traders. People get in and, think they're going to get rich today, and they start taking they see people on YouTube taking 50 lot trades, and then they go and say, oh, well, I could take a 10 lot trade on this account. Let me try it. And then they lose it in 2 seconds. It's gone. And there's your problem right there. That is a disease in trading, in Forex, especially on YouTube. Is all of these people, for years, I've watched these people. They promote extremely high risk, risky behavior. And especially to newer traders who just they're not ready for that kind of thing. Like, they might have a smaller account balance, and there's too much promotion of high risk, extremely dangerous trading. And it's a problem. It's been a problem for years. That's exactly, yeah, and that's the thing. That is what I would say. Don't over leverage. Just for, anybody, newer trader listening, or someone who's trying to learn a different strategy or something, just don't risk too much. That every problem can be boiled down to the same thing. It's taking too much risk. 7 minutes, guys and gals. Right. And it's the same. And we've all been there. I've been there, done the same thing. Like, I've learned this from experience. I've done the same thing. And the crazy thing is, the worst thing that can happen is you get it right a couple times, and, you get locked into that because you got it right once. And you're like, oh man, I could do it again. And what, you end up getting chewed down is the problem. You end up getting chewed up. And, just for newer traders, at least, it's a tough cycle to get out of. Yeah, everybody sees these people taking these crazy lot sizes all the time. You're taking, 20, 30 lots on a 100K account, or, these 50 lot trades, and they think that that's the thing to do. You're trying to send 50 lots and close after 3 pips. You are going to die doing that. You are going to blow it up. Don't do that. Just stop. Not financial advice, just life advice. Like Michael Jordan meme, stop, get some help. Like, don't do it. Don't do that. These people that teach you that stuff don't have your best interest in mind. Telling you. So don't do that. That's what I would do. And it's what I would not do. If I could go back and make a different decision when I first started trading, I wouldn't be messing with all that high risk stuff. Trading is a grind. It's a long game. It is a grind. It's not a lottery ticket, but that's it. Take less risk. And, yeah, that's really the biggest problem. And don't pay attention to all the, don't spend so much time paying attention to, like, trying to find the best combination of indicators and trend lines and MACD and this and that. And focus on what's actually happening. Focus on why price is moving like it is. That is the thing. That's the thing. Take less risk and focus on what's actually happening. That's exactly what I would do. Yeah, and welcome, guys, by the way. Good to see people back in here. So what now? We're kind of waiting on the market to go. Hope I don't miss all this stuff, man. The dollar's starting to go early. I hope it spikes up first. I'm assuming that we're going to go down on the dollar and up in stocks and all of that. We're going to go the other way. I'm not going to take a lot of risk trying to catch it. Normally, I would be looking at buying this kind of thing right here, like euro dollar, watching euro dollar, pound dollar. But because of the news, I think, I think we're going to end up lower on the dollar, but I'd like to see it go higher first. If it will go higher first, that's what I'm looking to do. 4 minutes. And you'll see it in the chart before you see it on the Forex Factory. I don't even care about that. Yeah. You'll see it there first. Or you'll see it here on the chart first. So I'm just going to kind of wait. And it's tempting to just try to front run it and jump in, which is what I would normally be doing right now. I would be looking to go ahead and start taking it, but dollar makes me nervous. I'm going to watch the dollar, and if the dollar makes me a deal that I can't refuse and run some crazy spike up, then you'll be much happier with the entries. And that's the thing. Watch dollar CAD, watch stock market indices, S&P, Dow, NASDAQ, gold. But focus on the stock market indices and anything against the dollar. Euro dollar, pound dollar, Aussie dollar. Pound dollar's in a good spot. Aussie dollar's in a good spot. Dollar CAD. Hopefully oil will go back up. Dollar CAD's already putting in some weird price action. If it'll, yeah, I'm worried that it's going to go early. We're just going to get like a massive red candle is what I'm expecting eventually. Now, whether it spikes up first is going to be the question we're about to find out. Yeah, the Fed's going to be really keyed in on that hot job number, Jeff. Yeah, I agree with that. That's they're not going to want to pause on the rates until people start getting laid off. Honestly, the Fed wants to see layoffs before they start slowing down on the rates. They're seeing this really strong jobs numbers and people gaining employment. This just means going to be continued rate hikes, which is going to be strong for the dollar. But we're talking about what's going to happen right now. What's going to happen over the next 2 days is probably different than what's going to happen over the next 2 weeks or 2 months even. Here we go. Gonna wait. Again, I'm not going to take a lot of risk on this because it's Friday, but if we get to levels, if the dollar spikes, which is what I hope is going to happen, then we're going to get some really good entries on like euro dollar, pound dollar. And I'm going to have to make some decisions here. What am I in? Aussie dollar. MetaTrader's probably going to lock up. Everything's protected anyway. And I'm not going to, there's no big loss that's going to happen. I was just kind of messing around with stuff this morning, waiting, but this is what I'm waiting for. All right. T-minus 15. Let's go. 15 seconds. Let me get to euro dollar first. Euro dollar would be priority. And go. And there it is. Dollar to the moon. Yeah. Dollar down, S&P to the moon. I mean, dadgummit, man. Knew that was going to happen. And there we go. Question is, yeah, so the dollar went down first. Stonks up. Figured that was coming. All right, there goes your dollar. Down. Made sense. Big nasty red candle on the dollar. So unfortunately, probably could have front run it. Got some stuff that's going to go though. Got stopped out, I'm sure. How bad was it? Oh, not bad at all. Nothing really. Oil. Yeah, so let's see what we got here. Watch the volatility. Good game. For Kiwis looking good. Yeah, so makes sense. Nothing bad happened. Stocks up, makes sense. That was the whole thing, was that we're going to get a really nasty candle on the dollar. And there's probably going to be a multi-day move back down on the dollar. Stocks back up off the low. All made sense. I should have probably pre-positioned on that. Made sense. But again, that's what I was saying. If it wasn't Friday, I would probably take that shot as this pulls back down on the S&P and the NASDAQ, euro dollar. Hop back in here. A little piece there. Hopefully that dollar will fall back down. Whatever. What happened? Pound dollar. Well, that stuff's probably going to come up off the low. Get in there, whatever. A little bit of pound dollar. Maybe this stuff will go. Nothing else is really going to probably do much. Kiwi dollar went. That's already good. I did take a Kiwi dollar ahead of time, just betting on the dollar downside. So we got it right. Overall, it all made sense. Strong yen, weaker dollar. Yen will probably come back though. Oil hopefully will come back. Yeah, so stock market indices upside. Yeah, it makes sense. I was hoping it was going to spike down first, but no. So dollar down is the thing that made the most sense. Stock market up, dollar down. So now it's going to be a matter of sitting through the volatility. Curious to know what the numbers were actually. Let's take a look at that real quick. All right, so fine. Still probably going to end up hitting target today. Now that this has happened, now that we can actually make some good decisions. See what the numbers were real quick. How off was it? 223. Yeah, so big surprise there. It's 235. So we got the data yesterday. There's no surprise. Yeah. Came out as expected from yesterday. ADP was close. It was only a slight discrepancy between 235 to what was it? 223. Yeah, so not that many difference. We knew it was going to be stronger. There's no surprise. Whatever. And look what happened. Fade. Dollar fade. Dollar went the other way today. Stocks went the other way today. It got faded. I mean, we called it. Called it yesterday. It was perfect opportunity to fade it. So now as this all pulls back, if that floats back up through there, careful these first couple candles. So dollar down. It all made sense. I was hoping it was going to spike high first, but no go on that. I was really hoping that was going to happen to get the better entry, but it made sense for the dollar is likely going to be on the way down, on into Monday, Tuesday, and next week. It's exactly the whole thing. So good game. Now we're going to be looking to trade the pullbacks. Sweet. So let's do that. Get active and see if we can get something out of this thing, something out of this market today. In profit. Didn't take any bad stops or anything, just a little bit of chew up, whatever, negative $11. It's nothing. Doesn't mean anything. So where are we? It's not really a great time to jump into that. Wait on a pullback on the NASDAQ. Oil hopefully will come back. Dollar yen's in a great spot. Got a really good entry there. That pending order probably won't get hit. Assuming that, there we go on the dollar. Look at the dollar. Big nasty red candle. All right, so good game. Means we got more right than wrong. That was the bet, was that the dollar was going to go down. I was hoping it was going to spike up first to get a better entry. Whatever, no go. Pound dollar, got an epic entry on that as that pulls back up into the range. Let's let it go. Let me see where my auto close target is real quick. Hold on one second. Nothing crazy is going to happen. Make sure profit goal is at 100. We'll make it the manual decision. I'll set it to 50.
15 minutes.
Set it to 50, but make the manual decision. Prophetess Prime has spoken. Prophetess Prime. The trading bot. Still looking good for the rest of the day. We got the direction right.
I'm Prophetess Prime, leader of the trading Autobots and guardian of your equity. I have come to defend you from the market Decepticons and bring pips to your accounts.
Yeah, the bot talks like Optimus Prime, by the way. Prophetess Prime has spoken. All right, pound dollar still looking good there. Take another one there while that candle's down. Take a little bit of risk today. Not a lot. I'm gonna take some small positions and just see if I can hit like $25 at a time. Just see what's going on. I'm not risking it today. The dollar is going the right direction though. Euro Kiwi's good. That was Euro Aussie's finally going. Whatever that is. Euro Yen stops to be on that. We must stop to break even on Euro Yen. If it goes back out, whatever, it's Friday. Not going to take an L on that. Should have held that. Had all those Euro pairs this morning and just closed it messing around. Euro CAD. Stops to break even on that. Euro CAD short. Great. Got more right than wrong here for sure. What is this? CAD Swiss. Whatever on that. Nothing there. Nothing there. Yeah, so now it's going to be a matter of moving through the markets and trying to see what's going where. Let me get that light up. Direction are things going? NASDAQ almost did. What the heck's going on with the S&P? Watch the dollar. So dollar down. The dollar's likely to fall probably for on into next week. So we've got a directional bias for now. That's what we're going to bet on here for now. The thing that made the most sense earlier. Paid. Okay. Back down. If the dollar spikes high, if it does end up running high, it's just going to be even better. Stops to break even on this stuff. Protect it. It's Friday. If I get lucky and it goes, good game. Not, then whatever. Yeah, so this is where the profit comes in. This is where you start positioning, where you get the gains. During the spike is not it. It's after. Got some of it right, but then the positions that happen. So we're going into profit all of a sudden. Let's get out of here with this profit on Friday. Put the money in the bag, lady. Nobody gets hurt. Put the money in the bag. Boy, got a long way to go. Come on, dollar. Eat that dirt pie. Let's go. Dollar down. Stops to be on whatever that is. Kiwi dollar. Let's go. There's your dollar CAD. Spike down. Just didn't hit my pending order. Needed a couple more pips. It just didn't hit it, which is fine. Dollar's getting wrecked right now. Stops BE there. Dollar yen. Just going to protect everything. And if it comes back, then whatever. I'll get back in it. What's the oil is coming back. Oil want to probably stay long. We're going to be risk on here. Gold made sense. Big spike up on gold. I mean, got it. Just got it. Got it. So got the direction right. Was hoping for a spike for better entries, but didn't get it, which is fine. Still got some of it, but wanted better entries, honestly. And so here's the thing, running up into the green. Let's go, dollar. Come on. Dollar's getting wrecked and roasted. That's exactly what we wanted. Let's go. Let's go. Dollar's got a long way to go down after yesterday. Roasted. Killing it. Got it right. 2 moments later. So on pullbacks on the next candle, man. Go. All right, so watch a dollar bounce here. Right here on the center, there's likely to be a dollar bounce and short-term retracement, but so we don't want to enter any more right now on the dollar. Like, we don't want to sell dollar CAD right now. It's probably going to bounce short-term, but we're looking for much lower on the dollar. It's got a long way to go. Actually, watch the low of the opening range for the people in the group right there in confluence with that blue line right there. What that line is. Once it gets there, I may close this basket and just take the money. We could be going down for the rest of the day on the dollar. That was the idea. So we got it right. I'm gonna take the low risk, easy money, whatever, $50. Be happy about it. I'm gonna time this. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. So much of this that could go so much farther. I'm going to take the easy way out right now, and then I'll reposition. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get ready to close all, and I'm watching the dollar index, and when it gets to a very specific level, a little bit lower, if it doesn't wick up right here, okay, we close lower. That was a good close. When we get back to the daily open at the low of the range, there's confluence there. I'm going to close the basket and just take it and reposition. I'll wait. Got no stomach. Need to eat something. I'm going to reposition a little bit more. Let the dollar break the low here. Honestly, it could probably hold on to some of this stuff, man. If it wasn't Friday, I would be holding these trades. Like, I would just be moving all my stops to break even here and just holding these and just letting this go. This is very low. However, I'm pretty sure that we're going to get a bounce here. I'm about to hit target anyway. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to let Prophetess Prime handle the business today. I'm going to say, God, I might hit 50 anyway. Yeah. Close. I'm going to let Prophetess Prime take care of it. $45, whatever.
15 minutes.
Let him handle it. Here we go. Prophetess Prime. Right.
Open exposure profit target reached.
Just like that. Closed all my positions in the green for the day. Very extremely low risk. It's only $30, but that's not the point. Dollar amount doesn't matter right now on something like that. So I let the bot close out. I let it just automatically quickly closed all of my positions at a net profit target. I guess you guys can't see the options, but I just let it take care of it. I'm going to reset my profit target to something else. $25.
15 minutes.
And I'm going to start looking to take $25 at a time, low risk, until the day's over. I'm going to wait for pullbacks. We're likely to get a market temporary reversal very quickly, and I'll see where that's going to be. At, okay, you'll see it on dollar yen here. Right when we get down to the low of this range right here on dollar yen, the entire market is likely to short-term bounce, and that would be the way that you would play it. I think we're going to end up lower as the day goes on with the dollar stuff, but that was the move. That was it. So it was like easy profit there. Just, I took very little risk, but for the amount of risk that I took, that was a decent profit. I'll take the whatever. So I got stopped out for $11 and playing around this morning, and then took the $50 target basically. Watch the bounce here. The aggressive play would be to scalp this or pull back up and then get ready to close. I can just play with the bot for a second, or play with the tool, risk manager. And once this goes, like if you were scalping here, what you would do once this pulls back up off the range low bounce, then goes into profit. Imagine this was a full lot and you're in dollars, and I'm ready, waiting to close this trade. When it goes into profit, boom, done. Just like that. Scalped. Invaluable tool right there. No words for how useful that is. Just like that. Scalp bounce off the middle. Now watch for a market wide, temporary over the next few minutes, reversal bounce-ish. Things rejecting gold. You don't want to buy into a trend right now. Not a good idea. You're going to see everything pull back right here. We're just there. Algorithmically, we're at that level. And see, look what's happening. The whole market is going to reject here and pull back a little bit, and we'll reassess the situation in just a second. Like clockwork, man. It's just like easy almost sometimes. Why is DXY dropping in good news? That was the whole thing. That's the fade. That's the fade. Called it yesterday. That is a great question. But that's the manipulation trade. Talked about this yesterday. We talked about it all morning, waiting for that. It's the manipulation trade. Everybody's going to buy the dollar because they think it's going to be strong, but it's about where you are. It's about relativity. Look at where the dollar was structurally and price action wise. It wasn't a good trade. It was bullish on the high, and that was perfect opportunity for a fade. Called it. I mean, it's the same crap over and over. Which direction it goes is heavily determined on where it is currently. So you got positive news for the dollar, strong jobs, again, guaranteed or confirmed. But look at where it is. And, everybody's going to learn this lesson one day, that markets go where the opportunity is and not where the news went. Technicals are always superior to fundamentals, always. And people think it's the other way around. People think that the technicals follow the news, but the news follows the technicals. One day, everybody's going to figure it out. All right, so dollar, where we are right now, current potential low here. Ready for a bounce right here. Probably going to get some profits closing. Really going to wait. I mean, just got this right. Just got the whole thing right. I didn't want to position heavily because it's Friday, but what I would have normally done would be spreading out some risk on that right before the market happened for the fade. You're fading retail. It's a retail fade. Everybody assumes because it's a green light that the dollar is going to have to go up. It's not how it works. It's actually a perfect opportunity to fade that volatility, fade the liquidity. Everybody buying the top on the dollar. It's exactly it. It's the same stuff. And, you know, that's what we do, is we learn how to figure that out. Something that not everybody's exposed to. How do we know when that's going to happen? When it's likely to happen? Nobody knows the future, but we can make a really good guess. And just got it right again. We just got a very good record of getting that right. Understanding how that works. Yeah, it was a retail fade. It's a perfect opportunity. We talked about it for hours. And yesterday, look at the analysis video from the end of the day yesterday. Retail fade. Hilarious. Love it. Yeah, love it when a plan comes together and you get it right. Here's your bounce. Stabilize, and we'll see. We're watching the dollar here. I should check on equities. It's probably going to pull back a little bit. That was probably the point where it's going to pull back a little bit in the stock market. We don't want to buy the stock market right now. Don't want to buy that right there. Let it pull back first, and we'll probably get some really good entries for next week. Good game though. Good game. Love it when a plan comes together. Dollar yen, just playing with this one because it's the closest analog to the dollar index right now. Messing with it. I don't normally trade this one, but I'm just trading the dollar move. I'm going to let that candle close and let it settle in. It's probably going to hold here. It'll probably hold and pull back up a little bit. Be careful on a Friday taking positions, but we're going to try to scalp out some more money here. Get some more out of the market. Got the dollar short right. It was the thing that made the most sense. If I was going to try to take everybody's money, how would I do it? And that was it. Fade the top of the range, fade the blown out high on the dollar when everybody thinks it's going to be bullish. That was the play. Now that that's over, when it pulls back up and goes into a range or goes to make a lower high, we'll probably reposition. That was the move. But yeah, that is the age-old question. Why is the dollar going down on good news? And back to the point we were talking about earlier, about the important part is knowing when the volatility event's going to come. Don't pay attention to what the number is. Don't pay attention to the data. Pay attention to the timing. And make your own determination on where the market is. Where is the market? What's actually happening? What's the more likely scenario based on where the market is technically? Take another look at this. Look how accurate the tool was today for the dollar. Stop dead. Dead. Right on your projected high. Right to the projected low and stopped. Now now we have a range. And again, these levels were set at 3 a.m. this morning at London Open. This isn't repainting. These levels were set ahead of time, and people have a hard time understanding that these markets are algorithmically driven and controlled. And it's a hard thing to wrap your head around at first. But once you start to understand it from a programmer's perspective, you start to see things that you don't believe at first. And then you start to see it over and over and over again every day on every market. And it's hard. It's a hard thing for people to understand, honestly. You know, once you figure this out, once you crack the code, there is a code to crack. And that's what we do. That's what we do here. So we were hoping for a spike higher, but man, you can see what's going on there. And again, we're going to watch everything on the way up and down. We already know what levels we're watching. A little bit higher on gold. A little bit more. Oil's looking better. Dollar CAD wrecked right down to the weekly open. A lot of algorithmic decisions are going to happen there too. Yeah. Yeah. It's, just see everything playing out. Everything is working out exactly like we want it to. It's going to be some good trading next week. But right now, you don't want to chase the trend right now. The dollar is going to get smoked. And this was the whole thing. The dollar is going to get wrecked. It'll be way down here on Monday or Tuesday. But right now, we don't want to enter it short anymore right here. We don't want to enter it short. We're waiting for the potential bounce point right here. There's some profit that's going to be taken right here. And we don't really want to chase it short anymore here on the dollar in whatever form that is. We don't want to buy Aussie dollar here. We don't want to buy Euro dollar here, even though it's probably going to go just a little bit more. It's not a good risk to buy it here. It's hard to explain. We'll wait to make a decision until we get probably there. Right off the weekly low. Yeah, so whatever. We got it right. I was hoping for a spike high. Didn't get it. I was hoping for a better entry. But front running it was the answer. Front running the dollar smash. Rewind the tape. Play it back. Look at what we talked about this morning and yesterday. Just the same crap over and over. Forex Factory is bad for your health. It's bad for you. All BS, and it's bad for you, like George Carlin used to say. A little bit lower on pound Aussie. Probably trying to take a bounce there. Here. A little bit more. Dollar's going to get wrecked. Everybody's going to buy the top and get used and abused. Everybody's going to buy the top and just get used as liquidity. Pretty common. Same crap over and over and over, and you just try to make good decisions is what it is. Down probably at a rejection point there, close to it. NASDAQ already went. Previous equilibrium from yesterday. Average contract settlements. Just right off of it. We only make decisions at certain points. You dramatically reduce the amount of bad decisions that you can make. If you only make decisions at certain places on the chart, then you have a much higher probability of making a good decision. You filter out bad decisions. That's the whole idea. Euro dollar. Probably going to go again. The really aggressive play here would be to buy into Euro dollar. It's aggressive, but something maybe low risk. Then look for a rejection on the dollar to go lower, right about where that is. You see on the other side where that's happening. Just to play with it. Aggressive. I would emergency stop. We're really looking for that right there. To break the high. Looking for the dollar index to reject the low of the range. Move down to lower. The dollar's going to end up lower next week. But we're at the bottom of a range right now, and we don't want to go heavy. You don't want to position heavy here, but we're going to do it just to do it. Through with the point. Action right on the dollar. A very different kind of strategy. We're thinking like a trading bot is what we're doing. Streams. Actually, this is the first week I've been back in a while. It's been a while. Kind of messing around. Still doing trading every day. Still in Zoom. Just coming back on YouTube just to check it out for a week. We still need to get some stuff done in the group too, but just whatever. Just being on YouTube for a little bit. Take a couple days and check it out. So normally what you could do here, I mean, you could just take the scalp, but we'll get ready to do it. Here, I'll get ready to move the stop to break even. Once it breaks the high, I've already got a target here, but once it breaks the high, activate that break even stop. I think the dollar is going to reject and go lower here. It's a perfect point to do that. Push here and break that low. Run down to the hash, and at the hash, you would probably close your scalp. Or when it breaks the high. Do it just to do it. Show what types of things you can do in a situation like this, with the market like this. Yeah, whatever. Right. Set it to break even. Maybe it'll go. Stopped out, doesn't matter. Kiwi's almost there. Pound dollar was a great trade. Could have held a little longer, but it's probably going to pull back here soon. Again, at this point, I'm just going to try to get something out of the market. Just a couple dollars or whatever. I don't want to put myself in a position where I could, give all that profit back. Not that it was a lot, but it was something. And that's the point. Like virtually zero risk to make, $40. 30 something dollars. Whatever. And by the end of the day, that could be $100 once things start to play out. Once we get more information on where things are going. Yeah, it's probably going lower. All these dollar pairs are going to get wrecked next week. If it doesn't run all the way today, like it could be a brutal day for the dollar. Actually, probably need to pay attention to the stock market here. It's just not the time to buy into it right now. If this would pull back, somewhere back a little bit on the NASDAQ, be looking to reposition long there. S&P, same thing. Let it pull back into a range. Then what the dollar's doing. Oil's going to try to go here. Finally, it went. That was a pain this morning. It went down low again. Now it's back up. But oil's very low still. It's not the best entry to buy it at the top of the range, but there we go. There we go on the dollar. $1. Yeah. Yep. It would break that high. Protected anyway. Yeah. And that's the thing, Jeff, is as long as we keep getting these hot job numbers like that, man, Fed's not going to slow down the rate hikes. So, man, we're in a crazy situation here in the country, in the world, really, where if people don't lose their jobs, inflation is going to get worse. Not a good situation. People don't get laid off in large numbers, mass layoffs, then inflation is going to get worse. In theory. The Fed's got a difficult balance there to figure out what to do with that. you know, trying to balance prices and the labor market with, you know, so many people working right now. We're gaining jobs, which means, you know, after we printed all that trillions of dollars, it's just going to get worse. You know, we were in the store last night on the way back from the gym, and a dozen eggs was $5. I was like, what? Like, it was like $1.99, I think, like 6 months ago, something like that, like less than a year ago. Like a year ago, a dozen eggs was $5. It was $4.99. I was like, what? And that's here. I can't imagine like New York or California, some crazy, you know, somewhere where it's expensive. It's crazy, like how much stuff has gone up. All right, so here we go again. I'm going to try this again on dollar for sure. Dollar. To try again on the rejection. Dollar rejection. X again. Maybe it will. If it comes back and starts closing in the range, then we know what's going on. But yeah, prices are crazy right now, man. It's hard for people. It's tough out there. Yeah, wild. This. Or for there to be a range here, probably. We'll see what happens with the dollar if it rejects. You know, now's not the time you want to be taking heavy risk, but it's, you know, everything is turning around right now. This was that rejection point in the market, your market reversal. That's tempting here, man. That pulls back. Bitcoin actually moved. It's just Bitcoin moves with the stock market too. Just forget about any other strategy. Just watch the S&P 500. That's all you need to know about Bitcoin. Whatever the S&P 500 is doing, just that's what Bitcoin's doing. Or the NASDAQ or whatever. There. Dollar reject. It's exactly what it's doing. Tempting to buy into the NASDAQ on that retest because of where it is. If it will go just a little lower, I'll maybe take it. I'm already in pound dollar, euro dollar, oil's up. This same thing. I mean, you could rejection here. I'm watching and waiting. Just scalping, messing around, a little low risk, waiting for something to be certain, really. Waiting for some certainty. But there's a good chance that we get a second leg here. Dollar rejects and goes lower. Risk assets go back up. Everything against the dollar goes back the other way. See what that looks like later. Euro yen. Yep. Dollar CAD is in. Ooh, Euro CAD broke the low. That's interesting where that is. Waiting on the dollar though. Let's see what to do with that. Aussie dollar is another one. Really be a good bounce if it'll pull back a little bit. Center level on the dollar next. Yeah, just waiting, but we're gonna get some positions though. I think today we're gonna get some interesting positions. That was the good stuff came right before NFP on the dollar. The betting against the dollar was the answer. Now we're gonna try to figure out where the range is gonna be. Remember that markets can go both ways here after the news. Watch this for a second. Hold on a second. I'm gonna refill this coffee real quick. I'll be right. Give me 2 seconds. Let me run down to the kitchen. Aussie dollar. Hold on. Let me get ready for this just in case. Watching that one. Pull back a little bit. Pending order right there. See if it gets hit. Put a stop below the range low. Target on up here. Put a pending order on Aussie dollar just to see if it'll pull back a little bit more. I'll be right back and we'll continue this on. Markets are moving though. Give me just a second. Oops, make sure I'm not muted there. All right, and everybody's gone right when the good stuff is going to happen. 9:30 market open. All right, so it looks like Aussie dollar got filled. Wrecked. One second. Yeah, so taking the pullback there on Aussie dollar. We'll see if we can catch that higher today. Makes sense. Easy call. Second. Send this, that. All right. Oh my God. All right, money. Okay, back to it. Dollar probably going to reject here. It went to the center. So take this as it comes today. Did go back to the center. Hopefully that'll reject and continue lower. It'll be an easier day if it does. Okay, that. Yeah. So back to it. Back to it here. We're going to get a move right on the open here. Market's open. Cat Swiss going to be a short. Something there. That next. Dollar. It's probably going to bounce back up. Remember, the market's open in here, so we may get a move based off of whatever happened pre-market. So we're up pre-market. And equities. Probably, yeah, whatever. Let it pull back a little bit. Still going to be a long. Break the low, then whatever. Try it again when it gets down there. So here as the market's opening. Yeah, perfect bounce there. Oil ended up higher, which is good. We were long this morning, so okay, yeah. As this pulls back, definitely going to watch this NASDAQ. Man, I don't know if that's going to get hit or not. I'm going to put a pending order there and see if it gets hit. It's a maybe. Put a pending order on the center and see if we can get a continuation to the upside based on that weaker dollar. Let the dollar reject and go lower. See, that was it. That would have been the scalp. Yep, there it goes. So that may or may not, it's gone. There it goes. May or may not get hit. Dadgummit. Should have just taken it market. Sorry though. Yeah, so the trading day is just getting going here. We got a direction on the dollar. Look at that rejection on NAS. I'm going to put a pending order there and we'll see if it gets hit, but it might have been it. If it holds outside the range and the dollar looks like it's going to break the low, then I'll probably get back into the NASDAQ for a scalp to break the high. Put a pending order there. I don't know if it's going to actually get hit now. I should have taken it market because it's the thing sometimes with these levels, it's not there long. It doesn't last long. Euro yen, that's going to go lower. It's not the best entry, but whatever. Lower. I'm going to be flipping through stuff quickly here. NASDAQ, just pinpoint. Just missed it. It might hold that though. Means that the other stuff's probably going to go though. Like euro dollar and pound dollar. They'll probably be up on the way back up. Then euro dollar is probably good. Be fine. Maybe euro pound is a maybe. Short. It's just not quite there yet, but maybe. There's going to be a whole bunch of stuff that's probably going to start happening. And that's the thing. We're going to try to get in it. Aussie dollar is good. Go a little bit more. Watch the market open here, assuming we're going up in stock market today. Thing that makes the most sense. Dollar continuation down. Equities up, which means Aussie dollar long, euro dollar long, pound dollar long, Kiwi dollar long. Trying to hit the right levels. Friday. Got no job. Euro Aussie, that looks like that's going to break the low and run down. If that closes squared up, we'll come back to that. There's going to be trades all over the place, and this is the whole thing. It's going to be a target-rich environment as soon as we got the answer on the dollar, which is what we thought was going to happen. But as soon as we know for sure, get a good close here on pound dollar, it's going to be up. Going to be looking to run that. Pound dollar's in a very good spot for even a swing like on into next week. If you're willing to hold over the weekend, pound dollar is probably going to be a good trade. Same with euro dollar. Let that dollar do what it's going to do. Here. Yeah. Sucks, man. Pending order missed by a pip. Should have just taken it market instead. This candle closes strong right here above that equilibrium. We would assume that it's going to continue higher. We'll be looking up here somewhere, probably right in there. But the dollar's got a long way to go. So pound dollar's got a long way to go too, the other way. Want to see it close strong first. Some low risk pips out of this market before Friday ends. Had a good week this week. Again, just low risk. Did well. Good to be back on YouTube too a little bit. Maybe we'll start doing that. We'll pick some time where we do group stuff only, and we'll do some YouTube stuff during the day. Come on, dollar. There we go. NASDAQ pulling back. I want it to tag in. Gonna come so close. It's right on that white line. Minute chart. I want it to puncture that white level and then wick back up and hold it. That's what I'm looking for. over the next few candles for it to come back up. Bagged in here. Two. Push it low. There you go. That's what I want. Flap it back up. Hopefully. Come on. Cat Swiss was the other one. Right at the bottom of the range. There's a decent chance that this ends up higher. So that was probably the next place to enter it right there when it dipped into that. Manage this manually. Sorry, stop. Of course it's going to bounce. Come back. See. Little scalps right now. Whole thing could hold a range and run back up for the rest of the day. That's very possible in the equities market. It's not a short from here. It's not a short from here. The question is it going to hold? Dollar is tempting to take another one right there. Back on the high of the range. Yeah, that's bouncing. Come on, let's wick back up above equilibrium. Come on, baby. Come on back. We're taking the average contract settlement point. Next on that, probably a little bit oil if it'll come back one more time. Try a higher low on the center. Dollar CAD is a mess. The dollar doesn't look good. Good. Nothing. New Zealand dollar stuff is not great. Dollar's probably fine. I'll let that do its thing. Actually, again, back some profit. I'll give it back. I'm willing to take a shot at the scalp. I want to manage that. So, an unnecessary stop just in noise in the middle of a range. I'm going to just take the average and look at it later. But again, doesn't go on the center. I'll take it again at the bottom of the range. It's probably going to bounce and end up higher. Deep pull back. What's going on? So yeah, watching at this point, waiting for things to make sense to get to levels. just went right off the hash. Dollar's back in the range. Going to be a whipsaw here, which is fine. Going to get some whipsaw for a little bit. Bro. Man. What is that? Wow. Deep push back down. Garbage. Funny. Give it a minute. The dollar is at the top of the range. Let it see if it's going to reject here. What a mess. I'd be giving some of it back, which is fine. Dollar is right now. Dollar came all the way back. Correct. Crazy range. Funny. All right. Try to find it. Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. I'll take it though. It's fine. That ready to trade. I'm going to push my symbol button. Dollar's back at the top of the range. Everything's coming back. Dow's back on the center level. Wild. That's crazy. Stop here. Equities. Still got some room. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. I have to take a stop. It breaks the projected low, then I'll take it. Interesting move. That didn't go. That's all right. Low risk, you can do that stuff. Still might bounce. It's not dead yet. Just didn't go as planned. Dow went right. Yeah, so weird whipsaw. There we go. That's news for you right there. Bill is tempting. They're on oil. Friday. Wish it wasn't Friday. My controller disconnected. Lol. Turn it back on. Yeah, so waiting at this point. Just waiting for taking a little couple scalps. Waiting to see what's going to happen. What the heck is going on with that? All right. I don't know why that disconnected. Oil is at an interesting spot. Wait for it to go back to the bottom of the range and then maybe jump back in. a whole bunch of good positions though. I'm going to get some good positions probably. I wish it wasn't Friday. I would be spreading stuff out right now. And for a continuation lower on the dollar and on into next week. I've got to be flat by the end of the day. So I can't have any, whatever negative positions I have open will get closed, which is fine. I just don't want to have too much craziness open. I don't want to take too much risk right now on a Friday, but I'm just going to stay active in the market and try to get something. Unless I hit my limit and give some of it back, which will be fine. It's fine to get ahead and take some risk. Cat Swift. Oh, that got tagged in. That's a short. Okay. Good entry. That is a big whipsaw. Dirty move there, guys. That's the problem. That's the problem. Hoping we were going to get a trend run there, but maybe not. Problem is if we're not going to actually run in a direction, it's going to be a choppy day for the rest of the day. Sucks how one candle can change the entire outlook for the rest of the day. Sucks, man. It may be choppy. Where we just end up in a range, just back and forth sideways from low to high instead of running a trend, Garbage. Pound dollar looks good though. Man. Hold that over the weekend. Be a good trade. Might end up in a range here if the dollar's, if the stock market's not going to run up. Back and forth. Dollar's still got a chance to reject and come down. Fortunate. Kiwi dollar is another good one off the center. Right off the middle. Or yen, yeah, whatever. Still want to be short there. There goes your bounce on the Dow. On back. Okay, so the dollar is at another point where it might reject and go back up again. It's in a weird spot. Can't make up its mind. What's a percentage gain? Well, it depends. And that's risk adjusted. It depends on how much risk you take. And this is the big thing that people miss. Like for example, yesterday, trading here yesterday on YouTube, it did exactly 0.5%, like almost exactly 0.5% on a 25K account. But the largest lot size that I took was a 0.02. 2 micro lots was the largest lot size I took all day. It was mostly all micro lots and did 0.5% on a 25K account. So risk adjusted, it's not bad. I generally shoot for a low percentage. Some people like try to hit 2% in a day. That's extremely dangerous. It's just my personal take on it. I normally look to get like 0.1% to 0.25% per day. That's my target. Try to hit 0.1% first. And if I can get 0.25%, gangster. But I'm also taking much less risk to do that. More trades with less risk. Consistently hitting a profit target. If you can get 0.1% 40 times, or 0.25%, like 40 times a month, and that's a 10% gain. Taking very little risk, ultra low risk to get those numbers. If you're just trying to hit 0.25%, that's very low risk. Very low risk. You're not risking blowing up your account, and you're still doing 10% per month. You think about it that way. if you're risking 2% of your account per trade, like you're going to blow it up on a prop firm. Like you have 2 bad trades and you're dead. So, whatever, depending, 2 or 3 bad trades and you're in trouble. So, I just don't trade that way. I trade low risk, but it depends, it depends on the market. The market conditions are the factor. That is the factor. What are the market conditions? You're not going to have a winning week every week. You're not going to have a winning day every day, but it doesn't matter. You look at the aggregate average over time, and as long as you're consistently making better decisions than bad decisions, then you're probably doing all right. Some months of, do 10%, and some months I'll do 1%. Depends. It all depends on what happens. It really depends. I shoot for lower percentage targets. I'm not worried about getting rich today from trading. I want to continue to build accounts and continue to acquire assets under management, and then let the bot do the work. But yeah, trading like I do, low risk, like right now I'm just taking small positions. Every once in a while, when the trade is right, I'll take a little bit bigger position. But I prefer to distribute my risk across the market, take very small positions, but it all averages out to be a larger amount of risk. If I take, 50 micro lot trades, if I'm in 50 different positions and they're all a micro lot, well, that's different, then you're looking at, a normal risk, but it's distributed across the entire market, and you have a much lower probability of getting wrecked. People don't understand, like the math of trading smaller positions is in your favor. Just the math alone, just time and the math of it. Everybody wants to risk 2% on a trade. It's dangerous. You're going to risk 2% of your account. It doesn't take many losses to get wrecked. Like yesterday, I had a very good day yesterday relative to the amount of risk that it took. Again, I think the largest position, other than oil, which is the minimum position size, which is 0.1, a mini lot on oil is the lowest position size you can take. I think I had like 1 or 2 oil trades, but the largest size I took was a 0.02, and most of them were 0.01s, micro lots, and still did a 0.5%. So, it depends on how you look at it. Yeah, it was just a good day. That was a good, efficient day. That's exactly the kind of day you want. Voice wrecked. Yeah, yesterday was exactly the kind of day that you want. Today was smooth. I'm not risking a lot because it's Friday. I'm not putting on many positions. I'll play in it and wait for something interesting to happen. Still got plenty of time today. We're coming into a good volatile hour. Euro Swiss, look, that's about to go back up. Like it could take there maybe. I'll wait on that. But yeah, it depends. Yeah, and there is no set percentage per day or per week or whatever. It doesn't work that way. Depends on what the market gods will give you. What will the market provide for you today? The volatility is extremely important. How much volatility there is. Are things running to their ranges or not? Are markets expanding or contracting? If you're in a contracting market-wide, like overall, you would expect less return. But if you're in an expanding market, then you could probably do better. It really depends. But I take very low risk and try to hit profit targets. I try to hit small targets multiple times, and it just works. It works for me. It's the easy way to do it. Everybody tries to hit a home run every trade. And there's nothing wrong with trying that, but there's an easier way to do it. If you forget about that, you have to change your mindset though. On Swiss, I know that I can try to hit a home run today, or I can have a 100% guarantee of making something, or at least not making something this week or this month. making a gain. Move the chains, get the first down. There's a lot of benefit in trying it that way for a little while. You stop getting wrecked. Like you stop, when you stop taking big position sizes, trying to hit a home run, stop getting wrecked. If you're not getting wrecked, that means you're probably winning over time, or at least not losing, not getting killed. That's what it's about. It's about living to trade another day. You got to survive to trade when the market conditions are right. That's what it's about. Kiwi dollar. This is something that most people would look at this and be like, no way. Look at this, like, it's time to buy it. Yeah, trade my way out of this deficit here. That's not playing along today. It looked like the dollar was going to reject and go down, but now it's back in a range. So, and there we go. Let's go. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the profit. I'm going to close all my trades out. Got that. Just got the move on the market. I want to take that scalp right there. What else? Here's what I'm going to do. Market is moving. Positions are going. Let's go. I'm going to set, we're going to do this the Friday way. Take $10 at a time.
15 minutes.
I'm going to let Prophetess Prime handle that business for me. Tell me about it, Mr. Man. That's what I'm talking about.
Open exposure profit target reached.
Right. Listen to the man. All right. Just like that. Money. 10 a.m. candle open. 10 a.m. open. Next. Next basket. It's $44 profit today. Trading micro lots. Next basket. Tell me about it, Prophetess Prime. Next.
I'm Prophetess Prime, leader of the trading Autobots and guardian of your equity. I have come to defend you from the market Decepticons and bring pips to your accounts.
Right. Listen to the man. Market Decepticons are everywhere. All over the place. Stop you out. Let's go. So back in the game here. Now we got, and it's this 10 a.m. candle open. This is just another volume hour where things go. Now we're in the game. We're going to run $10 at a time for the rest of the day. We're progressively reducing our risk. We're thinking like a trading bot. We're going to, as we start to hit our targets, we're going to progressively reduce our risk and glide in to our daily target. Right now, I'm looking for 0.2%. I've already hit the first tenth and I'm close. A few dollars away from 0.2%. And then we'll reduce it again down to hit the last 1/20% to give 0.5%. We're going to try to, no, 0.25%. Yeah, we're going to try to hit a 0.25%. 2/2. We're going to try to hit a 0.25% gain, trading only micro lots on a 25K account with a PlayStation 5 controller. Lol. Are you not entertained? So next, we're looking for some shorts higher. Might need to reposition some pending orders actually. NASDAQ, what's going on there? Let that pull back up. Might have should have held that, to be honest. Are you not entertained? Good smooth day. 2 smooth days in a row. Wednesday was whack with the yen. Ended up hitting a 0.1% target on Tuesday. Hit a 0.5% yesterday. Going to try to hit a 0.25% today. Should be able to get it. I mean, we're almost there. Or close. At least 0.2. 0.2 would be reasonable. Yeah, I was going to say that was a crazy move there on the 10 a.m. open. And not every day is perfect either. But dollar back down. So as the dollar closes there, watching on the group, that dollar, as the dollar closes that candle, when it pulls back up, I'm going to try it again for rejection. Wait for it to pull back up to the low of the opening range right there, and we'll try it again. It was a weird day. Pound Aussie, something about that I like. I'm willing to try that. We'll put the stop right there. Execute next. I'm going to take that on the center. And again, going to progressively reduce the risk and start taking fewer trades. Same lot size, but trying to narrow it down because it's Friday. If it wasn't Friday, I would just be willing to let this stuff run overnight and I wouldn't care. But I don't want to give it all back. I'm willing to take a little bit of risk. I just don't want to, we'll put a, say, target right there. I don't want to give it all back. Pound Kiwi, Pound Aussie. Pound dollar, of course, that's gone. I should have just left that open. But right where this is right now, it's probably going to reject too. Yeah, the dollar's gone. Dollar down, man. I'm telling you. Wrecked. Wrecked on the dollar. Everybody got finessed on the dollar today. Everybody bought the top who was trading the news. But you see the volume that came on that 10 a.m. open. Markets are about timing. We've been running the data on that. That 10 a.m. is one of the highest volume. It is the highest, one of the top 3 on average, highest volume hours of the day. So that's an important thing to know. As gold gets up here, possibly kind of a retracement, whatever. I'm going to watch the dollar. Actually, I'm going to not put a pending order there. I'm going to do this manually on gold. There may be a retracement short that's coming. Gold's probably going to be a short next week. Already in the green. Pound Kiwi. And our target now is, hold on a second. Where are we? $4. We're looking for $5. I'm going to set the bot. I guess you guys can't see this, but have the bot set this to $5. So the bot
15-minute
auto close when my open exposure gets to $5. I know that it's not about the dollar amount. If you pay attention to what I'm doing here, you can adjust this to whatever your dollar amount is. Giving a hint and done here. Watch gold, want to watch dollar, where that gets to the low. Not there yet. Buttcorn's a potential rejection. I wish it wasn't Friday. There's a lot of stuff that I want to take that I'm going to be cautious on because it's Friday and I've got to be flat by market close. I don't want to get caught in a drawdown that I got to fight my way out of and then maybe get out of. Or I would just be slinging. I would be gunslinging right now with the market moving where it is. I'm going to wait for the dollar to get to that new level. Right, there's confluence. There's a triple confluence down there for the group. That's a little bit lower there on the dollar. And once we get into that, we'll look for a bounce. Probably going to be a reversal on gold, stocks, pound dollar, euro dollar. Oil is holding again. After a 10% dump, there's a good chance that oil, some of that gets taken back next week. Oil. Kiwi dollar. Close. Wait for that. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Actually, we'll look for that. Back to there. Maybe the bottom of the range. This needs to go much higher. It's tempting to scalp it short, but I'm going to wait on that. Pull back on dollar CAD, Kiwi CAD, pound dollar. It was a good long. It was the right thing to do, to take it long. Took it on the center right here and then took it again at the bottom of the range. And then we got the massive gap up on the 10 a.m. open. Standard, pretty typical. We're getting a big whipsaw in equities. Stuff's all over the place, man. This is a tough market right now. Stuff is all over the place. You got to be careful. Too late. Pound CAD, too late. Right off the level, though. Dossie is good. I'm already in it. Euro dollars. Waiting for a pullback scalp on that. Not quite there yet. It's tempting where it is, but I'm worried that the dollar is going to run all the way back down. So I don't want to take this short yet. I want to watch the dollar when it gets a little bit lower, just a little bit more. Be aware of potential entries here, though. This is what I mean. Once the market starts moving, it'll be a target-rich environment. There'll be all kind of stuff going on. And again, if it wasn't Friday, I would be slinging positions out right now. All right, so we're getting there on the dollar. Let me get down to a dollar pair so I can see. Potential scalp short. Dollar's not quite there. Dollar CAD. Are you going to bounce go the other way? Hold on one second. Dollar yen is the closest analog right now. A little bit more. Probably going to end up down there, but we're going to scalp it back to the top of the range. A little bit lower. My coffee here. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, good game wall. Lower. Come on, man. Dollar. Just gonna fall. I mean, the dollar's just wrecked off the high. It's gonna run right on down. It's trying to do it today. I thought it was gonna take until like Monday for it to get down there. I do it now. We're at the magic level right now, though. Dollar yen, dollar. Frame. Got that back up to the bottom of the range in just a second. One more push lower. Green candle short term. Playing around, testing some scalping here. The dollar is going to go lower, but I'm going to bet on a pullback on the open of the next candle. Ready to close all. Maybe we'll move a stop to break even. Here we go. And just like that, come on, bounce. Stops to break even. Look at the entry. Look at the entry on that. And that trade was taken off the dollar index. Close the scalp. Done. Money. Next. Pound Aussie, pound Kiwi. What was that? Gold. That looks like that's going to be a short too. Next. Dollar. Oh, dog's going crazy. Probably hear the dogs in the background. Sorry, guys. Somebody's outside. Vicious guard dogs. Stops to BE on pound Kiwi, whatever. It's not, if it doesn't go from there, then whatever. Pound Aussie was the other one. Stops to break even. Let it go. Next. Kiwi gets taken out, that's fine. It's either going to go or not. At this point, just looking for small amounts, just in theory, just kind of just taking small amounts right now because it's Friday, and just trading for the love of the game right now, to be honest. Not going to risk giving back $50 on the end of the day on a Friday. Euro pound. Actually like that where that is. I'm fine with that. I'll give it an emergency stop. Small piece. Just look for, again, a scalp on that. Look at that in a minute. It's at the bottom of the opening range. Algorithmically, it's likely to pull back up from there. We're likely to get a candle or two and see it reject off the low of the range like that. Things that happen in the market that people aren't aware of. Floating. CAD Swiss was a great short earlier. Out of it now. And nothing there yet. Aussie CAD would wait for it to go a little bit higher before making any decisions. That may be a short right there. Aussie yen, I mean, whatever that was, Aussie Swiss. Aussie yen looks like it's rejecting now. Tempting. Again, if this wasn't Friday, I would take a short right here on the center and just look for it to go lower. But, and if it didn't go, I would just wait, because it's probably going to go next week. It's probably going to end up much, much lower than this. So I wouldn't be worried about a low risk entry. We stayed in. What else? What else? What else? Again, probably going to bounce and come back into. Something. Bit for now. CAD yen is going to be a good short. I would only want to be short on that, but it's probably going to bounce. That's a weird one. Euro CAD. That is a big whipsaw right there. Crazy. Now the question is it gonna sell off at a scalp target? Breaks the high or not? See if that gets tagged in, and if it breaks the high or not, I'm curious. Wicks. If it breaks the high and runs back up through supply at the end, if it's a range expansion, then good game. But if not, that may get tagged in and get a couple hours of pullback. Dollar's wrecked, man. Wrecked, exactly. We'll look at the dollar in a minute. I'm gonna rewind that clip from yesterday. Watch how scary accurate that was. It's hilarious, actually. Lol. So there we go. Let's see the rejection. Come on, baby. Trying to clear out another $5. I'm gonna have 0.2%. Trying to do 0.1% at a time. The easy way, and you know, it could scale it up if you wanted to. Here's your scalp. Look at the entry. Good. Take that scalp. We've stopped to break even. Stop to break even and protect it, and maybe it'll go. Maybe it'll go down. I think the dollar's got a little bit more to go, and then we'll take another one on the dollar. Group people, you see where the dollar is and where it's heading. Back into density. When the dollar gets there, we'll make another decision. Bad maybe. Hopefully that won't make it all the way back up. Could close this right now. If this was a scalp, you know, if it was a, you know, a mini lot instead, you'd be closing a $20 profit right now, you know, just for a scalp, just bloop, just like that. 10 seconds, $20. Less than 10 seconds. And you'd be out. But I'm going to wait and see if it goes. It's protecting. It's not going to kill me. Maybe it'll go and hit target. Get lucky. Swiss yen, same thing. That's going to bounce. Miss the entry. A little bit more on the dollar. That's going to break the euro pound. Looks like that's going to break the low, actually. That one may not go. What is that? Euro Kiwi. Long scalp. Give it room. For that to close back inside the range. Maybe it'll add to the thing. Bossie's probably still good. Look at it. I'm waiting for the dollar. One more little rundown on the dollar. Pound Swiss. When the dollar gets to where it's going to be, there'll be another market-wide rejection. And that's going to be a potential right there. A pound Swiss. Put a target, emergency target, or stop up there. Look for that to run probably back to the top of the range, actually. Go with it. Let that get tagged in. Pending order. Whoops. Yeah, controller's wrecked. Hold on. Battery's dead. Game in this market today. Too much. Whoa. Should be back. All right. Next. Pound Kiwis is still good. Somehow hasn't been stopped out. Probably will. That. Same thing. As the dollar gets to where it's going to go. That'll probably pull back a little bit. Gotta wait on that. Dollar's almost there. Big wreckage on the dollar. Take a screenshot of that. Today. There's definitely a video coming about that. Called it. Called it. I mean, like exactly. So funny. Drew it on the screen. On that. It just happened quickly. Happened very quickly. Kiwi dollar. That's going to be a thing once we get up here. Do that manually. Dollar gets to where it's going. That may be a thing. That was a great short that I should have left on. Dollar Swiss. Dollar yen. Another one. Retest the low of the range. Once that drops a little bit more, probably for another scalp. Ooh, gold. Short. Yeah, that's a short. Think about it. Whatever. I'll look at it later. Dollar should wait for the dollar to hit its low, but it's possible that the dollar wicks back up here. So, which would, the dynamic between gold and the dollar going the other way. Yeah. Leroy today for sure. Actually doing all right today. Smooth and predictable today, which is good. And it's not always like that. Honestly, like it's not always an easy day. Like I don't mean easy, like trading is not easy. We talked about that yesterday. It's just not always super smooth. Today, just going the right way. Bitcoin's probably going to be a short here. Take it. More little bump on the dollar. A little bit more. Gold. Gold's going to do it. Gold will push me in. One red candle on that next candle. 2 minutes to close. GU. Sorry, I just saw the chat. Waiting for the dollar to hit. I think the dollar is going to go a little bit lower. As crazy as that is, it's already way overextended. But the normal target would be a little bit lower, and just assume that it's going to get hit today. I'm going to assume the worst. It may not. We'll watch the price action, really. Watch the price action on the dollar, and we'll figure out what GU is going to do. GU is going to be one of those that's probably going to pull back. I wouldn't buy it. It may go a little bit higher, but it's very risky to buy this right here. You have a right here. If you look to the left, right in here, that's, you want to be very careful with that. You got sellers right there. Last place where your sellers were correct, and that's where profit's going to be taken. Be careful with that. Selling off right there. So I think the likely scenario is that it's going to push just a little bit higher and then be a retracement short as the dollar comes back. About to hit a target here. A little bit more, come on. Gold's going to be the one to push it. Nudge it a little bit with something like dollar yen, but yeah, one red candle on that. That's those wicks. Dollar floats back through. You see on the group side though, where this is, assuming this is going to float back through and break that low, but then when it does, it's going to be time to close shorts on the dollar and longs on whatever else. Yeah, pound dollar, euro dollar, back into that density right there. That was the move. That was it. That was it. So as that falls, there's going to be a whole nother set of trades coming, a whole nother set here over the next 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how long it takes for that to break the low. If it's going to break it, there will be a whole new series of entries coming. This is a interesting environment today. Yeah, and I'm fine with this entry on gold. Let it pull back up. Hopefully it'll wick down eventually. There'll be a whole new series coming. So I'm gonna wait for that before I put on any more risk. Unless it's just something good. Like dollar yen here. This is probably going to go and break that low. That little spike low right here. It's probably going to float. This will float back down and break that low. And as soon as it breaks that low and hits right about there, probably get another bounce in the market. Back into density. There's a big dense area to the left. That's where settlement's going to be. A little bit more. Put on a clinic with micro lots, basically. This gold short got an equal high up here. This is something that if you really wanted to hold over the weekend, this is something that could be, when the dollar hits that low, this short on gold right here could run for a couple days. If it were to break the high, I would absolutely be selling this. I'm going to watch this. I don't think it's going to, but to run lower again and then bounce. That's the idea. And I'm going to wait for that to happen. Careful in equities. May not want to be long. Might be going back down. It would not be surprising if the stock market went back and broke the low for the rest of the day. Even though what it looks like right now may be something different. I would be careful with that. I would just be aware that that's a possibility. Profit. Let the dollar fall. Gold's going to go a little bit higher. get back to break even, I may close all account button on here. That's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm actually may do that live. I may program that while we're doing it. Close all function. What button am I going to make it? Button combination to make it. To just close out the entire account. I'm just using the bot to do it right now, but I want to be able to do it from the controller because it's, you know, easy. Like right now, what I would do is just reposition. I'm like, okay, gold may go higher, or just close it out at break even while it's still at break even, and then reposition without having the risk of gold while I'm still in the green, instead of having to go to each chart individually, which I could do. Like EuroCAD's going, I do think gold's going to come down, but you know, there are times where you might want to do that. Just reposition and start over with a different set of risk. EuroCAD shorts looking good still. You know, like I could offset the risk. Gold, the dollar is going to break that low, then gold's probably going to go a little bit higher, but not much more. Close this EuroCAD out. Say we'll do that. Close out EuroCAD and then go down to gold. Take that positive $2 and whatever. And offset the risk in gold. No harm, no foul. Even though that's probably still a good trade, it's actually a better entry now, to be honest. And then whatever, wait on it. Swiss, where's that pound Swiss? Again, I'm focused on hitting a target. Pound Swiss, I'm going to take the profit on that. To close that and offset the pound Aussie with that gain. What I'm doing is I'm neutralizing the positions that did not do what I wanted them to do, and my balance, my equity hasn't changed. I'm still at $45. Actually gained a couple cents, and I've reduced the exposure. I'm going to wait for the dollar to break the low and get back in gold with a better entry. And then whatever the stuff I'm not worried about, because I've reduced my risk. That's not going to run away too bad. On gold, just active position management here. Pound dollar is going to be another one that's going to be a good entry when it once. See what the dollar is doing there. It's about to do it right now. There's a whole bunch of stuff about to line up. Everything, oil, gold, stocks, it's all going to line up and probably reverse. So just be aware of that. Whatever you're in. 1 second. Finish this out. I'm going to get that second target, that tenth of a percent target. 1/10 of 1%. Going to do it twice. And then potentially reposition. We still got plenty of time left in the day. Anything could happen. Things can line up. I think the dollar is going to line up a whole bunch of stuff here in just a little bit. We know where it's going. Line it all up. Now, man, it's crazy. If I would have held that, God, we're long. About to the high of the day, though. I bet you. That blowout. I'm going to time that for the dollar to hit the low. Dow went flying right back to the top of the range. Just right back into the top of this range right here. Check and come back down probably. Couple more minutes. I bet you it'll probably happen right at the top of the 11 a.m. hour. And that hourly open will be a reversal. A little bit more on the Dow. It's exceeding its statistical high right now. A little bit more. Give me a deal. You can make me a deal I can't refuse. Gold, same thing. I'm going to wait. Dollar is about to do it right now. Let's go check dollar yen. Let dollar break that low. See, all these dollar pairs are about to break the low. Dollar CAD's doing it right now. All kind of setups. Again. Just for some little short-term scalps. It's set a pending order right there. The stop down there, whatever. Ain't going up there. I'll just put a target up there. Take it. The pending order there. I'm gonna flip through and set pendings. Dollar yen, same thing. On that, really. That. Gold didn't really go. I probably could have held that. That's gonna get wrecked here in just a second. I'll just take it. The Dow, if it breaks the high and runs up into there, that. See, I put an emergency stop up here. We'll shoot for that gap right there. Pending orders. I'm just setting pending orders in case some of them get hit. Careful stocks right here. Might be approaching the high of the day here soon. It's the first time to look at it. The Dow. There. It feels like everything's about to reject and reverse here. Going to take it. It may go a little bit lower than that. Let's see first. The dollar is getting roasted. It's getting wrecked. We're just going to look for a bounce first. Kiwi dollar. For some reason it breaks the high and does something crazy, then I'll take that. Put a target right there. Set some pendings just in case they get hit. The whole market looks like it's about to reverse. This is what it is. Pound dollar. If it breaks the high. We'll just look for the whole thing. Dollar's going to bounce. Second. Buying into that. Pound Swiss was a good scalp. Leaving it alone. Okay. Aussie. Euro dollar. Same situation. If that gets tagged in right there. Just put an emergency stop. We'll run this back down to right there. Pending order. Maybe it gets hit. Stopped out, whatever. Yen's a short. It's going to probably still be a short. It's not a good entry, but it will probably go down. Yeah, so let's wait for the market to see if the market's going to bounce here. I'm going to watch the dollar right now. The likely bounce point here. There. See what we're watching for there. Wrecked on the dollar. I'm gonna have to go back and find this clip from yesterday. It's hilarious. It's actually funny. A little bit more. Second. You know, we're pretty good at figuring out the macro move, the direction, and it may be Monday, Tuesday. What we might get is a distribution range up here, and then Monday, Tuesday get some pullback through that like that. And when that happens, we'll be looking to position long again. It just happened today, that higher Monday. Makes a lot of sense. That's what we're going to look for. Doesn't mean it has to happen, but it's the likely move. The likely thing. Just remember I said that. And we'll keep that in mind. And another thing that may be important right now is the potential for a distribution up here. And it may not pull all the way back down. Spiked high. And we'll see what happens on the news tomorrow. We got volatility coming tomorrow. So funny. It happened yet, but as of right now, quickly. That's what we're going to... Thought it was going to come down on Monday. But it came down today. But got the move right. All right, so here we go. Funny. It was yesterday. More. Euro dollar here. Yeah, it's just got the structure of it right. It's just funny to go back and watch it and be like, yep, that's exactly what happened. I thought it was going to be Monday. I thought it was going to spike up and then pull down and go into a range, but then dump like on into Monday, but it just happened early. It just went straight for it, but had the move right. More here. Dollar. Probably going to have the low of the day on the dollar here. Hopefully. Probably going to be it. So careful in the stock market. Careful being long in equities right here. Or move. Come on. About to get some more trades. Oh. Go. I'm afar in Malaysia. Dollar. Careful with the shorts on the equities market. I don't know if we're going to get filled there. Dollar yen maybe get filled. Or here we go. It's time. Kiwi dollar filled. Might just raise the profit target. If this goes, it's going to be very easy to hit target. $1. I'm going to take the bottom of the range there. Everything's about to reverse. Come on, Phil, a little bit more. A little bit more. Euro Kiwi. That's going to bounce. And, 1 second. Next. Granite. Aussie dollar. Risk. I'm going to need a bigger target. I'm going to need a bigger boat. Back to $10. It'll be too easy to hit 5.
15 minutes.
If it hits, I'll close it manually. Watch what happens here in a second. Bit more on euro pound. That. Bit more there. Emergency stop. Bottom of the range. Set a pending order. Maybe that gets hit. We're there. Question is it going to break the low or what? Going to take the first series here and watch what happens for the rest of the day. Probably going to start getting tagged in here. Nothing stopped out. Got some stuff tagged in. Might honestly need a bigger target than even $10. That's probably the low of the day on the dollar. Here we go. Oh God, no, not 2. Oh, 2's fine. Gonna need a bigger boat. Yeah, whatever. We'll shoot for 10. Again, it's Friday. We'll keep the risk low. We've still got plenty of time, though, is the thing. There's so much time left in the day. Could probably shoot for a bigger target. Very likely, very near, at or near the low of the day on the dollar. Hopefully, close to it. Happens here. What is that? Stopped out on it right when the market's about to turn around. Go there. All right, come on, dollar bounce. Maybe. Maybe. And we'll put a pending up there. For some reason that's it. I doubt it. It does. More. Add. A little bit higher. For some reason that hits. Take it. Stupid high too. It's basically selling the highs on all this stuff. Selling the highs and lows. And maybe we're close on the dollar. It's a good potential bounce point. Maybe get a couple bucks out of it. Whatever, I'll switch my target back. Shoot for the 5 first. 10's all right. Never mind. Make up my mind. Well, that dollar got wrecked. Wrecked on the dollar. Figured that was coming. Stops. With this kind of trading, I'm not going to take the tight stops. If it was a bigger position, I would. I'm just going to trade the net position right now. Got plenty of room. Up, got plenty of room. And we're likely very, very close. Either at or close to the low of the day on the dollar, which means the whole market's going to turn around. See. Now we wait. Now we wait. Wait for gold. Give it room. Gonna brute force your way into some profit, hopefully. Hopefully. Hopefully that dollar doesn't go too much lower before it puts in a green candle. The idea is that we're probably close. Need a green candle. Just playing around. Messing around in the market. Gonna try to extract a few bucks. A couple dollars out of this thing. What's that? I got tagged in. Yeah, let's give it a second, see what happens. Dow probably got the high of the day there. Hit. Are in the Dow short. Probably going to need a bigger boat. Going to need a bigger target. But 10 is fine. Could be, if it was, imagine, 10 times the lot size, trading mini lots instead of micro lots, it would have been a $100 target. After already hitting 450, be looking for another $100. If this was like a 100K account or something, you could easily do that kind of thing. Do this kind of stuff with mini lots. No reason to take, 5 lot trades. Just grind your way up $400 or $500 with very low risk, very low relative to your account balance. Now we wait. Dollar's gonna hold or null. Hold or null. What did oil ever do? Not much today on oil. Not great. Didn't move much. Projecting on dollar Swiss. Watch it for a minute. think we're going to get wrecked at this point, starting from a good spot. Going to get wrecked either way, but finish in the green. Little click happy with it, but fun part. Watch this for a minute. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. Okie dokie. Try again. Hey, what's up, Fres? This is, well, it's MT4. I'm using MT4, but you can use MT4 or MT5. Trading with a prop firm. It's Funded Trading Plus FTP prop firm. There's a link in the description, actually. It's only one I would use. I'm, don't work there. It's the only one I would use, though, because of the rules. The rule set is just, it's just so much easier. I'm not going to get into that. It's not a commercial for them. But if you're going to attempt to get funded, or if you want to get funded, highly recommend you check that out. You're undercapitalized, check it out. Save 10%. Say it's free. It's free 10%. It doesn't cost you anything. For an evaluation, give it a shot. Might be surprised. There's no time limit. No time limit. Think about that. There's no 30-day, you have to pass in 30 days. All of the pressure goes away. And you can just have fun with it and enjoy it. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, that link in the description. 1,000,000% recommend it. Been with them since June or July. There's a lot of people in the group that trade with them. No issues. It's good to go. They always pay out. There's no time limit. They have the best scaling plan in the industry, up to $2.5 million. You can scale your account up to $2.5 million. Every 10% you make, they double your account. And it's prop trading. You're trading someone else's money for a gain. And it's an 80-20 split by default. And if you hit 10%, you can get a 90-10 split with no time limit on the evaluation. A single phase challenge, by the way. It's a single phase, not two. You don't have to do it twice like FTMO. It's a single phase challenge with no time limit, and it's an 80-20 split. Why would you waste your money anywhere else? That's all I'm going to say. Why would you waste your money and waste your time? Why would you waste your time doing anything else? Think about it. Just think about it. That's all I'm saying. And it's not for everybody, but if you're interested in becoming a prop trader, I wouldn't waste my time with something else. Personally, that's just me personally. Next, whatever happened to the dollar? Trying to catch a pullback here. Need a couple more dollars. Really need a close all button on this. I'm seriously about to program that live. Only take a second. Trying to figure out what button. Close all trades. It needs to be something crazy that you're not going to accidentally hit, like L2, R2, select and start at the same time. That's probably a good idea. You can close all trades on the entire account. Probably a good idea. There are times where I'm going to want that instead of having to go back and set the bot. It'll take 2 minutes. Oh, come on, dollar. Bounce on the dollar, baby. Okay. Here we go. Look at the entry. $1. Let's just see a couple green candles in a row. That's all I need, just a few. Go. Market wide reversal. Come on, baby. Go. It. And for something, some bounce. It may not be the actual low. It's probably close. Close. It just might not be the exact low. Gold is about to get roasted probably. I don't like the price action on that dollar, but it's a good spot to try it for a potential low of the day. I have to sit through a little bit more mess. That's fine. And here goes the junk. Start buying this. Way. There, stop, and then the whole thing just slams all the way back. Yeah, I've obviously got a lot of room here. I'm not breaking the bank. You know, $10 drawdown on a 25K account. I'm just looking to scale this account. I'm trying to scale this up again. I've got a couple more %. I need to do like 6 more % on this account, and it'll go to 50K automatically. When I get another 6% gain, it'll scale to 50K live, and then another 5% past that, and it'll go to 100K, and then 5% past that, and it'll go to 200K, and then 400K, and then 800K, all the way up to 2.5 million. It's gonna be a while though. Low risk. You know, if you want to shoot for it, you can swing for a home run and hit it quickly. I've seen people pass in a couple hours, literally. I've seen people do it in one day. I don't recommend that, but I've seen it happen. That's not what I do, but I've seen people do it. I've seen people pass literally in one day. There you go. Here's your account. There's no minimum time limit. None of that. There's no, you have to trade for 10 days like FTMO. It's just not even the same thing. Like, there's none of that crap. It's garbage. FTMO is designed to take your money, is what it is. Like FTMO, that stuff is designed to take your money. This is a real thing. This is an actual firm that wants good traders. That's why, the only reason I'm with them. Only reason I would even talk about it. But it's not, you know, it's not a get out of jail for, it's not a meal ticket. Like, you gotta manage your risk. You know, it's not something that you take lightly. There, come on, man. Dollar's a little bit more. Yeah, so basically going to sit and wait right now and hope that it doesn't get too stupid here. If my drawdown goes past my $45 profit, then I'll just close out at break even and whatever, it was worth a shot. Just trying to hit another 20 bucks or so or more. If for some reason that happens, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set my, because I have nothing to lose. And it, you know, whatever. Pushing my bets. I'm going to set a loss limit. Open exposure by currency of $45. And if for some reason my drawdown gets to $45, then
15 minutes.
Sorry. It'll automatically close out, which is fine. It was worth a shot, and then I'll probably reposition and try it again. I don't think so, but yeah, the dollar is cutting low. Dollar is in trouble. Wanted to be short dollar. Honestly, I know where it's going down. I was hoping it was going to bounce right there for like an hour or so. On the open of this candle, I was hoping it was going to bounce the other way. Doesn't look good though. For the dollar, I'm not going to put on any more risk, but where it is, it's right in density. It's not a short. I'm not going to enter short on the dollar. But yeah, it just cut through the low. So I don't know, maybe not. Still got plenty of time left. Biggest problem right now, what is it going to be? Pro Kiwi. What's that? Stuff. So anyway, maybe I give some of it back. Might have spoken too soon. It's the whole week. This whole week has just been a week of big overextensions everywhere. Just bigger moves than would normally happen. And it just is what it is. Crazy if it went through there. The dollar has already done 2 days worth of movement in the last 3 or 4 hours. It's done 2 daily candles worth of movement in about 4 hours. Huge overextension. We're starting from a good spot. And if it wasn't Friday, I would just leave all this on. Mess with it. Let the loss limit do the work instead of taking the stops. Might end up getting stopped out. If the dollar's gonna, it's not a good level for it to break, then maybe it'll go below the low and pull back up. It's got to be close. Again, the dollar is just completely crazy. It's done 2 days worth of movement. Couple hours. It's not bad though where it is. It's a decent place for a bounce. Like look at dollar yen there. Like that's not bad. Where that is right here, all back into that density. A good spot to try it. Go immediately. Good though. Wrecked. No, was a bummer today. Never really went anywhere. On the NASDAQ, or on the Dow, actually. Coffee. How long have I been on this account? Since June or July. Just back and forth. I've already scaled it up once. This account started with $10,000. I'm up quite a bit. Come on, dollar. Put in a green candle here. Good chance. Probably got a little bit more risk on than I should have for the profit target. But if this turns around, could probably at least hit a $50 target with this amount of risk. If we get an hour or two back to the upside, just going to get sketchy toward the end of the day. Come on, dollar. We're probably very close to a market-wide reversal. Very close. Oh yeah, I didn't do what I was trying to do. Hold on, give me a second. Be right back. 1 minute. I'll be right back. Here, guys, just give me a second. I'm going to mute for a minute. Snack time. See if we can hit this $10 target and then move on to the next one. Give me just a second. I'm here, just muted. My jalapeno kettle cooked chip time. Yeah, that's probably what it is. It's yeah, go check if any charts that are open have a profit target set in the top config section. It'll close any trade, open trade, and if you want to lock it down to only closing just the bot trades itself, it's done individually, and each strategy has its own profit and like profit target and loss limit section. But the master part under the config section at the top will close any trade. So yeah, just go. That's probably what it is. Go check all of the charts and make sure, because normally you'll have multiples open, and if any one of them has that profit target on it, it's meant to do that. It's meant so it can manage all of your trades or only its own trades, one of the two, and you can configure whichever way you want to do it. That's probably what it is. Yeah. You have to, it has to be on every instance of the bot. You have to make sure that there's no profit target on there, or it'll close all of them. And if you want to have it just close the bot trades, you do that under each strategy. Basically, that's what it is. Still here, just don't want to chew my kettle chips in your in your earphones. Give me just a second. We'll get back to it. Still flipping through, waiting for something to turn around temporarily here. Hopefully. Sorry about that. Actually gonna put this close all button in here. We're gonna do it live. Sure. This one is second. I'm gonna put this close all button in here. I think that's it. So way all right. You ready here? Do this real quick. All the markets turning around. Here. All right. Do a little quick coding. Hold on one second. I can't really see it, but so we're gonna put this in. Get back to what I'm doing here. My client. We're gonna put a gamepad button in. Maybe. While we wait for the market to do something. What button combination is the question? do here. Bother doing this while we, never mind. I'm gonna bother doing this while I do that while we're trading, but I don't want to miss something. But yeah, whatever, we'll do it a different time. I'm gonna put a close all button combination in here, like hold select and start and press triangle or something, and just to close all open trades. I've got to move that function over. Maybe we'll do that. We'll do it later at the end of the day. We still got time. We'll do that at the end of the day. Skip it for now. Mess to clean up. But yeah, I'm going to put a close all function in there just so I can close all open trades with the click of a button instead of having to go through each one. Might not be the low on the dollar. I was hoping some things are reversing, but not enough. Euro Kiwi, it's the Kiwi. New Zealand dollar is the biggest problem. Euro Kiwi and Kiwi dollar. We'll see. Not going to give all of it back. Euro Kiwi. Okay, so that one's, oh yeah, way down. All right. That definitely didn't bounce off the top of the range. It's small though. Try it again when it gets lower. Funny. The dollar didn't bounce is what it is. Dollar's just in trouble. Hopefully it'll bounce when it breaks the low. Dollar's in trouble. Might abort the mission here. Figure out what to do. Normally I'd be positioned, I'd be taking another one right here, like Euro Aussie. It'd be in this. We've exceeded the low of the day. Back in a bullish block. It's time. Time to take another one way down deep. It's just Friday is the problem. So maybe might have to give some back today. Or just whatever, let it go and see if I can weasel it back into submission here. New Zealand dollar got wrecked is what it is. It's just strong. If it wasn't for that, might be all right. Yeah, strong New Zealand dollar. And the dollar's not turning around where it looked like it was going to turn around. It's not really dying, it's just not going back up. So that could be an issue. You have to give some of it back, that's fine. Kind of a low risk day anyway. Trying to take a shot at it. And probably didn't need to take so many positions just looking for a small target, but it's all right. It's gonna be all right. S&P is rejecting. Watching for a minute, may not be dead yet. Dollar just didn't reverse. It looked like it was going to. It still looks like it's going to. It's just not yet. See, like that looks like that's going to bounce right there. Dollar yen. Just we're way deep on the dollar. It's just not going yet. See what happens there. Might have to give some of it back. But then might have still plenty of time. Still got the 2 p.m. push coming. See where we are. Let's give it a minute. So we can get back to zero. Man, dollar's dead. It's unfortunate. It didn't bounce. And his dollar is wrecked. It's crazy because I had it the other way. It's looking for a little bounce there. I'm going to have to give some profit back today. It's all right. Still got the end of the day. Yeah, going to end up giving it back, but that's fine. See what happens toward the end of the day. Once everything does, the dollar does get to its low. Good game. Good game. I was taking a shot at it. Man. Dollar's just going to continue to go lower. It's not looking good here. Surprised it hasn't put in a green candle yet. But yeah, probably going to end up giving some back today, which is at least going back to break even, which is fine. End up having to go back to break even. Let me set my loss limit. Yeah, but it's very low. It's probably going to hit, which is fine. $42.
15 minutes.
And then we'll see what happens toward the end of the day push. Might get another chance at it. It's all right. Took a shot. Funny because I only needed a couple more dollars. I should have just quit taking positions, but I'm just got plenty of room. Nowhere near. I think it's not a big deal. I'm just going to give some back. I didn't take a lot of positions today because of what was going on with the news. So I was just light trading anyway. So I have to take a break-even day. That's fine. Still had some good trades. It may be close. There's a good chance now that what the dollar's printing, that it's just going to continue lower, which is going to, everything is going to continue in the direction that it's going for a little bit more. I was betting on a dollar bounce that didn't happen. Just need like a couple green candles. See, some of these things are going, like Euro Pound is trying to go back up. The dollar though, this dollar needs to bounce, but it looks like there's a little bit more to go. So good game. Go back to break even, and then we'll see what happens toward the end of the day. I'm assuming it's gonna happen. Maybe not. It's possible that it doesn't, but it might. Which is fine. Break even day is not a big deal. Man, see this, I got some good entries. If I could hold over the weekend, this would be fine. The problem is you got to be flat. Got to be flat before the market closes. That's going to be the issue. I'm almost done. Still here. I'm just eating something real quick. Give me a second. But yeah, good game. Probably going to hit that another $10 drawdown, and I'll just take the break even and then reposition. And it sucks. I wish I could just hold this. These positions are good. We're getting like a blow off here. I really wish I could just hold. I could take more, but man, it sucks. I wish I could hold these over the weekend. Could easily get this back. That's just probably going to hit. I'm not going to go negative. Man. Oh, sucks, man. It's such a, everything is so close. Probably going to go just past it and then turn around, which is stupid. I may actually just let it go out and wait and see if it turns around. It's so close. I may just wait. Problem is, if I just wait, I'm sure it'll all come back. It's so close. Tough decision. I'll do that. I'll just wait. I mean, I'm already up, so it's not like it's a loss. Damn it. We're at 6.5.
15-minute.
$75 loss. It ain't going to go there. Just won't take any more positions. I'll let it come back. I'm going to give it room to come back before the end of the day instead of just taking the break even, because I know that I would just want to reposition on it again. If I lose $20, whatever, it's $20. I'd rather give it a chance than watch this thing come all the way back at the end of the day and would have been $100 profit with the amount of risk that I have on. I think it's very close. It's just not there. Sucks. All right. Again, if it wasn't Friday, I would just leave it. Keep taking positions. It's stupid. The one issue with this particular account is I have to be flat on Friday. That's the problem. If I would have just stopped earlier, which is what I could have done. But yeah, no, it's not a loss or anything. But instead of watching this come all the way back and all these positions would have been in profit, I'm just going to wait, see how bad it's going to be at the end of the day. Get it back on Monday. But yeah, the dollar, good game. Dollar all the way down. Take a look at that. All the way to the ground on the dollar. Ridiculous. What in the heck? Just, it's cutting through that density. That is a monstrosity of a move. All the way down. On good data. On good news. Just remember that. When something's fundamentally bullish on the high, just wrecked. I really wish that would have spiked a little bit higher. It's funny because I was trying to go short. I was trying to take it short and didn't get in it all. And I was just trying to catch a bounce there. Had it, man, it's killing it. But it's fine. You can do that low risk. Not a big deal. But yeah, we're cutting through. This is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Just assuming that it's going to go lower. This price action's not good. Assume it's going to go lower. But the problem is we're just heading right back into, we're not far enough away that, you know what I mean? It just didn't bounce the first time. But we're too close to the next level to take a loss. Sucks. Just annoying. Just looking for a green candle. One green candle on the hourly. Look at the 4 hour on where the dollar is. It's just stupid. That was a heck of a sell-off though. But when it gets there, it's probably going to stall and then it'll bounce a little bit. Hopefully by the end of the day. Good game. Some pretty wild runs here. Good game. A little bit more. Actually still got a chance to make a good profit today, actually. Given where all this stuff is going to. Might be beneficial to just wait. So many levels here. Look at this pound dollar. Had that long from the bottom. From the bottom today. Look at that though. This would be a horrible place to close that. Terrible. I'm going to close it now. It's not going to add to it either. But yeah, look at that. This is honestly where we should start. Normally, something like this would be looking to turn the bot on. I'll be turning the bot on for mean reversions. Perfect place to do that. But you're going to have to hold over the weekend. And that's the thing. But could be some really good positions for Monday. Just right back in the top of the range. Got the dollar right though today. Definitely got it right. Messing around, scalping. Dollar CAD, nothing to do. Oil went nowhere today. Did nothing. Zero. Gold's breaking the high. That's crazy. Yeah, I'll watch it for a minute. This dollar can finally get to a low now that it's broken that low. This would have been the next place to try it right here. So I'm not going to close it now. Looking for a higher low bounce. Didn't come. Pushed all the way through. Good game. But this is exactly what we wanted. The higher low on the dollar. This is the level we were talking about yesterday, making a higher low and trying it. So, man, this would be a really good place to start taking positions for next week on the dollar. What if this comes back and makes a higher low? We finally got this transition, went into a range. What if it makes a higher low here, stops, and then does that, Monday? This is the next place to try it. So I'm not going to close here, just out of principle. I'll wait. I'm basically break even on the day. I'll wait and figure it out. Still in the green by a little bit, $10. Everything's at an interesting spot though. $1. I didn't think it was going to go like that big. It's a huge run. 232 pips off the low. Huge. All this stuff is making big moves this week. The yen, the dollar yesterday, the dollar back the other way today. Look at what happened here. It took back everything that it gained yesterday. It took it back in 2 candles. That's wild. Took it all back. Figured that was going to happen. Figured that. Figured that. Give me 1 second. I'll get back to it in a minute. Just watching at this point. Finish my chips and then we'll honestly probably start taking some more stuff. This would be a good time to do some swing trading entries. Hold on a second. Got to go back to the, oh my gosh, that's so much better. Got to go back to the other headphones. Those earbuds are hurting my ears. Man, that is a lot better. So much more comfortable. Sounds better too. Looked like a weird contraption on my face, but oh my God, it's so much better. Holy cow. All right. Come on, dollar. Oh my God, it's so much better. Yikes. Yeah. Close on the dollar. When this thing goes, it's going to be brutal. There's probably going to be a big shift bar coming off of this low at some point today. I was hoping it was going to be before, but maybe not. We'll see. Maybe soon. So close. Anyway, so many things are these crazy levels right now. It's a good time to start taking positions for next week. Crazy high like gold. Ridiculous high on gold. I'm just too close on it. There's no reason to take any more. Still going to go up for the week, so whatever. Go just a little bit more. Watch these chart. Watch the dollar chart here. Gonna be hovering around $40-$50 break even. I mean, negative before it goes. It's gonna be close, and that's why I don't want to give it up yet, because I know it's probably going to be close. It wasn't the first time. Maybe it'll be this time. Get back into it. Broke through that consolidation. It's the second chance you want to take it right here. Normally I would be turning the bot on somewhere like this after. This is a massive overextension. Huge overextension on the dollar for the day. Statistically, your low of the day was up here. Right there was what it's done more than 2 days worth of movement in the last couple hours. Figured that was going to happen, but I didn't think it was going to happen in a couple hours. Thought it was going to be like Monday before we got down there. But good game. I mean, I had the analysis right, and just should have just taken more positions earlier today. It could have been a much different day. It could have been a huge profit today. We had this right. Should have just scaled into it early. Done what if it wasn't Friday, I would have, but I didn't want to get caught in weird positions, and that ends up probably what's going to happen. Still got time though. Still got like four something hours for there to be a green candle. I need like one green candle. It's going to be an interesting close today. Where stonks are too. This is like a really good short level for the NASDAQ. Crazy because we had that long. We were scaling into this long earlier. Should have left that on. But hit target, hit a target. Just ended up getting back in too early on the retracement, which is fine. Day's not over yet either. Watch. Day is not over. This is this is where it should have started. Yeah, so at this point, we're watching the equities market for a high of the day. Good spot right here. Good spot to try it. Low risk, just a low risk shot at it. I might actually take that on my other account just to put a low, because I can hold it over the weekend. One more flush out here, and it's on. Hopefully toward the end of the day, we'll get a big push back up. It's possible. Definitely possible. Drawdowns come back already. It's going to happen quickly too when it goes. Gonna be all of a sudden into green zone. Yeah, so we'll say
15 minutes.
$25 there. Yeah. Still in the green. Still technically in the green for the day. And it's so close that I'm not willing to give that up. I'm just not willing to give that up. The likelihood that it continues much lower from here is not very high. So again, playing the probability on that one. The dollar, what a move. What a move on the dollar. Trying, man. It's trying to stall. Just need... We're going to get our 1 p.m. candle open here too. So we're going to close this 4-hour candle like this. And the next one, hopefully, will pull back up just a little bit, at least a little bit. There is a level lower, but we're going to try to get a pullback. Just a pullback is all in, just a little bit. Little bit of pullback would give enough with the positioning. It's so close. The positioning is actually good. To only be negative $32 with this positioning where the market is right now, it'd be a $50 profit on a pullback. All of a sudden, it'll swing hard the other way. We're much closer to the low than to the center, even to the median or the mean. I mean, not median and mean are two different things, but close. Might be closer than you think. So the day is not over. See what happens at market close. I doubt it's going to go too much farther. Possible. Anything's possible. Let's see a big green candle on the dollar. Back to the trap. Got trapped longs. Ow. See, this could change very quickly. That little move right there, that little candle that you can hardly see, just took $10 off the drawdown. So imagine what happens if this thing runs back up for like an hour. It'll be $50 the other way in profit. Easy. Because of the positioning. And that's the thing, is if I could hold this over the weekend, I'll just let it go. Just leave it. I'd be happy about this. Getting these crazy positions today. Again, we talk about it all the time. Some of the best positions that you will ever get, ever, are going to be at the end of the day on a Friday. How many times have we seen it? Some of the best positions you're ever going to get, the best entries, will become at the end of the day on a Friday, because when nobody's trading, for one thing, and markets push into the close and then retrace when the market opens again on Sunday. So you get the end of the day on a Friday, you end up getting really good positions if you can hold over the weekend. If you have the ability to do that, you can. That's why Monday and Tuesday is a lot of times slamming on Monday and Tuesday, closing hundreds of pips, hundreds. And it's a lot of times it's because of Friday's entries. Ask everybody. It happens all the time. This looks like it's close. Might screw around one more time. If it dips the low one more time on the dollar, I think we're good. I think it's probably close. This is a big move on the dollar. Abnormal for it to go that hard. Went hard today. Figured that was going to be the thing. Just should have positioned a little heavier on it, because it could have been a really good profit. If I would have just taken the positions before NFP, but you can't see the future as well. And if it was something that was in the middle of the week and it wasn't NFP on a Friday, I would have positioned on it, and this would have been a very different day. But did the right thing. It was the right risk management decision. So I'm cool with it. It was the right risk management decision. And now we're getting some crazy entries for pullbacks. Just some kind of pullback over the next couple hours is the idea. Looks crazy right now, but just wait and see what happens. Let's see how this day closes. See what happens. Mute for a second. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully we can get something going here. Really hoping for a reversal at the end of the day on that dollar, but maybe not. Can't be right all the time. Got some good positions though. Gold, excellent position on gold. Aussie Swiss, that's a good one right there. That gold short from the top is, I guarantee, looking at this next week, gonna be wishing had that position. That's right at the top of the range on a big high. It's a big macro high. Dollar just won't cooperate. Dollar's just dead. Dollar got taken out back and shot today. I figured it was going to do this on Monday. Figured this move was coming, but not over the course of a couple hours, which is fine. It was still ready for it, but still, I wish I could have caught it better earlier, which is fine. Just again, sometimes the decisions we make can change the outcome of the day. It's fine. Could have been a much bigger profit instead of just messing around at the end of the day with a break even. But it's all right. It was the right risk management decision, which I'm fine with. I'm totally fine with that. I'm okay with, and we say this all the time. We have this conversation on the other side. I'm totally fine with opportunity loss. Opportunity loss is fine. Equity loss is not fine. You don't want to losing opportunity is okay. But if you're taking a loss in equity, a big loss, that's a different thing. If you miss a trade, whatever, there's always another trade, always. You just missed an opportunity. But if you make a bad decision that you could have avoided, then you lose equity, and that's a different kind of thing. Missing out on some opportunity this morning, which I'm okay with. Not going to get wrecked. Only into green by about $10 today, which isn't enough. It's nothing. But not going to get wrecked either way. I just wish it would have pulled up by now. And it still might. Right at the end of the day, this whole thing could slam the other way. Happens all the time. Yeah, seriously, like be looking at this in an hour from now, 2 hours from now, and it'll be up $100 because of the potential for that end of the day slam. Given how far out these moves are, it's definitely possible. That's why I don't want to quit on it yet, because I'm not really going to lose anything. I had a good day yesterday. I'm still hovering, I'm still in the green technically right now, but even if I take a small loss, I'm willing to give it a shot. Not going to get wrecked like on the week or something like that. I don't have enough risk on to get wrecked, but I still I'd like to get into green, obviously. It's the whole point. It's about the game at this point. It's about winning. Come on, Dow. One good red candle on the Dow. Be right back in the game. Right back in there. However, that may bounce right there. Screw around. We need a real move here. Dollar's breaking the low again. It's crazy actually on the dollar. Let it go to previous day's center mass. Previous week's center mass. All right, again. Going to be sketchy toward the end of the day for sure. So maybe it's possible to save it and still end up with a decent profit. I could close right now and just go into the green and just take the $10 or $15 gain, but that's not fun, right? It's part of the art of trading is managing your way out of a problem. That's really what the real art is being able to manage the fire. How do you put out the fire? Got a fire to put out right now. How do I do that? Other than being patient and not over leveraging. Don't continue to pour on risk. Heavy risk. Unless you're in the right spot. And patience is the thing. Be patient. Wait for the right level. it again. Like this pound dollar, like this is, that looks so good for a short. I would be salivating looking at this, licking my chops if this were any other time except the end of the day on Friday. I got a pending order up on an overextension, but right here, when that breaks that high right there, I would be taking the position. I've got a pending order up there just in case it hits. I'm going to assume it's going to, but this is the kind of stuff where you get really good entries. Totally cool with it. See what happens toward the end of the day. I'm just not going to take a full net position like I normally would, like take a whole nother series against the dollar. I'm watching it. I can't believe the dollar moved like that. I'm watching it though. I'll wait for it to hit a little bit lower. I'd be shocked if it made it all the way down there, but it's obviously trying. Good game. See what this looks like at the end of the day. Willing to ride it out. If there's anything else, I shouldn't accidentally take a double position on that. On Aussie dollar, I shouldn't have done that, but it was still a good spot to try it. It wasn't a bad shot. Got a big extension. So a little bit higher. Looking up into here would be the next place. I'll wait for it to pull back, but that would be the next spot. No reason to take any stops at this point, managing it. Taking a $5 stop isn't going to mean anything when you're probably that much closer to the high. This is where you manage the drawdown. Something needs to come off, you pull it off and offset it with something else that's in profit. This doesn't need to happen yet. Come on, dollar. I think we got a little bit more to go. Honestly, a little bit more. See that big crazy candle toward the end of the day. Yeah, I'm gonna wait it out. Euro dollar, great position. Pound dollar, great position. Gold, great position. Where it is. Go back to gold real quick. Gold, looking at this on the macro, like if you zoom out, like go out to like an hourly chart, 4-hour chart, this thing is way up on a big peak high again. It's on a higher high again. It's a good starting point to take a pullback short. It's just hasn't done it yet. It's a great starting point though to start trying. You know, again, if I could hold over the weekend on this account, I may take it on the other one. Gotta focus on this one though. Close. Those shorts are good. Right there. That one's one short's actually close to about it being profit here. Any second. Big lower high. Roll over a little bit. Come on. A great starting point. Again, if you could look at that on Monday or Tuesday, very different than that. Yeah, let's watch it for a minute. This dollar would hurry up, finish it out, just do whatever it's going to do. Still here, give me a second. Let me mute for a minute. Hold on, guys. Let me rezip the bot real quick. If you're there, give me 1 second. Let me because it's changed a little bit. Let me put the newest version in there. Hold on, give me just a few minutes. I'll post it up in group updates.
Five minutes.
it's the bot update. Should be the newest version. And a lot of that's going to get updated here. So just give me a second. Give me a chance and I'll get it all updated. It's going to be updated over the next couple days anyway. And I've got to re-upload the new risk manager. It's got a whole bunch of stuff has changed. Oh, a lot has changed, and I just got to post it up somewhere. And I'll get that up in a little bit. Yeah, good stuff happening. Hopefully some good stuff's going to happen in this market here. Come on back. Come on back. Dow's finally going into profit. Oh, hopefully this thing will go. Still here and watching. Just give me a few. Just muted for a minute, but I'm still watching it. Waiting for that dollar to finish what it's going to do. And then hopefully here toward the end of the day, over the next hour or two, we'll get some volume. Hopefully the other way. That'd be cool. Anyway, give me just a few minutes. Just be ready for a potential big move here at the end of the day. I hope so. To close it out. Anyway, give me just a minute. Take a spin through and look. See what's going on. Take a spin through the charts. Sitting there hovering around nothing really. Wait, pound dollar. Good entry. Such a good entry. There's good entries all over the place. This dollar is so low right now. It's crazy. What a move. Oh my God, what a move on the dollar. That's nuts. Whole thing just... This is what we were looking for from yesterday. I thought it was going to happen early next week. Just did the whole thing today. That is a big move. What if this just stops and, you know, does that next week and just runs right back up in the range after a big, huge overextension, big one. I can't imagine this going lower than this today. Like all the way down to the next level. Like that would be insane. I mean, I'm not saying it even can't happen because of the crazy moves that this dollar has made in the last 24 hours is wild. Second. Yeah, pretty wild move there. It's just all the way back. Came all the way back. Good game. Just blown out every level today. This week has been full of blowouts. It's happened like 3 days in a row. It had the yen on Wednesday, the dollar yesterday, and the dollar again today. Just full blowouts, just way past their ranges. Way past. I cannot. This is a massive move on euro dollar. Holy cow, man. Just missed a huge opportunity down here earlier. I wish it wouldn't have been Friday. Would have just taken all of that. Would have taken all of it. Just boom, gone all the way back up. I mean, I'm assuming it's just going to expand the range. It already did break the high. Just looking for higher. I hate to say that, but truth. I just hope it pulls back a little bit before the day is over. Might not, man. Might get caught on this today. It's crazy because it's going to be such a great position. I'm going to end up getting back in this on Sunday when the market opens. The first thing I'm doing, I will be waiting for the market to open on Sunday. I hope it doesn't just an incredible gap down. I'll be waiting for on Sunday for sure. These markets are going into a really, really good place for the beginning of next week. I'm actually cool with it. The beginning of next week is going to be great. Where everything's going to open on Monday, just going to be more good positions on Monday. Holy cow. Wish it would stop today. Just need a green candle. So one. Just give me something normal. Brutality. Gonna be a really good week. Probably the first of the week next week first couple days is gonna be a lot of good profits. I'm actually already looking forward to Monday. Looking forward to next week because of the positions that we're gonna get. It's gonna be easy trades to pull back through this range. It just needs to go or finish it out depending on where we close today. Finish the run out and then just catch a massive bounce. It's like an easy call that's coming. It may need to go a little bit more. It's doing like multiple days worth of movement at one time, which is fine. It's not normal, but it's fine. Yeah, so might have to break even today, whatever. Good game. Had a great day yesterday. Did a 0.5% yesterday, which is a good day. may have a break-even day today. That's fine. I didn't take a lot of risk until the market started moving. Just wish I would have, man, had it all right, man. Had all of that. Had it all this morning. Crazy thing is we're buying into the Dow and the NASDAQ down here. We're buying into it and just closed it. Man. Wild. The basket closed out and it ended up going a lot, way farther than I would have expected it to, which is fine. Good game. I like big overextensions because that just means it's going to come back just as hard on the retracement. If it takes half of that back, that's a big half to take back. It's a lot. And you're looking at a 1% pullback, just a pullback. Wild. It's a big consolidation is all it is. Big garbage range. We're right back at the top of it. Went right from the bottom all the way back to the top. Waiting for the next pullback. I wish this thing would just put in a red candle. I don't know if it's going to do it now. It's getting late. It's getting a little bit late for that. But good game. Dollar CAD. Still a possibility. Crazy entry right there on dollar CAD after breaking the low like that. There's going to be a great trade here next week if this will push down just a little bit more. Good game, just big blowouts this week. So good game, whatever. Good game. The day is still not over though. Still potential left. We're kind of going. We're about to come into the volume. This 2 p.m. candle open. Watch what happens on the open of this 2 p.m. candle here in 50 minutes. Hopefully it goes the right way. Yeah. Whatever. Easy peasy. Just waiting. Day's still not over. It's funny, I was just looking for $5. Just $5 more. Oh, that's funny. I could brute force my way into it, but why? I'm not gonna put on a crazy position here on a Friday when I gotta be flat. And again, if I didn't have to be flat, I wouldn't even care. I would be taking all kind of stuff right now. Again, just time to position again. Everything on the dollar, gold, stock market, everything. Dollar CAD especially. Time to buy the broken low and wait for a pullback into whatever range it's going to be. Probably close to the bottom of whatever the range is going to be. It's got to be close. And I doubt it's going to go all the way down there. Wouldn't say it can't. If it does, I would love it to get the position. Yeah. This is the kind of thing. This is the kind of movement that you can turn into a big profit on the retracement. A big profit with just a little bit of risk. Love this stuff, just not on a Friday. Give it a minute. Nothing to do really but watch and try to figure out where the high of the day is going to be. Wait for it to turn around, and when it does, you're going to know it. You'll know when it turns around. It'll be a huge shift. It'll happen faster than people can get out. Then we'll probably have a short squeeze on our hands because of the amount of ridiculousness this is. So there's still potentially some interesting things that could happen here today. Don't know what to watch really. Stock market indices for one thing, or the dollar. The dollar is like the thing right now. That is a very large move for the dollar. That's kind of like the thing to watch. Where it is. Is this going to hold? Is it just going to accumulate down here and stop, or is it going to explode out on the way up? This is the kind of stuff where it'll bury down in like this, and all of a sudden you'll get a candle like that in one candle. Boom. Just like that. Right to the trap. Where your trapped longs were right there. You'll get one candle that slammed. Just boom. Just watch. Wait for that to happen. Once those shorts close, bang. It's really longs on other currencies like the euro. But boom, coming. One candle or one, it'll happen over one or two candles. All of a sudden out of nowhere. And then look at this and it'll be $50 in the green in profit. Just close it out. Be done. It's the kind of stuff that happens. It's just hopefully we get that on the open here in about 45 minutes. Hopefully all of these positions that we're taking, everybody who's in profit here, it's going to close that going into the weekend. Close it right at the end of the day. Slam it back the other way. That's what we're going to look for. There's just no way to know. Only thing to do is wait and find out. That's what we're going to do. Got to wait and find out. Still here. I'm just going to mute for a minute. Doing some stuff, answering some questions and stuff on the other side. Need to do some of that. Still here. Just going to be here chilling, waiting. We got a few more minutes and we'll get that 2 p.m. candle open, get this power hour started toward the end of the day on a Friday. Hey, welcome, by the way. Welcome, Mickey. Yeah, we're going to start doing some more of this. I used to do it a lot. I used to do it every day for years. I used to stream literally 24 hours a day for years, since like early 2017 on this channel. It's been taking like a year off, but I'm gonna come back. So yeah, anyway, just kind of waiting right now, waiting for stuff to happen. Got a crazy day today. It was actually a crazy week this week. Yeah, just gonna wait and see if we get a reversal here. See what's up toward the end of the day. Generally, there'll be volume coming in. Still here though, just working on some stuff. And welcome, guys. going on, guys? Super annoying here. Dollar's gonna break the low. It's breaking the low right now. Be close. Such good entries. Good entries for next week. Just not today. It just didn't retrace today. Good entries for next week though. Gosh. NASDAQ, great short entry right now. Crazy. Yeah, might have to give some of it back. Had a good week though. All right, might have to give today's profit back. Dude. He almost done. Sorry, bro. All right. Pending order there. Man, there's some good entries. It's crazy. Sucks, man. I wish I could hold this. Got a really good net position, honestly, for beginning of next week. Overall, like, man, such a bummer. Some of these trades are going to end up doing all right. I'm going to take an L today. It's all right. Obviously not a big one. But still, had a great day yesterday. Good week today, or good week this week. But gonna give back, probably give back $25 today. Is what it is. $25. I don't care. It's not about the money. I was just hoping to get a W here at the end of the day, but it ain't happening. This is gonna stay down. If it's going to break the low again, it's gonna stay down. It might even push more. So we're gonna give some profit back today. It's all right. We'll ride it out to the end of the day anyway. I'm gonna get caught on Friday again. I'm gonna get caught on a Friday where I have decent positions that I could easily get out of, but I'm gonna have to close them at a loss. Whatever. Happens a lot. I would have just quit. Honestly, I should have just quit trading. You know, if it would have been a bigger gain, I would have just quit. But everything still looked good. Some of this still looks good. Like Aussie dollar, just getting incredible entries here today. These big blowouts like this doesn't happen all the time. It's happened a couple times this week. But really good positions. I wish I could hold this over the weekend. In a heartbeat, I would hold these positions. And just Monday morning, this will all be up $150. Tuesday, middle of the week, next week. Once everything pushes back the other way, it just ain't going to happen today. It's not happening today. I thought it might, but it's not. So it is what it is. May manage it as it comes down and square some things up. I'm going to give the dollar another chance. One more chance here because of where it is. Because of where the dollar is. I'm going to give it a chance to come back a little bit. Because it doesn't even matter at this point. It's not going to make much of a difference at this point. You know, so good game. Had a good day until Trying to catch stuff at the end of the day. Trying to catch the reversals that didn't happen. But it's no big deal. Watch what happens Monday morning. It's going to be crappy because Monday we'll be talking about this and say, look at all this stuff. Look at where we were. And now look where it is. You know, what we had, the positions we had in. Oil, man. Oil was a weird one today. That's going to go break the low probably Monday. That doesn't look good anymore. It did. Man, that might go down next week. I'd be looking to buy a lower low next week on oil. Good game. These entries are crazy right now. Not going to add to it. But man, gold. Gold is a perfect entry on a higher high here. Way up in the clouds just for a pullback for next week. It's a great shot to take a pullback. It's better now. Much better than it was on the higher high. Now that we got the higher high, I was shooting for a lower high that didn't happen. But now that we got a higher high, that's even better to start scaling into it. Bummer. Might take some positions on that other account just to do it. I can hold that one. This one ain't happening. It's all good though. I think I have one day this week we're finished in the negative, and it's not by much. Every other day was profitable. I had a couple good days earlier in the week too. I think you got 4 out of 5 ain't bad. 4 out of 5 days in the green. Hit target. Wednesday was close. It was only a small amount, but in the green. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then Thursday, yesterday was a good day. Did 0.5% yesterday. Then today, going to give back a couple bucks. It's all part of the game. And man, unfortunately, if you could hold this stuff, still not over. Still got a couple hours. It just looks like stuff is going to stay where it is and not retrace, but we don't know yet. We're getting like some extreme levels going into the end of the week. So hopefully there is still a possibility that this stuff goes the other way. £0. Green. A good chance. Did a pretty good job managing the risk though. It's not like out of control or anything. Just not what I wanted. Man, there's going to be some good entries though on Monday. We're going to be at the like massive range highs and range lows when the market opens on Sunday night. Yeah, so next week will be good. At least there's that. Next week will be sweet. To begin the week, we'll be in a really good spot to begin the week, and that's fine. I'm going to keep watching this, waiting another 14 more minutes. Yeah, I'll be around. I think I'm going to start coming on every now and then. Still got to do group stuff, but yeah, we'll start coming on YouTube. Gonna split the time. You know, I may not be sitting here for 10 hours at a time, but we'll figure it out. I do miss coming on YouTube. It actually makes trading interesting too. You know, we have some good discussions a lot of times. We have some really good discussions in the group that have nothing to do with strategy that, you know, we could, you know, have publicly. We talk about all kind of stuff, life and the economy and all kind of stuff in the news. A lot of good conversation and a lot of good trading. Got a lot of good trading going. You know, but we still got to do group stuff on the other side that's separate from the YouTube. Man, that stuff right there, that dollar yen. I want to just fire away at all this stuff. Like, there's so many things I want to buy right now. Buy and sell. One more crack at that low. That breaks that low one time. I'm going to spike and wick back up and slam. This still might go. Honestly, this may not be a lost cause for the end of the day. But yeah, we'll do it again next week. Do it again next week. We'll get a full week start at the beginning of the week. And yeah, I'm going to take a little more risk. And you know, these kind of low risk reversal things like this, it's don't really have much to worry about. Normally, like again, if this was the beginning of the week, be setting up for some good stuff. Be set, you know, by the time this all reverses, you know, it'd be, you know, $200 profit. Easy. Stupid Friday, man. Still might get out of it. That pound dollar is crazy right there. Gold, yeah, probably. Yeah, gold's probably going to eat dirt here coming up because the dollar is likely to be stronger coming up over the next couple weeks. I think gold is going to, you know, it's going to have some downside coming. Just on the macro, it's close. I was looking for a day trade pullback. It just got a big, nasty bearish candle and it just went and broke the high. Whack. But yeah, gold is just about to a range high. I think probably it'll probably range up here. It'll range and then pull back next week, I'm sure. I bet that's coming. Yeah, I just didn't get it today. But yeah, it's interesting positions. It's getting there. It's almost to that next level up there. Oh man. So tempting. Got major highs coming. God, man. Big bearish block up there. This is juicy stuff. Like I would normally be like really happy about getting these entries, and I would just be looking to take another one here in just a minute on gold and just wait until like Tuesday next week. Let that thing pull back, you know, a couple percent. Take $50 out of gold at least, you know, $50 move. Yeah, that's a great, right on that higher high like that, broken the macro swing high going back to June. We're highest prices in 6 months here. Today we just broke the high back from June. This is juicy. It just didn't sell off in the wicks. I was trying it in the wicks up here, it just didn't go, whatever. I'll try it again later. Do it Monday. There's so many good things that are going to happen next week. I don't even care. Still wasn't a terrible day. This is whatever, I wanted to finish in the green. Yeah, so I'll lose I'll probably lose $10 today. But I had a great week, so whatever. Not that. It's about winning at this point. Still, man, it's so tempting. See what happens here in 9 minutes. This next hour, this 2 p.m. hour, starting 2 p.m. right at the end of the week, weird stuff can happen. There can be a lot of volume right now at this time of the week, or this time of the day too. There can be a lot of volume. I want to just click the button so bad. I might do it just to do it. Once this thing gets up into here. Oh my gosh. Just set a pending just because. Worst that can happen. Yeah, why not? God, that's going to be a really crazy short next week. Ending there. Just because. That is a great trade right there on a higher high. On the highest high since June. Yikes. Oh, man. Yeah, next week's going to be good. Looking forward to it already. That's not bad. Dow could be putting in a big M up here. Higher high on the Dow, range high. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah. Normally I'd be all happy right now. Be looking at all this stuff, be like, oh man, like it's gonna be lit Monday, Tuesday. Be on Instagram posting 500 pip gains. Literally. Yeah. Normally I'd be stoked. Man. Crazy entries right now. Looks good. Honestly, a lot of it looks so good. Looks juicy. Way better than it did earlier. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Still watching. A few more minutes. We'll start paying attention here in a few minutes. This last couple hours, this 2 p.m. hour, can be interesting. This is when interesting stuff starts to happen. There can be really crazy moves at the end of the week and at the end of the day. When you get something like this, that's this blown out, can be interesting. So we'll see. We'll just ride it into the close today. And we'll switch over to Bitcoin and see what's up with that for the weekend. Nothing's really going to happen on Bitcoin over the weekend. Bitcoin doesn't move on the weekends anymore. There's a gap up there, man. On a euro dollar. That gap's far away, though. Really far away, but there is a gap there. Right in there at the top, so that may be heading for that. Just not, it ain't happening today. That would be, I won't say impossible, but that would be the biggest move in 10 years probably. If it made it all the way up, that's like another 100 pips probably. Ain't happening. But yeah, there's a gap there. Maybe next week. It's possible that fills next week. The dollar may be going lower. Looking at where the dollar is, it wouldn't surprise me now that it's here now. I didn't think it was going to happen today, but I think the dollar is going to end up lower next week. But then a huge bounce when it gets down. There's going to be some really good trades next week. I was hoping we were going to get pulled back, but it ain't happening. Wrecked. Take my $10 loss. But oh wait, I'm going to let this go. I'm just going to matter anyway. Nothing's going to blow up. And there's still a chance that it pulls back for an hour or two. Damn though. Yeah, look at the highs here on Aussie dollar. Just right equal high after a massive pullback. Game. See what happens there at the end of the day. Crazy. A little bit more. Man. Wild. Ending up there. Yeah. Gonna wait it out. Don't have anything to lose at this point. Everything to gain, nothing to lose, but a couple dollars. Yeah, so we'll wait. Just give it a minute. See how bad it gets toward the end of the day. We'll figure it. We'll go back and take a look at everything and figure out what happened, do a quick analysis before the day's over, and see what we're going to be looking at on Monday. That's the thing to do. And when we get moves like this that are just so blown out that it almost doesn't even make sense, we'll try to figure out what's going to happen on Monday when the market opens. Sunday night, actually. We'll take another look and see what it is, what it's going to be, what levels we're going to watch. Yeah, I'm actually I'm just ready for the market to open again on Monday. Got a lot of programming to do this weekend. Gonna get a lot done this weekend. A list of some things that need to happen. Be good stuff. Get some tools built for the group. Got some really interesting stuff that I'm going to be working on this weekend. I'm going to try to get something working that we've been talking about, and it could be, if I can get this working, you're going to see something crazy next week. There will be thousands of people watching the stream. Thousands. When I get this done. It'll blow everybody's mind. Not even going to say it. Going to do it. Going to be about it and not talk about it. People are going to see something they've never seen before. It'll be great. Yeah, waiting. Actually excited to get a lot of work done this weekend. I actually started on it last night. Started on it. And I'm definitely ready. Get some of that going. Where is that? Yeah. It'll be crazy. Definitely going to be crazy. Yeah. Anyway, let's see how wrecked I get. And give how much am I giving back today? How much of it is going to go back? It's going to be 4 good days and 1 meh. Fine. Come on, dollar, man. Dollar just doesn't look good. Let's scoop out in price action. It looks like it's gonna break the low. I just don't know if it's gonna happen today or not. I don't know who's willing to sell this down here after that move. It just looks like it's not done, to be honest. So I'm fully aware that dollar's probably gonna go lower. Probably. Where was that? Gonna be some good trading next week, though. Actually, already looking forward to it. Next week's gonna be a good week. It's gonna be great. And better if I get done this weekend what I need to get done. I'm gonna try to take a full day, Saturday or Sunday. Crazy. So, watching. See what the damage is going to be. I actually like the end of the day here. Here we go. It's time. 2 p.m. bum rush is coming. See what happens. Get ready for some potential volume here. Don't know which way it's going to go, but probably going to happen. Hopefully. I'll take it, whatever it's going to be. Look at that dollar, man. Crazy. What the heck is that? Wrecked. Absolutely wreckage on the dollar. Yeah, let's watch the end of the day here. Give it a second. Just wait and watch and see what's going to happen. I don't know which chart to watch. We're going to have to figure it out.